Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd be kind enough to take your seats. The February 21st, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. Now, this building is a state-of-the-art, is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. And they asked me to make this announcement just as a matter of course, not that we expect anything to happen, but if the alarms go off, then please evacuate through the exits, and once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. As I say, there's no reason to have any alarm about this, but we want to advise you in case something happens, that's the procedure that will follow. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation this morning by Reverend Jesse Scott, Second Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. O Heavenly Father, the Creator of the heavens and the earth, we come humbly before you at this time, thanking you for all of your goodness, your kindness, your mercy, and your love. God bless America, and God bless this assemblage, and God bless the City Council. Cause all of us to realize that you have said in your word that we all sin before you, and that you are prepared to forgive us of our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. The great prophet Isaiah tells us that all governments were made by you, and we ask that your name will be ever remembered in these proceedings, and everything that we say and do, let it all be done to your glory. Inasmuch as all of the governments are made by you, these that are here in this council are to carry out your mandate of your word and to minister and be servants of the people. And even though you have caused them to be great, they will be good when they minister to all of the needs of your people. These blessings we ask in the name of the one that created us all. Let us say amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Take your time. Well, we have a nice big crowd here this morning. We better behave. I don't know. A little nervous with all the folks who are here this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, we're going to recognize the February Employee of the Month. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask Scott Adams, the Director of the Office of Business Development, to join us. And I'm proud to announce that the February Employee of the Month is David Bratcher. David, will you please come up? Right. David is a redevelopment officer with the Office of Business Development, and he's been a city employee since April 2005 and oversees the redevelopment agency's Fast Track program. David has done an outstanding job navigating and understanding interdepartmental issues and organizing the Fast Track program, saving clients countless hours waiting for permits and saving them money in lost time and revenue. The effort has been a huge success. On behalf of the City Council, we want to congratulate you on being named the February Employee of the Month. Not only do we have a nice plaque for you and a nice check for you, but we also have a certificate which entitles you and your 500 closest friends to you and a guest to go to the original Andres at 401 South 6th Street to enjoy a great meal. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. I couldn't be happier for this award. David's been with us since April of 2005, and I believe these awards are given to persons who don't just do their job but go above and beyond the call of duty. And David has clearly defined that with outstanding performance. We brought him in to set up for the first time and run our fast track program, which assists businesses and developers, small and large, in working through all the processes both inside the city and outside city government to make their experience as pleasant as possible. And he has brought incredible reputation to the city, to our department, and to he and his function personally. And to that, on behalf of the entire staff of OBD, we congratulate you, and this is a very deserving award.
Just a few quick words. I'd like to thank, first of all, the City Manager's Office for creating the position. It is a vital position for our city. We are redeveloping downtown. I'd like to thank my coworkers in the Office of Big Dreams, that we call it. We deal with developers on a daily basis and the public to help them revitalize the downtown, one of our missions. I also like to thank all the many departments, and especially the folks at the Development Services Center, Land Development, DevCo, Fire Prevention, Building and Safety, Planning and Development, and of course, also my parents for raising me to be a good person, and my girlfriend Laura, who shares my hopes and dreams. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you.
For our next item, I'd like to ask Esther Louie, Sam Thomas, and Sid Ostis with the Summerlin's Lions Club to join us at the podium as we recognize Chinese New Year. This past weekend, the community marked Chinese New Year of 4705, the year of the boar, on the Chinese calendar. Folks, come on up, please. I'm very familiar with the good work that the Summerlin Lions Club does with public service and contributions to our community. The Lions Club provides services to the blind, works on blindness prevention, supports local agencies such as the UMC Lions Burn Center, and hosts special events to bring awareness to these issues, including the annual Chinese New Year Gala. We're proud to proclaim and celebrate Chinese New Year in the city of Las Vegas and recognize the contributions of the Summerlin Lions Club. The proclamation is, there it is, excellent. Where today is being declared Chinese New Year Day in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask all the citizens to acknowledge the Las Vegas Summerlin Lions Club as they celebrate diversity with their annual Chinese New Year Gala. Esther, for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gong Hei Fat Choi to everyone. As the mayor said, last Saturday was the beginning of the Chinese New Year. And I want to mention that in the lunar calendar, every year is named one of the 12 animals. And every 60 years, it becomes a golden year. So this year, 2007, is the year of the golden pig. Now, the Summerlin Lions Club is a member of the largest volunteer organization in the whole world. There's 1.3 million strong, and we have about 23 Lions Club in Southern Nevada. And I'm going to share some of the things that have already been told what they do, so I won't repeat that. But we're very proud to be here. And on behalf of the Summerlin Lions Club, I'd like to present to Mr. Ramon Torres, who invited us to come, and members of the City Council with this lucky money note. Is an uncirculated Federal Reserve note with the numbers 8888. It brings great luck. It might bring the re-election of the mayor, because when they get this in their hands, it's supposed to bring doubly good luck. Could you hold up? So, Ramon. You're going to get all you want.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very nice. That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Let me know what happens.
I feel lucky. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Right, this is true. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you, gentlemen. We really appreciate it.
I got mine even better. Look at that.
Wow. These are great to play liar's poker with. Hey. Just kidding. For our next item, we would like to recognize one of our municipal court judges, Cedric Kearns, for outstanding achievement. Judge Kearns, would you please come up here and join us? We have members of the court are with us today. Hi, Cedric. How are you? How you doing? Judge Kearns was elected to the Las Vegas Municipal Court in 1997 after spending many successful years in private practice. During his time as municipal court judge, he's been actively involved in the legal community. He's a member of the Judicial Council of the State of Nevada, the Court Funding Commission of the Supreme Court, and the American Judges Association. And this is very important. He also presides over the very successful Hope Court, which deals with habitual offenders and coordinates domestic violence issues for the court, having established a municipal court domestic violence probation program. It's no surprise that the Nevada Judges Association has named him Judge of the Year. We're very proud of you. He's demonstrated an outstanding commitment to the judiciary and has worked diligently to make the courts more efficient, responsive, and effective in protecting our community. On behalf of the entire City Council, Judge, we'd like to congratulate you on this honor and proclaim today as Judge Cedric A. Kearns Day in the City of Las Vegas, and ask all citizens to acknowledge Judge Kearns' hard work and the contributions he's made to the legal community. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning I got up about 4 a.m. And I thought, oh, I'm supposed to say something. So I did what any husband would do, is I woke my wife up. I said, honey, what am I going to say? And she says, I don't care, just don't cry.
I understand that.
You understand? So then I went to Judge Brown this morning because I thought, he would help me. And I said, Brown, I'm supposed to say something. What do I say? He said, I don't care, just cry. But really, receiving Judge of the Year was a great honor, and many judges could have received it. What it tells me is that I don't spend enough time at home, and I'm involved in too many committees, and there's a lot of sacrifices that my staff and family have made, and I want to thank you for that. One thing about Judge of the Year is we have numerous judges in this state that could have received this award. We have 6 in municipal court. Part of the award, though, has to go to the fact that when I wanted to create programs such as the HOPE program, our chief judge embraced it, as well as the city council and the other judges who've had to cover for me while I'm gone. And so, winning Judge of the Year was a great honor, but I could tell you it wouldn't be possible without the support that we have from the city council and the mayor. And I'm blessed to work for such a wonderful city. I enjoy what I do. Although this is not necessary, Mayor, it's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you. Thank you. At this time, would the judge's family please come up? Let's have some pictures taken with the judge and his family, please. Great. Hi, how are you all? Hi, how are you?
What happened to your hair? It's all straight now.
That's good. Okay, everyone smile. The cameras are out there. We'll have a nice picture of the Kern family. Great. Terrific. Be very proud of your dad.
This is paparazzi all the time.
Great, terrific. Thanks for coming down here. It's wonderful. It's great.
Thank you.
For our next item, we'll recognize the officers of the Batteries Included program, Youth Councils. I'd like to ask Bill Tyler, Recreation Manager for the City's Department of Leisure Services, to please join us at the podium. This is a great program. Mr. Tyler, here he's coming up here. Batteries Included is a great program. It's an initiative spearheaded by the council, myself, to provide youth with the exposure and experience they need to excel in education. The effort offers a series of programs to improve high school and college graduation rates. It cultivates young professional leaders in our community. And we couldn't have done this alone. Many people were involved in this, including our partners with the Clark County School District and Nevada Partners, and many city staff members have also helped to make this a successful effort, including Dr. Barbara Jackson, Stephen Harson, Kathy Watson, and Jocelyn Blewett Fisher. We'd like to thank all of them for being involved with this, and thank all of the center coordinators for the hard work that they put in. Would the folks that I just mentioned please stand up and be recognized? Oh, they're already standing? Could you raise your hand to be recognized? Thank you. That's very good. Let's give them a big round. Thank you, Councilman. Give them a big round of applause. To date, 8 youth councils have been established in various community centers throughout the city. These councils have voted and elected officers, and I'll turn this over to Bill to recognize these youngsters who are here with us today. Bill?
Good morning, Mayor Goodman, members of the City Council. First, we'd like to say thank you very much for your vision and your support for a program as wonderful as the Youth Initiative Batteries Included. These youth have an opportunity now to reach out and change the world, starting right here in Nevada, and we thank you very much for that. And the members of the Youth Council, along with the leadership that provides good direction for them, Becker Community School, Ward 4, Coordinator Aaron Brown, Ambassador Dwayne McIntyre. Corey, just please stand. Coriana Polanese, President. Sakira Moore, Vice President. Chelsea Bradley, Secretary. Brindley Community School, Ward 5, Coordinator Janelle Bettinger. Ambassador Henry Romero. Josh Smith, President. Derek Ferguson, Vice President. Angelo Kelly, Secretary. Trevon Finley, Treasurer. Doolittle Community Center, Ward 5, Ambassador Yolanda Smith. Misha Logan, President. Gregory Avery, Vice President. Cinnamon Gunn, Historian. Shavante Coleman, Secretary. Lauren Scott, Treasurer. Cats Outreach, Ward 1, Coordinator Kathy Watson. Ambassador Cassina Douglas Boone. Levi Chavez, President. Jessica Herman, Vice President. Lord Waller, Treasurer. Asai Chavez, Sergeant at Arms. Lead Community School, Ward 6, Coordinator Jana Salisbury. Ambassador Brianna Chick. Lauren Silkwood, Vice President. Sandy Arellano, Treasurer. Robert Chesborough, Sergeant at Arms. Rivera Community Center, Ward 3, Coordinator Elias Samarano. Ambassador Alba Gonzalez. Abel Sines, President. And Giovanni Hernandez, Treasurer. Stupak Community Center, Ward 3, Coordinator Deb Massey. Ambassador Priscilla Scott. Soshik Singh, President. Gerald Hart Jr., Vice President. Gretel Kencio, Secretary. And Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center, Coordinator Ronnie Fuller. Ambassador Jenny Barnson. Coordinator. Let me reverse that. Coordinator Ronnie Fuller and Jenny Barnson, Ambassador. Sarah Pay, President. Kalina Khan, Secretary. I believe that would be Chan. Diana Andrews, Treasurer. And Anna Perez Alman, Sergeant at Arms. Those are our youth for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Great job. Great job. Do a great job. We have a lot of these youngsters who volunteer to work in City Hall during the summer, and they get a nice wage for it, and they develop some terrific habits, and they're out in the community learning how to manage the money that they make and be responsible, and they're all going to be great leaders in this community as a result of this terrific program. So I congratulate you for the program, and it's a good thing for all of us who live in the city here. Next item, Councilman Wilson will recognize a local youth for being named to the Junior National Basketball Association League. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. You got that, Councilman Reese?
Yes, sir, buddy.
Can you twirl it on your finger? Brandon, would you please join me up here? It is truly my pleasure this morning to recognize an outstanding youth in our community, Brandon Abagello. Stay right here, Brandon. Let me tell you about this young man. On the heels of a very successful NBA All-Star Weekend, I thought it would be only fitting to recognize one of our local kids who has been chosen to play on the Junior NBA National Team. Wow. Wow. You may have heard of this fine young man in the news recently. He's been getting a lot of press and attention. He even had the privilege of meeting NBA Commissioner David Stern and sitting courtside during the NBA All-Star Game. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Close. Yes, sir. I couldn't even get tickets to that game. How'd you get down there?
Don't look at me.
We're very excited that he's been participating in a program at one of our City of Las Vegas leisure centers. In fact, the only leisure center in Ward 2, which is the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center, is home to the league where our young star has honed his skills. Brandon's coach, Rick Mercer, who's here today, who has coached Brandon since he was 7 years old, nominated him for the Junior NBA National Team, and several of his teachers from Mulaski Middle School submitted letters of recommendation. At 12 years old, Brandon was one of 5 athletes selected out of 750,000 who were nominated. Brandon is a shooting guard and a small forward. He averages 19 points, 8 rebounds, and about 8 to 10 assists per game. Is that right? You say it is. Say it is.
Okay.
That's what I was told. In addition to being a great athlete, and this is very impressive, Brandon maintains straight A's in school and is respected by his peers and teachers. You wouldn't mind coming over and tutoring my daughter, would you? He is considered a natural leader and dedicated student and player. I'd like to introduce you once again to Brandon Abagello, and I'd like to invite his mother up here. Come on, come on, just for a second, and his coach, Rick Mercer. Come on up front. Stand right here. Coach Mercer, would you like to say a few words about Brandon?
I would. Good morning, first of all. My name is Rick Mercer. I've been Brandon's coach for about 7 years, and sometimes a kid stands out. When the NBA called me at first, I thought, well, this is my chance. They weren't asking about me, unfortunately. But they did want me to recommend a kid that represents what they're looking for. And that's sportsmanship, that's a good student, that's obviously the physical aspects it takes to play the game. He plays at a very high level. I didn't have any problem focusing on him immediately. I've known him for a long time. I know his family. I've become close to them, and we're all in this together. So regardless of that, I'm just proud to be his coach, and I'm just looking forward to getting tickets when he goes to college and plays in the pros, and maybe he'll remember me. But I'm very proud of him. I
asked Brandon's mother, Mrs. Abagello, if she'd like to say a few words, and she's like this. Brandon, on behalf of Mayor Goodman and the City Council, I'd like to present you with this certificate of accomplishment and a very valuable Wilson, it says Solution Game Ball NCAA basketball, which was personally autographed by every member of the City Council. So I present this to you, and I'd invite you to, this is worth a lot of money. I can't twirl it, but you're going over to the county commission. I can't play basketball. Brandon, would you like to say a few words, please?
Well, it was a great opportunity for me, and I was really excited the day that I found out. And I really like to thank everyone for having me today and for giving me awards and stuff. And I'd like to thank my coach for nominating me, because there is a lot of different players he could have picked, but he chose me. So I'd like to thank my mom for being with me and for doing stuff for me. So, thank you.
Good job, good job. Here we go. Take this.
Great job. That was terrific. Thank you. That was great. For our next item, the Las Vegas Historical Society would like to make a brief presentation. I'd like to ask the Society's President, Alice Key, and Treasurer, Sarah Ann Knight-Preddy, to join us at the podium. Ladies? Good morning. Good morning. How are you? There you go.
Good morning, everyone. I am very delighted to be here today in the presence of two of the most outstanding people, along with the other board, is our fabulous mayor of the world.
Thank you.
And also Lawrence Weaker, that I've known for some time, who is one of the best commissioners that I know. And I'm looking forward to serving with him, helping him in his next endeavors. And we have a presentation that we want to present to him, and also Steve Horsford, if someone is here ready to receive his honor. And I'll let the president speak and tell you a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Ann. You know, we just celebrated the centennial here, and as long as there has been a Las Vegas, the blacks in Las Vegas have been an integral part of this society. And we only recently organized the Black Historical Society because we are responsible for telling our story, because it is our birthright and ours only. We want more young people to join us because history goes on. And we are particularly grateful to Councilman Lawrence Weakley for his continuing support of our organization. And we want to make a presentation to him today. Sarah Ann's getting it out of her bag. Without you, we couldn't be where we are today. We have received our 501c3 from the IRS, and come on board, because our oldest civil rights organization, the NAACP, was founded by blacks and whites. And I think someone is here to accept the one for Senator Horsford. Is there anyone here to accept it for him? What? Where were you? He has been exceedingly cooperative to us and supportive of our organization, and we want to present this to him with many, many thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that
Thank you. Excuse me? Sure, we get a picture, certainly. Come on, we get a picture, certainly. We have to have a picture with the councilman.
Oh, Lord, this is a new city
This is
council
good.
for
This is
me.
good. This is good. What, are you coming back now?
Once you're here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's a terrific segue to bring us to this point in our ceremonial agenda. This is a bittersweet moment for the members of the council. We love Lawrence Weekly. We love him as a friend, as a colleague, as a dedicated public official, as a councilman. And we're going to be losing him as a councilman. He's going over to the other side. He's going to cross the river. And we know one thing, he's always going to be welcome back here because of our great respect for you. And when you come back, you'll never have a problem opening up the door, Councilman, because you're going to get what I consider to be the most important gift that this council can give you, and that is a key to our city. And I appreciate everybody appreciating the councilman. And the councilman knows that one of the advantages of getting the key to the city is that after 2 o'clock in the morning, it opens up every slot machine in town. He's a wonderful person. He's just a good guy, always trying to do the right thing and most of the time succeeding. And I just want you to know that we do love you. And that love will continue even though you're not going to be sitting up with us. I have no idea what Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to do without you here. I really don't. Because he's been a stalwart friend of hers as well as a stalwart friend of everybody on the council. So we have something very special for you to take with you today. And if you'd be kind enough to look at the monitor, you're going to see a collage of Councilman Weekly.
Have an opportunity to come and bring people together to see where you can take out the old and bring in the new.
You know, I thought that it was important that our constituents and citizens of Southern Nevada get an opportunity to see some of the great development that's happening.
So at Expertise, we do a little bit more. We're a big family, and we teach them professional ethics.
You know, young people like this. This is something that attracts their attention. And so if we can get them to start thinking about how to own your own and do positive things and be a productive citizen in life, our goal has been accomplished.
To be able to bring over 100, almost 150 students together to give them leadership tools. March Madness is just a time when we bring our young people together to promote education. I want to welcome you all here to our 6th annual Teen Town Hall meeting. This is going to be extremely exciting. So we got to do something to help these teachers put something in their classrooms, come up with some cool, creative, innovative projects to help get these kids excited and motivated. We are keeping it physically fit and keeping it tight. So we want everybody in 2006 to be healthy and be strong and know that you are blessed. As we celebrate National Make a Difference Day, thank you all so very much for making a difference in all of our lives. Well, another year, another Thanksgiving, and another time to be thankful for what we have.
Man, I owe a lot of thanks, but more importantly, to the citizens of Ward 5. You know, I've had some good times. It's been an amazing 7 years.
Well, first of all, I'd like to just pause for a moment and give all praises to God. I thank God for just blessing my life and for blessing my family and for protecting us and keeping us, and just for blessing me to be here for 7 years on the council. But I've been with the city of Las Vegas since 1995. It's been an amazing journey for me. I've met some wonderful, wonderful people here. I've established some great relationships. Are you okay? You all right? I have to check on them, you guys. Keep my eye on them. All right. But I just really want to thank everybody for the support. Carlette and Kelly are here. If you two would stand up and be recognized, please. Ricky Barlow is a part of our family as well. Through a lot of the things that we've been able to accomplish, of course, you all know there is no I in we. They've taken all of my crazy ideas and they've taken a hold of my passion. They understand how passionate I am about helping those who are in need of help. And I just really want to thank everybody from the staff on down to, you name it, the citizens of Ward 5 whom have supported me 100%. I want to thank Mayor Goodman and Councilman Brown and Mayor Pro Tem Reese. These were three of the people who are still here on this council who voted to help me become a city councilman, and I do want to thank you guys humbly and sincerely and gratefully for your support. You guys have just been friends to me. Mayor, you've been not only a friend, you've been a father figure, you've been a homeboy. I've taught you how to have a little swagger in your walk, and Brown has been a great mentor for me to sit by. He's helped me with a lot of land use issues, issues that I still didn't understand, but he's been there for me, and I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem Reese, man, you gave me an opportunity. You brought me on as a liaison. You and Loretta and Susie, I thank you guys very much for the love and the support that you guys have shown me. And, of course, to Steve Wolfson, who's around here somewhere. Steve is one of my classmates. We went to high school together. Steve, I love you, man, and appreciate you very much. What's his name? No, I said Wolfson. Oh, Ross. I didn't go to high school with you. I can never get anybody's name right these days. Governor Givens, thank you. Thank you, man. What's your name? Ross. Councilman Ross. I went to high school with you. Thank you. Wolfson, thank you. I know his name now. It's Gibbons. Go away. Wolfson, thank you, man, very much for your support, for your leadership. And Councilwoman, thank you very much for just all the hot chocolate. And we snack a lot on our end of the day. Yes, but thank you very much, and the best of luck to you as well. And to all the directors, the managers, thank you so very much. Orlando, I remember I worked for you. Thank you so very much. I started in the basement with Orlando as his management analyst. He used to allow me to come in, take an hour's nap, watch Jerry Springer, and then organize some neighborhood cleanups. Thank you, Orlando. You really helped build my character. Thank you. And to all the directors, thank you guys so very much for everything that you guys have done for me. And to all my friends here at City Hall, God bless you, all my family. On behalf of my family, and I thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, now, you have some questions? You done? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mayor, can I say a few words, please?
You sure can.
I just want to thank Councilman Weekly. He thinks he's going to get rid of me, see, because he's going to the county. But that's not true. We still share more now than he did as a councilman. And I look forward to doing great things in that part of Ward 3 that you share with me. And I look forward to working with you. You're a great man. You've taught me a lot, and I really appreciate that. I look down the audience here today, and there's a lot of people that help me, and you was one of them. And I just really, really appreciate all that you've done for me. And we'll still stay friends. They got to do it. In a few minutes.
He looks very good. Where is this?
Nobody ever wants to go, but there's a time when we need to let the cardiologist have to go through school. Your doctor's staying alive, and your wife really can talk about you. It's very exciting.
Yeah, please give me 3 minutes. Go back to that.
Let me,
I'll take it right to your doctor. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Okay, look, right to your doctor. No hospital, go on. All right, folks, we're going to take about a 2-minute recess while everybody clears out. Yes. Oh, he has to go. It's not even close. The doctor told him to go. He will. I'm going to make him go. I will. I promise you. I promise. Look, your Lou Gehrig record and Rifkin record is still intact. Okay, you made every meeting. Okay, that's enough. It's enough. Now it's foolishness. Now you're aggravating me. You're aggravating me. He's going. He's going to go. He's going to go.
I talked to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the gift. This is very, very nice. A lot of people are jealous.
Thank you. All right, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd be kind enough to take your seats, we'll proceed with the council meeting. I'm going to call item number 13. Item 13, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council. All right. It's amazing. Item 12, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 35, amendment to professional services agreement for Doolittle Senior Center expansion. The action is to strike, and that's requested by staff. Number 48, appeal of a work card, Brooke Travis Bullock, strike requested by Metro. Item number 49, appeal of work card, Lance Justin Apollo. Action requested is abeyance to the March 7th, 2007 City Council meeting requested by Metro. And item number 54, appeal of denial for a family home child care facility license, Leah Hernandez, 9108 Teal Lake Court. Action requested abeyance to the March 7th, 2007 City Council meeting requested by staff.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman Weekly.
Yes, I'd like to inquire about item number 35 and ask the question as to why this is being stricken, and then if in fact we are going to move forward to strike it today, when will this be coming back?
All right,
Council.
Mr. Kukowski, could you address that issue, please?
Yes, I can. Charlie Kukowski, Public Works. The negotiations are not complete, and somehow it just got advanced, and so we want to pull it back and then dot the i's, cross the t's on the agreement, and it should be back in the next council meeting or the one after that.
And I guess after you all get the i's dotted and the t's crossed, is this going to affect our timeline? Because what has happened is I have the staff there along with its clients, or should I say the Doolittle Senior Citizen Center members that come there. They're all scheduled to move out to go and be housed over in the Doolittle Community Center. And being that the center there is jam-packed, we just kind of want to stay as close to the timeline as we possibly can. And so do you have
honestly,
timeline?
I don't have the schedule with me. I do not know the answer to that question, but we'll endeavor to do it as quick as we can.
Do you think that this item will be back on the next council agenda?
I'll make sure it is.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items? Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, may I ask that item number 27 be held in abeyance for 2 weeks, please?
All right. If Councilman Brown would read that into the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 27 is approval of change of location for psychic art and science license. Nina Dimitro, doing business as Psychic World, from 1026 South Main Street to 1820 Hassett Avenue. Nina Dimitro, 100%. That is in Ward 3. Councilman Reese. Mr. DiFiore, that has been requested abeyance until?
Until the March 7th City Council meeting.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And I have one other, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If we could have item number 53 be held in abeyance until the March 21st City Council meeting.
Okay. All right.
Item number 53, discussion and possible action regarding change of ownership for tavern license, Dreo Enterprises LLC, doing business as Tom Peters Gaming Bar, 465 South Decatur Boulevard. Jocelyn M. Nixon, manager, member, Ward 1, Councilman Tarkanian. Held in abeyance until the March 21st, 2007 City Council meeting.
Very good. Are there any other items that Anybody would like to bring forward and acted upon at this time? Yes, sir.
Al Gallo, citizen of Las Vegas. I want to go back to item 35. Item 35 is devastating to our neighborhood, anything north of the freeway. I do not want that buildings knocked down or removed or what. That is the hub of the downtown area. And if it does that, you might as well send us over there to that other city north, because it's got to devastate our properties. It's got to devastate our neighborhoods and everything. It's devastating. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anybody, any other issues? Okay. Councilor Brown, do you have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to bring the stated items forward and take appropriate action.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Item 13 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meetings of January 3, 2007 and January 17, 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
So moved.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 14 through 43 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
On item number 21, I need to recluse myself, and so could we take that separately?
Certainly. All right, we'll call item 21 at this point in time on the consent agenda, and that is approval of a special event alcoholic beverage license for Western Prelacy Armenian Apostolic Church of Las Vegas. The location, Tarkanian Basketball Academy at 2730 South Rancho Drive. The date is March the 10th, 2007. The event is a dinner reception honoring the visiting Archbishop from Los Angeles, and the responsible person in charge is Berg Constantine in Ward 1. Yes, Councilwoman. Do you want to make?
Well, I need to recluse myself because that is because my son owns that Tarkanian Basketball Academy.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Any other items at this time? All right. May I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to accept the consent calendar with items number 21 noted with Councilwoman's abstention.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Now, because we have so many youngsters in the audience here who are part of a wonderful, wonderful program, our YNAP program, I'm going to call up item 55 at this time out of order. So after we hear the presentation, they'll all be able to go back to school, which I'm sure they love to hear. Okay? Item 55 is discussion and possible action on the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, known as YNAP, Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $28,900 general fund for 40 youth-initiated projects, and this pertains to all wards. And folks, listen very carefully. This is one of the beautiful things that takes place. That takes place in the city. These youngsters are involved with terrific projects, and it's just a wonderful way to make our place a better place in which to live. So, be happy to hear from you folks today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Lisa Morris, Deputy Director of Neighborhood Services, here today on behalf of the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board, and they are ready to make the recommendations to allocate $28,900 for 30 youth-initiated projects. It's an honor to introduce Nicole Redford, the board chair, and Linda Bears, the vice chair.
All right, ladies, we're happy to have you here today.
Good morning, Mayor Oscar Goodman and members of the City Council. My name is Nicole Redford. This year, I'm currently the youth chair of the YNAP Grant Review Board.
Good morning, my name is Linda Bidas, and I'm this year's youth vice chair of the YNAP Grant Review Board.
YNAP challenges youth to become active in their community by identifying a community issue or need, develop a project that addresses the need with the assistance of a YNAP grant up to $1,000. It is one way that encourages youth to take ownership and pride in their community and to show them that they can make a difference even at this age.
To qualify for funding, YNAB project must be planned and led by youth with adults serving as advisors, partner with registered neighborhood associations, and project team members must match their grant funding with a combination of donated supplies and materials and volunteer hours. This year, the YNAB Grant Review Board is recommending 30 projects for funding. 21 projects provide community service, such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and visiting seniors. 4 projects provide community improvement, such as graffiti cleanup, neighborhood beautification, and community gardens. 5 projects provide community education, such as literacy tutoring and increasing students' interest in math and science.
The cost to the city of these 30 projects is $28,900, leveraging a community match of almost $220,442, which includes volunteer time, in-kind donations of goods and services, and/or financial contributions. The following are the 30 projects the Grant Review Board is recommending for funding this year. CCHS National Honor Society, Operation School Bell, awarded $1,000, grant match of $5,245. CCHS Student Council, Books for Betterment, awarded $1,000, grant match of $570. Mirabelli Community Center SWAT Team, A Date with My Mom, awarded $1,000, grant match of $3,820. Cats Outreach Youth Council, Easter Fun Time, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $1,000. Pittman Elementary School, Cooperating Literacy Project, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,640. Pittman Panther Patrol, Intergenerational Health, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $2,415. Cub Scout Pack 812, Friendship Garden, awarded $1,000, grant match of $20,310. Fremont Family Writing Project, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $60,750. Cambiero Elementary Gate, Hope from Gate, awarded $1,000, grant match of $7,680. Park Elementary School, Project Recycle, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $7,410. Lunt Elementary Gate, Title I Gate gives hope from Lunt for homeless, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,535. Bracken Elementary Gate, Reading for the Future, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $10,850. Stupak Community Center Youth Council, Holiday Getaway, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,000. Hollingsworth Outreach Youth Council, Graffiti Cleanup, awarded $1,000 with a grant match of $20,250. Loomis Elementary Student Council, Recycling Project Fitness Project, awarded $1,000, grant match of $5,115. Becker Community School, Helping Hands, Carnival of Care, awarded $1,000, grant match of $15,030. Gerheim Elementary City Council, Build a Bear for Hope, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,760. Becker Community School, Board Teams, Boxes of Love, awarded $1,000, grant match of $4,510. Becker Community School, Green Thumbs, Growing with Becker, awarded $750, grant match of $3,250. Fostering Kids, Scrapbook Memories intended to lift esteem and spirits, Smiles, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,390. West Community Center Youth Council, Necessary Necessities, awarded $1,000, grant match of $2,550. Rancho High School Hispanic Student Union, Adopt a Grandparent, Gift of Green, awarded $1,000, grand match of $3,330. West Prep Step Team, Pillow Talk, awarded $1,000, grant match of $4,650. West Prep Junior Honor Society, Read a Book on Tape, awarded $1,000, grant match $2,160. Brindley Community School Youth Council, Kids for Kids, awarded $1,000, grant match of $4,800. West Prep Community Cleanup, awarded $500, grant match of $960. West Prep Angels Creations, Winterwear, awarded $1,000, grant match of $9,180. West Prep Mesa Club, Mesa a Night, awarded $1,000, grant match of $1,000. And Arborview High School Student Council, Pink Ribbon Walk for the Cure, awarded $650, grant match of $4,802.
Right, and basically what we've heard here, so that everybody knows, we're being asked as a city council to contribute $28,900 for these programs. And when we do that, there will be matching funds either by way of contributions of goods, the services, and also financial contributions in the amount of $220,442. So I can't think of a better way that we can expend our money than with these youngsters. And is that the end of your presentation?
No, sir. We're almost done.
Okay, I wanted to vote for you real fast here.
Oh.
Okay, I can't wait to vote, so go ahead.
Okay. We would like to recognize this year's YNAB Grant Review Board members and thank them for volunteering their time to this year's grant review process. Mirarva Gomez, Katrina Manzi.
As your name is called, would you please stand?
Loretta Arkington, Robin Munoz, Donna Toussaint, Darcy Hayes, Derek Sanford, Tuesday James, Nicole Redford, Linda Bidas, Joseph Alexander, Alba Gonzalez, Abigail Hudson, Rachel Ware, and Corey Paris.
All right, let's have a round of applause for them, please.
Well, I'd just like to say it was a great opportunity and getting involved in the YNAB Grant Review Board. I had a fun time. The presentations were great. They were really cute, some of them. And it was just all a great experience, and I've learned a lot. And I'd just like to thank all the board members and Jocelyn and everybody who made this possible.
Very good. Thank you. What I'd like to do at this time, if I may, I'd like to call out the youth groups that are involved and ask you to stand. We'll hold our applause until the very end, but I'd like everybody to recognize the youngsters who are going to be participating in this program. Could the folks from Community College High School, West National Honor Society, please stand? Okay, they're not here today. How about Community College High School West Student Council? All right, this may be one of the worst things I've ever done. How about the Mirabelli SWAT team? All right. Okay, and the Mirabelli Youth Group. Okay. Keep going. Cats Outreach Youth Council. All right. Pittman Elementary School. Okay. Pittman Panther Patrol. Okay. Cub Scout Pack 812. Great. Fremont Family Writing Project. Excellent. Park Elementary. Cambero Elementary GATE. Lunt Elementary GATE. Bracken Elementary GATE. Stupak Youth Council. Hollingsworth Outreach Youth Council. Lummus Elementary School Student Council. Gerheim Elementary City Council. Becker Community School Board Teams. Becker? There we go. Becker Community School Green Thumbs. Okay. And Becker Community School Helping Hands. Fostering Kids. West Community Center Youth Council. Rancho High School Hispanic Student Union, West Prep Step Team, West Prep Junior Honor Society, West Prep Community Cleanup, West Prep Angels Creations, West Prep Mesa Club, Brindley Community School Youth Council, and Arbor View High School Student Council. Let's give everybody a big round of applause. All right, thank you very much, and now we'll have a motion. Councilor Brown?
Yes, Your Honor. Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 44 is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby?
Good morning, Mayor and council members.
Good morning.
I have just 3 items to report on. One, obviously the NBA game was a great success, generating $91 million of non-gaming economic impact to the Valley, and I know you were personally involved in a lot of those activities. But that's just ended, and we're about to start the tennis tournament with the Tennis Channel at the Darling Tennis Center. That event will begin this weekend, and it will return to the Darling Tennis Center after a great successful event last year. Many of the top names in professional tennis will be back, including defending champion James Blake, Australian star Leighton Hewitt, and the American doubles kings, the Bryan brothers. The tournament draws this Friday, with play running from Saturday, February 24th, to the finals on March 4th. For those who are not familiar with the Darling Tennis Center, it's part of the Kellogg's Air Sports Complex located at Washington and Buffalo. People may get more information on this from the website, thetennischannel.com. Also, not far after that, just shortly down the road, literally, is the Vegas Grand Prix. And that's moving along nicely with preparations and consultations with the affected properties in downtown Las Vegas. That event will be this Easter weekend, April 6th through the 8th. There are neighborhood meetings occurring, even one as we speak at Celebrity Lounge. There will be another one held tomorrow night, Thursday, February 22nd at 5 p.m. at Celebrity, part of the outreach effort by the Vegas Grand Prix to make sure everybody understands what's happening. In addition to that, our emergency operations people are doing a tabletop exercise early next week in the event that something needs to be taken care of during the event itself, when we have upwards of 50 to 70,000 people downtown. I've also asked the Grand Prix people to present to you at your next council meeting kind of an update on where they're at, so they'll give you the latest on their sponsorships and events that will be happening surrounding the Grand Prix. The other item I want to report on is just a quick update on the animal shelter situation. You are all aware that on Friday, February 9th, we were informed by the Animal Foundation that they were in a crisis at the animal shelter. This was a result of investigations and audit, really, by the United States Humane Society. And what they found was an outbreak of canine parvovirus, distemper, and feline panleukopenia occurring at the animal shelter. Many veterinarians and professionals were involved in the assessment. And as a result of actions that have been taken since by the city, by the county, by the city of North Las Vegas, who all participated in the animal shelter, I'm happy to say that the shelter is back in full operation. But that was not without some major intervention and some unfortunate high levels of euthanasia in the shelter. But the shelter is operating now. There was the Humane Society of the United States was in the shelter yesterday and reported that they're pleased with the operation and what's been done so far. The city is maintaining constant attention at the shelter now, trying to make sure that things continue to operate properly. Over the long term, we are conducting an assessment of what happened there, what got us into that crisis mode, what we can do as a city in cooperation with the other entities to avoid a repeat occurrence of that. That's pretty much all I have to report on that.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions of Dr. Selby?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Just like to maybe ask Dr. Selby, thank you for the report, but just to see if there is any kind of way we can look into possibly assisting. Betsy, I know you were very instrumental in helping last year with Caroline and the organization with the annual AIDS walk that we host downtown, which brings in thousands of residents to downtown Las Vegas, and that's been a request that we received, and if I can maybe put that on your notes of emerging issues for the next time, if that's something that we could possibly look into as far as assisting with barricades.
We'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Selby, I'm delighted to hear that the shelter's back in operation. I'm delighted to hear that the Humane Society has inspected it as of yesterday and says that everything looks like it's in good shape. And it's always been my position since this was brought to our attention that our main responsibility was to make sure that the animals were going to be treated with care and with respect, and apparently that's been done. I also had an addendum to that, and that was I wasn't going to start pointing fingers at anybody until after we took care of the animals. I think we're at the time now that we as a city, because of our contractual relationships with the animal shelter, really have to assess why this took place. And if there's fault to be attached to that, so be it. But I think that we're entitled to an answer as to what caused this, so we can make sure that as the guardians of all that happens in our community here, that it won't happen again. So I don't want this to be the end of it. I really want to follow up to find out what happened out there and to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Your Honor?
Yes.
With that being said, I know on yesterday we received an in-depth report. Betsy Fretwell gave us a report on where we currently stood as far as the animal shelter was concerned, but is there going to be a forthcoming report that will be given? I know that there was an in-depth report that was given over at Clark County, but will there be anything given here at the City of Las Vegas so that our constituents will understand, because there is some form of involvement that we have as it relates to this issue as well, and we just want to make sure that the public knows that not only the mayor and the members of the city council are actively involved to rectify this problem, but we are actively on top of this issue.
We are, and we'll follow up what I've given today with the more in-depth report on our findings and, again, how we'll make sure this doesn't happen again. For those who don't know, the shelter is an independent operation. It's on land leased from the City of Las Vegas. They built the shelter there without city expense. And the governments of North Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas, and Clark County use the Animal Foundation as our animal shelter under 3 separate contracts with the foundation.
This is an appropriate time, too, to give credit where credit is due, and that is that Councilman Reese really stepped up. He was called virtually immediately when this issue was brought to the city's attention and met with the folks from the shelter, met with the neighbors, met with the activists, met with everybody, and in large part was responsible for a fairly speedy resolution of the issue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I may,
yes, certainly.
Mayor, I just, on behalf of the 3,000 employees of the City of Las Vegas, Councilman Weekly, we want to wish you the very best. It's been our pleasure to have you serve as our elected official for Ward 5. It's our loss, and it's obviously the county's gain, and we know you'll remember us when you're over there. And just on a personal note, your dedication, passion, and eloquence for the wide range of issues that the city deals with, especially in your ward, from social issues to youth education to the development of high-profile projects that are changing the skyline of downtown, has really just been a personal inspiration to me to remember to deal with everybody, that it's not about the rich people or just the poor people. It's everybody that you represent, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Selby. That was very nice. Thank you. I appreciate
Also,
that.
thank you for our rainy Pittsburgh evening with Mayor Goodman, where I think we had a kind of a special experience there.
Well, now that you bring that up,
Don't go there.
I have to tell the story.
Hey, Doc, your report was going really well.
There are certain things that have to be told in order to continue the weekly legend.
If I'm not mistaken, Charlie Kukowski, you were on that trip, and you know, Charlie, I was in good shape. What did I do? Did I handle him real well? I took care of the mayor.
Well, remember, Mr. Kukowski, he's leaving. I'm staying, okay? At least I hope I am. Okay, well, I got to tell this story. I'm not going to tell the really embarrassing one, although I may get to that. Councilman Weekly taught me a trick. We were really hungry. It was about 11 o'clock. We're in Pittsburgh in the downtown, and we had gone back to see their medical school there, and we're really hungry. And I found a place that I thought was terrific. It was a little sandwich shop, and Councilman goes in and he checked it out for me. He said, "You can't eat there. You'll probably get some horrible strain of poison if you have a sandwich there." And I sort of agreed with him, so we went on and we found ourselves in a spot. There was no place open, and we saw an Arby's, and the councilman said, "Watch this." And we went over to the Arby's and we looked in, and we could see that the one worker at the Arby's was behind the counter and he was locking up the cash register. I said, "We better get in there before the cash register is locked, or else we'll never get anything." He said, "No." He says, "This is the way you do it. Let him lock up the cash register." So I said, "Okay, Weekly." So we're standing on the outside. As soon as the cash register is locked, he said, "Now we go in." We went in, and he went up to the counter, and there was a peach cobbler that was there. And he said, could I have that peach cobbler?" And the fellow said, "Well, the cash register is locked." And he said, "I'm starved. Could I have that peach cobbler?" And they gave him a free peach cobbler. And I learned if I'm ever in trouble, how to get a free peach cobbler at Arby's. That's number one. Number two, never travel with him to the airport, because we're heading out. Where were we? I think in West Palm, and we're leaving the airport. I had introduced. He was given no respect by anybody down in West Palm Beach until I told the cab driver that took us. I said, "Do you know who this guy is that's with us?" And he said, "No. Who is it?" I said, "He's the king of Ghana." And the cab driver, he said, "Oh, sorry, Your Excellency." And we went back to the hotel, and apparently the call went back to the hotel, and everybody was calling him Your Highness at the hotel. I'm not going to tell you any more Weekly stories today, because I don't want to embarrass the guy, but he's a great traveling partner until they opened up his suitcase at the airport and find cereal boxes and towels from the hotel and
well,
just kidding. All right, why did I do that? Thank you, Dr. Tilly. I have no idea either. Item 45 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of 2007 legislative issues. Ms. Rebel? Mr. Knight?
good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. Want to kind of bring you up to speed on the what's been happening at the state legislative session that kicked off about 3 weeks ago, and we'll share with you some things that have happened, what's currently going on, and what we anticipate coming up in the future. As you know, we introduced 3 BDRs on behalf of the city, one related to lease purchase agreements for public works, the other one for City of Las Vegas representation on the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security, and the third one on off-site improvements with the redevelopment area. Our staff has been working with the Legislative Counsel Bureau to develop the language for the bills for those 3 bill draft requests. We just received language today, our staff did, on the off-site improvements in the redevelopment area, and we'll be working with the Legislative Counsel Bureau to get the language out on the other 2 bills. So there will be a bill introduced very shortly on the off-site improvements in the RDA. On February 8th, City Manager Selby made a presentation on the City of Las Vegas to the Assembly Government and Affairs Committee in Carson City. He flew up along with other local jurisdictions, the Nevada League of Cities and the Nevada Association of Counties. This committee has a new chairperson. It's Assemblywoman Marilyn Kirkpatrick, and she's very energized and very excited and wanting to get a lot done this year. Also on February 8th, of interest to the city, there was a presentation to a joint meeting of the Assembly Taxation Committee and Assembly Transportation Committee from a Blue Ribbon panel that was looking at the state of Nevada Department of Transportation issues. Suffice it to say that those transportation issues, they identified about 10 super or mega projects with an estimated cost for just right-of-way acquisition of $950 million. The gist of the whole presentation was a funding shortfall for those projects and how to make that funding shortfall up, in addition to the current $3.8 billion shortfall that they have in the current transportation projects. So they presented in their report some major funding challenges that our legislature will have to address for transportation projects in the state of Nevada. Our staff has been meeting with representatives of the cable and telephone industry to discuss issues related to franchise fees. There hasn't been any language presented at this point or a bill introduced, except a bill that was introduced by Senator Townsend that just completely eliminates franchise fees. We're working with representatives of the cable and telephone industry to hopefully introduce two other bills that would address franchise fees. The basic issues that we're dealing with, and Mr. Vincent, our finance director, has been involved in that with the urban consortium partners that we have, is a definition of gross revenues and an issue related to fees that come off of advertising from the activities that these franchise companies have. And hopefully we will continue to work with them to protect our revenues related to franchise fees. There were two Assembly joint resolutions that have been heard in the Assembly Elections, Procedures, Ethics, and Constitutional Amendments Committee that would affect the city of Las Vegas kind of indirectly. Assembly Joint Resolution 10, which changes the residency requirements for voting in elections in the state of Nevada from a 6-month residency requirement to 30 days. That would take a constitutional amendment. Another Assembly Joint Resolution 16 would also require a constitutional amendment that's related to the enactment of property and sales tax exemptions that would theoretically make it more difficult for the state to grant exemptions to property and sales tax exemptions, that thus helping protect our revenues. I'm talking with our finance director. He's not quite sure that that'll have that effect, but we will continue to monitor that situation as it goes forward. Some bills that have had hearings that are of relevance to the city. Senate Bill 3 is a bill that's sponsored by Senator Townsend that provides a death benefit to surviving spouses of firefighters and police fighters, even though that spouse gets remarried, and that continuing benefit goes for the rest of their life. Staff has testified on that benefit about the cost that would mean to the city of Las Vegas. The bill has been, the bill read that for firefighters or police officers, whether killed in the line of duty or out of the line of duty, we were successful in getting it restricted to killed in the line of duty, and now we'll continue to work with that bill to make sure that we mitigate any negative impacts or try to mitigate any negative impacts to the cost of operating our businesses with the city of Las Vegas. Senate Bill 13, sponsored by Senator Kerr, restricts local governments from enacting ordinances that would regulate the use of signs held or displayed on city sidewalks in the public right-of-way. This would include pamphlets. It affects the Fremont Street experience. Our city attorney, Brad Jerbick, and Mr. Bill Henry did an excellent job of testifying on this bill, and it has been submitted to a subcommittee to work out a compromise on language that would help to mitigate some of the negative effects that we think would have on our public rights-of-way. Senate Bill 66, another bill sponsored by Senator Kerr, increases our tort liability that is currently sits at $50,000 is a maximum limit of our tort liability to doubling that to $100,000. This tort liability has not changed since 1979. Mr. Henry, Bill Henry from the Attorney's Office testified on the bill, did an excellent job. It looks like this bill is going to get some momentum, and we'll continue to work on it to either defeat the bill or at least to mitigate some of the impacts on the city. What's happening now is staff is working on language for revisions to a bill that would be that Assemblywoman Kirkpatrick has agreed to sponsor on behalf of the City of Las Vegas that would amend our charter in the 4 areas that this council talked about at its last council meeting, areas related to affordable housing, a traffic hearings examiner, and how we deal with the master judges in our court system, along with some other housekeeping issues that have been identified over the years in our charter, so that we can do business in a better way. One of the aspects in that bill is a potential to have a functional authority that would give us authority to enact legislation or enact ordinances in areas where the state hasn't addressed those already, and give us greater authority to provide greater services to the constituents of the City of Las Vegas. Staff is currently reviewing a proposed language that has not come out in bill form yet, but that is being discussed with the billboard industry. The effect of this language and the bill that they intend to introduce would basically take away all reviews of billboards from the City Council. Whether you've done it by variance, conditional use, or otherwise, there would be no annual reviews or 5-year reviews, that all billboards would not have any review, and that all billboards, if they were required to be removed by the City Council as a part of a development agreement, that you would have to pay fair market value for the removal of that billboard. Obviously, that can have major impacts on representation in your wards and major impacts on us from a budgetary standpoint. We will continue to work with them and try to mitigate and try to eliminate any negative impacts of that bill, and strategize how we will oppose that bill. Senator Bob Beers has introduced Senate Bill 96 to reduce the amount of and revise the distribution of basic government services tax. Our finance department, along with the Urban Consortium partners, are proposing to oppose that bill because it affects our revenue stream dramatically. And if you have more detailed questions, I'm sure Mr. Vincent can share with you the impacts of that proposed Senate bill. There are about 3 Senate bills related to our municipal court on administrative assessments that have been introduced this session. These administrative assessments go to fund other activities other than our municipal court activities. What the impact of that is we have our fines, they add on administrative assessments, and it makes it difficult for us to increase fines. It puts an administrative burden on our municipal court staff to administer these funds and collect these funds for the benefit of others that we don't necessarily receive a direct benefit from. And we will continue to work on that to oppose those kinds of measures. Staff is working with Senator Nolan on his bill. He has a bill, SB 90, that would amend the membership of the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security, and we're hoping to take our BDR language and his bill and maybe mold them together and have a joint effort there to give us greater success in getting our position on the Nevada Commission on Homeland Security. What we anticipate coming up in the next few weeks, there have been 2 bills introduced in relation to eminent domain, SB 85 and AB 102. Both of these bills reflect language that is very similar to the language that you adopted in a resolution back in 2005 at an earlier council meeting, but we will continue to monitor these bills to make sure it stays within the intent of your resolution and not go beyond into areas of being able to use eminent domain for critical public infrastructure in the city or redevelopment types of activities. So staff will continue to monitor that. That's going to be coming forward. There are 3 bills pending on penalties for graffiti that would be of interest to the City of Las Vegas, AB 14, AB 23, and AB 81. These bills do things such as if you are in possession of graffiti implements, the types of tools that are needed to make graffiti you'd be guilty of a misdemeanor just by possessing those types of implements. AB 23, if you're convicted of graffiti, the crime of making graffiti, you would lose your driver's license, and if there was a vehicle involved, they would impound your vehicle, so it's increasing the penalties for graffiti. And AB 81 makes it a gross misdemeanor if you do damage between $250 and $1,000, makes it an E-class felony if you're over $1,000. The current law is $5,000, so it's bringing that threshold down to make it a felony sooner rather than later. City staff, on March 1 of this year, that's next Thursday at 1:30, we'll be making a presentation to the Joint Committee of the Assembly Transportation and Assembly Taxation Committee related to our transportation projects. And if you recall, NDOT has already made a presentation, and we'll be talking about our funding, how we get funding for transportation issues, where our funding is spent. And I believe Mr. Kukowski and Mr. Vincent will be making that presentation for us. And those are some of the highlights of the legislature. So far, there have been 253 bills introduced. Of those 253, we're tracking 170. So, as you know, that would tell you that as time comes, we'll have a lot more to report to you in upcoming legislative issues. But with that, I would be happy to entertain any questions or comments that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Are there any questions or comments at this time?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm wondering if Mr. Knight could just give us the salient points of the billboard and the graffiti that we might be able to share with our constituents. In other words, just bullet points that the bill, for example, you named some of the things with the billboards, but if we had someone who asked us about it, is there maybe a little sheet we could give them of some of the points of the bill?
We'd be happy to prepare something for you and provide it to you.
I think you could do it better as far as making it something that would be most appropriate for them on those two items particularly.
We'll do that for you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you. Could I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to accept the report.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is a report and possible action on direction to staff for the 2007 Federal Public Lands Legislative Agenda applying to all wards. Mr. Knight?
Yes, sir. Again, Chris Knight, Director of Administrative Services. We wanted to present the Federal Public Lands Legislative Agenda, which will be our guidance in Washington, D.C. in seeking legislation in cooperation with the Nevada delegation in Washington, D.C., furthering this agenda. But first, I'd like to tell you some things that we accomplished in the past year, along with our consultants, Lionel Sawyer and Collins. We were successful in getting 8 acres from the Fish and Wildlife Service dedicated to the city of Las Vegas for the expansion of Ed Fountain Park. One of the many things that Councilman Weekly's been involved in and was instrumental. He testified before a congressional subcommittee, and we were successful in getting that bill passed through. We were successful in getting a draft put together for the Nevada Cancer Institute. There's 80 acres in Councilman Wolfson's ward that the city of Las Vegas is pursuing ownership of, and we have an agreement with the Nevada Cancer Institute to give them land to put in a research park in that area. We got the language drafted. We'll be looking for a reintroduction of that as the #1 priority on our legislative agenda for this year and getting that legislation completed. One of the other things is the administration on more than one occasion proposed several times to take money from the special account of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. As that account has grown to over $1 billion, it's become attractive to the federal government and to the administration to take money out of that pot and use it for other purposes other than the public lands purposes that were prescribed by the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. We've been very successful in cooperation and working with the congressional delegation to fend off those kinds of takings from the Southern Nevada Public Lands Special Account. So we were very successful in that. Another item was the White Pine County bill that passed that streamlined the provisions of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act and us getting money for projects that we get funded for parks, trails, and natural areas, and getting that streamlined process to let us get money quicker and do our projects faster. Locally, we worked with local stakeholders on the conservation transfer area where the BLM has proposed over 5,000 acres of lands to be set aside for conservation purposes in lieu of setting that land aside for development or selling it off for development because of archaeological and some endangered plant species that were found in that area. We've also been working with local BLM staff in an area west of Wallapai and Councilman Brown's area for mining areas and mining claims, and being able to look at those areas for expansion for growth and development of the city of Las Vegas. And then we have an ongoing process with which we identify projects, parks, trails, and natural area projects that get funded locally here through the special account, that we have many projects and a lot of money coming into the city of Las Vegas. So those are some of the things we've done. What's in our federal agenda is, first and foremost, the priority is the Nevada Cancer Institute bill, the reintroduction of the language for that bill and getting that 80 acres for us. Getting some language for affordable housing. There was language in the White Pine County bill that required land be set aside for affordable housing that did not pass, and we'll be pursuing that. We know that that's a very important thing to Senator Reed, and we'll continue to work with his staff and other congressional delegation staff to get language in the SNPLMA or wherever to allow for land to be set aside for affordable housing. Working on the disposal boundaries of the SNPLMA in the northwest part of the valley in relation to response of the CTA, keeping the city whole and keeping our future growth areas where we have the ability to continue to grow and develop. Some of the remaining things are private contracting through RMPP, being able to use private contractors on recreation and public purpose lease lands to provide services to our constituents, and making our service delivery more efficient and more economically feasible. Getting lands for economic development, removal of federal restrictions on RMPP lands. We currently have, because of the RMPP process, they retain a certain type of reversionary interest on lands, and they have requirements on certain materials or chemicals that we keep on sites on our public uses that are regulated by federal agencies. And if we're able to remove those reversionary interests off, we can have the operational things, and it won't have a negative effect on the operation of our facilities, such as water treatment facilities where we have to use certain chemicals to treat water. And those chemicals are identified as something that you have to store off-site because we're dealing with federal lands, and bring them on-site, use them, and take them back off-site, and that removes that kind of difficulty. Capital improvements funding of projects for capital improvements under SNPLMA, operations and maintenance funding of our projects that we get funded through SNPLMA. And those are just some of the highlights of the federal lands agenda. You have that agenda in your backup, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Knight? I'm going to make a disclosure for the record. I'm going to vote on this. I'm not abstaining, but on the issue of the city supporting the Nevada Cancer Institute in Councilman Wilson's ward, my son has signed a contract with the Nevada Cancer Institute to begin employment there as an oncologist and a researcher, and he'll begin his employment in April, but I don't believe that will affect my ability to vote on this particular issue. All right. Councilman Brown?
You want to move for approval of the 2007 Federal Public Lands Legislative Agenda.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knight. Okay. Item 47, discussion and possible action regarding the real property purchase and sale agreement with Blake Thompson for real property generally located at 328 North 7th Street, $549,900, City Facilities Capital Projects Fund. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams?
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This item respects a purchase and sale agreement for property at 328 North 7th Street. I've got a map of the property on the overhead that shows its location at basically the corner of 7th and Mesquite. This is another property we're recommending be acquired that's in the potential arena side. I say potential because we've obviously gotten now a great deal of interest in other sites around the downtown area. This is one that is adjacent to an already existing city-owned property, immediately adjacent to it, so we believe this would be a good acquisition because it gives us two parcels that are contiguous to each other. This would be done at a purchase price of $540,000 $49,900, which represents $78.27 a square foot. And as you know, based on the ones we've recently brought in and recommended for approval, this is at the low end, very low end of the range of properties that we've been recently acquiring in this area. So we believe this, when you look at the fact that this ultimately may not be the arena site and we would have to dispose of this property as a redevelopment site, helps us keep our average price per square foot low and allows us then the ability to dispose of that for redevelopment purposes should the arena not go on this site. So we do believe this is a very good buy. It's one that we would like to go forward with. It's one that continues our strategy of sort of poking holes along 7th Street to create the inability to assemble, conflicting with our goal of trying to create an arena site, but at the same time gives us more contiguous control and sets us up for a good redevelopment project. So with those conditions or comments, staff recommends approval of the acquisition.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none, Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Scott, I know you mentioned $78 a square foot on the low end. If just for the public's understanding, if you can maybe just kind of give them a ballpark figure of where this property was actually figured at in the beginning.
Yeah, we've done a number of appraisals in the area as well as made recent purchases. The appraisals that we've gotten in that area that are recent range anywhere from $80 a square foot to $160 a square foot. And the most recent large-scale purchase we made was the trade and purchase we did with the Tamaris Group, which was valuated at $91 a square foot. So we believe, based on those comparables, this is a very good buy. In fact, one of our better buys in that area that we could withstand. So that's where we feel very comfortable with moving forward with this.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Your Honor, with no questions or comments, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 50 is discussion and possible action to authorize the city manager to pay $273,000 as the city's portion of a proposed settlement in the matter of City of Las Vegas and Nevada Business Services versus Las Vegas City Employees Association, the LVCEA, Nevada Supreme Court case number 47902, if other signatories to the Nevada Business Services interlocal agreement legally authorize their contractually required sum. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. In 1983, the City of Las Vegas entered into an interlocal agreement with Clark County and subsequently with other jurisdictions to create Nevada Business Services. This was to take advantage of federal funds that were available for job training. And so, in essence, Nevada Business Services, which was a governmental organization under the federal laws of the time, was created to pass through these funds. This interlocal agreement was amended a number of times, including in 1984, where the signatories contemplated what would be the responsibility of the signatories for debts that could not be paid with federal funds. And they entered into an amendment to the interlocal agreement setting forth a funding formula. The funding formula that is relevant to us today provided that for any of these debts that could not be paid by federal funds, the City of Las Vegas would pay 42%, Clark County would pay 42%, North Las Vegas would pay 9%, Henderson would pay 5%, and Boulder City would pay 2%. Around 2000, there was a change in federal law, and the Board of Nevada Business Services decided to take advantage of this change in federal law, which permitted a private corporation, if you will, to pass through these funds. And so in 2000, a vote was taken to eliminate Nevada Business Services, and the next day Nevada Business Services, Inc. was created. This is relevant because the employees of Nevada Business Services, the governmental entity, had an employment contract and were represented by the Las Vegas City Employees Association. This employment contract provided that if there was to be a reduction in force, formal written notice had to be given. The executive director of Nevada Business Services did not give this formal written notice before he executed 100% reduction in force. The union, Las Vegas City Employees Union, in behalf of this group of employees, grieved this matter to the Employee Management Relations Board, and they prevailed. The grievance they chose to file was against Nevada Business Services, a now defunct organization without assets, and the City of Las Vegas. They could have chosen to file this grievance against all the signatories, but for their own reasons, which I don't know, they just chose the City of Las Vegas. Here was the rub, because under the rules of practice before the Employees Management Relations Board, there is no capability to third party in other defendants. And so we ended up, in essence, with a judgment against us. Nevada Business Services and the City of Las Vegas sought judicial review of this under the rules of NRS 233B before a state district judge, and ultimately the judge ruled in behalf of the Las Vegas City Employees Association. Nevada Business Services and the City of Las Vegas took an appeal before the Nevada Supreme Court, and that's where the matter is now. Under the rules of practice of the Nevada Supreme Court, all civil appeals are subject to mediation or arbitration, where a settlement judge is appointed by the court to get together with the parties and see if something can be worked out. Such a meeting occurred last year, and the Las Vegas City Employees Association agreed to settle this matter for $650,000. This would be an amount that would be exclusive of interest that had accrued on their cause of action. And so they were giving up something. Having said that, I bring this matter before you and with an agenda item that asks you to authorize the city manager to pay the city's 42% of $650,000, which would be $273,000, if the other signatories to the interlocal agreement legally authorize their contractually required sums. That is, if the Clark County Commission authorizes their manager to pay $273,000, if the North Las Vegas City Council authorizes their manager to pay $58,500, and if the city managers of Henderson and Boulder City agree to pay $32,500 and $13,000 respectively.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Henry? I have a couple. One, in the appeal to the Supreme Court, did we raise the issue of not being able to bring in third-party defendants?
The matter has not been briefed yet. There would be 2 or 3 issues that I believe that we would bring to the Nevada Supreme Court. That would be one. Okay, because it seems patently unfair that if the fault lies with another jurisdiction, that we get saddled with the bill. But, that's for another day and maybe another dollar, but that's something that concerns me. I'm interested in how the formula was fixed between the various jurisdictions, but that really is not the main issue. If I were North Las Vegas and doesn't have a judgment against me, why would I come up with any money? Why would Boulder City come up with any money, or Henderson, if they don't have a judgment against them? In my opinion, the interlocal agreement that sets the funding formula going back to 1984 requires them to step up and pay this amount, because the judgment is not only against the City of Las Vegas, but against Nevada Business Services. And because of that, all the signatories have an obligation.
Okay, assuming arguendo that Henderson says, I'm not paying, what happens?
Well, under this agenda item, if you were to vote on this agenda item as it's written and authorize the payment, and Henderson or any of the other signatories did not step up, then your city manager could not expend the funds. There would not be a settlement. We would brief this matter before the Nevada Supreme Court and see how we did.
Okay. All right. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you. Mr. Henry, in your opinion, if we were to not go along with this settlement, in other words, all the parties, for whatever reason, aren't on board, or if we decide not to do it, what is our potential exposure on the high side?
I believe that at this time our potential exposure is $850,000 to $900,000, and depending on how long it takes the Nevada Supreme Court to rule on this matter, the clock keeps running on the interest.
That's the total amount that would be subject to the formula distribution you talked about.
Yes.
So our portion theoretically could go from the 273 up to $300,000 or $400,000.
Well, I mean, we're assuming a situation where the other jurisdictions won't step forward, and if they don't, the current judgments against us and MBS is defunct, has no assets, and so the judgment's against us. And so ultimately, under the scenario that you draw out, we could be paying in excess of $850,000, $900,000.
It is your recommendation on behalf of the City of Las Vegas to enter into this type of settlement?
It is.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilman Weekly, you want to go before I do?
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask the question, and would that be simply because of the fact that we are signed on as a fiscal agent, and maybe the other municipalities, I don't think that they are? Is that what's tying us to this?
No, what's tying us to this is that the complaint that was brought by the Las Vegas City Employees Association originally was against us, the City of Las Vegas, and Nevada Business Services. And so the judgment, joint and several, is against us and Nevada Business Services, but they have no assets.
But isn't that because, I mean, you're saying if the City of Las Vegas is bought into it because those MBS employees wanted the assumption that they were members of the CEA. Not official City of Las Vegas employees, but because they were under the auspices of the City of Las Vegas' union. And that also, too, Mark Benson, who is our finance director, is signed on as a fiscal agent. Is that our tie-in? Because I think the other municipalities don't have the same type of tie-in that we have.
Well, fundamentally, we all have the same tie-in, which is that contractual obligation dating back to 1984. In addition, if we go back to the action taken in 2000, the two actors amongst the signatories that were doing perhaps relevant things were Clark County, who provided a deputy district attorney to give legal advice on this breakup of MBS and conversion to MBS Inc., and the City of Las Vegas that was giving management support services, including financial services. I suspect, without knowing, that that's why Las Vegas City Employees Association decided to name us but not name the others.
Councilor Ross?
I'd like the two gentlemen to introduce themselves before I go on, Your Honor, if that's all right with your permission.
My name is Bruce Snyder. I'm the General Counsel for the Las Vegas City Employees Association. Excuse me. I have Tommy Ricketts, our president, here today. We also have a couple of the class members, Diana Reed, Waters, and some others sitting down there. Couple statements. The EMRB and the court did not find that there was liability on the city just because they were doing administrative tasks. They actually found in their findings that the city was a joint employer of the NBS employees, and there's 23 of them in the class, by the way. That it went beyond the fact that the city was providing financial support services or human resource support services, that there was actually an intertwining or intermingling, and that they were in effect city employees. Also want to mention that it was more than just NBS closing on June 30th and NBS Inc. opening on July 1st. That what the EMRB and the court both found is that the reason for doing so was anti-union animus, that the employees who were active in the union were not retained by NBS Inc., and that the NBS Inc. refused to recognize the collective bargaining agreement or the union as the representative of those employees. And so that certain employees lost their job. Those that were hired by the new entity were retained at other than their contractually negotiated rates of pay and benefits. And that's why the action was brought. I was not the attorney of record at the time the complaint was filed, so I cannot speak as to all the issues as to why certain people were included as defendants and others were not. But there were other defendants besides NBS and the City of Las Vegas. There was also the Job Training Board, which is now defunct. There was the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board, which still exists, and Councilman Ross, I believe, sits on that or is the chair. And there's also the Chief Local Elected Officials Consortium. These latter two entities, it's our understanding, it's our belief that they control the intergovernmental agreement that sets aside which entity pays which percentage on issues like this. And although we are grateful that you are going to recommend today $273,000 as your share, we had hoped that since there is a big liability, we believe we will prevail at the Supreme Court, just as we have prevailed at the MRB and at the District Court. And by the time the Supreme Court renders its decision, this case will be about $1 million to $1.1 million. And there's joint and several liabilities, so we can just come back after the city for the full amount. And your entire exposure could be a lot more than the $273 today. It was our hope today that you were going to recommend the whole $650, then turn around and through action on your behalf seek contribution from the other entities by enforcing that intergovernmental agreement. By doing so, you would reduce your ultimate exposure that you would have under this case should we prevail at the Supreme Court, and the other entities in the meantime do not agree to settle. If I was some of the other entities, maybe I would not settle because they were not named as defendants. And so, for example, Boulder City, I'm not sure if they're going to settle. And there, with their small contribution, could put a hindrance and could totally up greatly your liability potential for the future. So we were hoping that you would recommend the whole $650, turn around, and in the future take appropriate legal action to recover the difference between $650 and $273 by enforcing the agreement. The other alternative would be to have the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board directly approve the whole $650, and that board itself enforce all the entities who belong to that board, all the different jurisdictions, force them to contribute, including yourself, to contribute your share. So that's another way of resolving the issue.
We're sort of in a blind spot here as far as whether or not we'll ever be able to get any kind of enforcement from the other entities, assuming that we would follow your suggestion, which I'm not of the mind to do at this point. It bothers me greatly that there's a law in effect that doesn't allow us to bring in the other parties so that they would be a party to the lawsuit and be subject to whatever liability there is at the end of the day. That seems to be a legitimate appellate issue to me. But how do you respond to that, on that issue? Because we don't have we don't have the pleadings before us, and basically we're relying on briefings from our city attorney's office as to how to go on this thing. But on that issue, how do we stand on the, how do you evaluate the issue as to whether or not a law which would preclude a defendant from bringing in third-party defendants to share in the liability, how that will stand up?
Thank you. It's my understanding that the city did file a motion to dismiss when the complaint was first filed with the EMRB on this very issue, that all the necessary parties were not named as defendants. That motion to dismiss was not granted. Later on it was raised, I believe, at the hearing, and the EMRB stated that there were, although that perhaps not all the parties that could have been named were named, that the parties that were named were sufficient to go forward. This was an item that the city and I believe the county both raised in front of Judge Tagliati, and her decision was about 60 pages and took about a year to write, and I can give all of you a copy. Sorry. She went into great detail as to that. Although it may not have been the best thing, it did pass muster, and that that the case could go forward, and we won. And
is there actually a law that says you can't bring in third-party defendants?
I'm not aware of that, but I guess right now that's neither here nor there. I mean, it's past the MRB. It's past the Judge Supreme Court.
It is an appellate issue, or it may be an appellate issue. Okay, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Councilor Russ?
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Henry, appreciate your presentation. Mr. Snyder, yours as well. This isn't one of the most favorite things we get to deal with as public servants here on this council, Your Honor, and it's quite unfortunate. This is simply, we need to do what's right. Years ago, a collective bargaining item was ignored by a previous director, and do you remember the director's name, Mr. Henry, at the time?
Richard Blue.
Mr. Blue had either neglected to or on purpose had ignored this collective bargaining issue, which has been a great concern of mine. These employees were displaced, and as a result of these bad choices, and this could have been avoided easily enough by following that collective bargaining agreement. As we've already heard today, this has gone through a tremendous process. The ones that are suffering from this are, of course, those employees who lost their jobs and are part of this suit. The item, gentlemen, on the agenda today is our portion of the settlement, and I think it's only right that we as a city be proactive in this approach. Right now, with this dollar amount, our share of 42%, because we need to be the lead here, an example in regards to the other municipalities that share a cost in this. To my colleagues, I want to share that with you. We certainly could have put that entire amount on the agenda, but I don't think that would have given them the opportunity to participate. Each municipality needs to put this on their agendas for approval. I have not received, and I'm sharing this with my council members and Your Honor, any inclination that any of them are dodging their financial responsibility as to their portion of this settlement. And until that time, I'm going to move forward with good faith. And just to correct you, Mr. Snyder, I'm the chairman of the Local Elected Officials Consortium. I wouldn't want the responsibility of chairman of the Southern Ohio Workforce Board. But this is, again, one of those challenges that occurred years ago. And it's unfair if we continue to draw this out. And Mr. Snyder, Mr. Ricketts, you have my commitment that I will work closely with the other municipalities to get this to some kind of closure. This is our portion of it. We're gonna stand by that and do what's right. And I would ask my fellow constituents to do the same in supporting that.
And I appreciate that. I'm going to do it on the proviso that we get an answer within, well, you try to get an answer within 30 days from the others, because I don't want the interest to keep on running if they're not going to settle it. I want it brought back to us.
Well, Mayor, as it stands right now, as I understand it, the interest does not keep on running because there's an offer on the table.
Okay.
The last I heard, there was to be a meeting of finance directors about this tomorrow.
Okay.
If you're going to put a time limit on it, given how long it takes to get things on council agendas and commission agendas. I wonder if you'd be willing to go as long as 45 days.
Well, certainly. What I want to do is I want to stop the interest from running against us. If we're going to approve our portion today, we shouldn't be penalized if it breaks down with the other jurisdictions.
Your Honor?
Yes.
There was originally a deadline in February that was extended, and now the settlement judge has extended the deadline again until April 12th to get all the entities on board. So,
okay, well, that's
ambitious. If it looks like it's really going to happen, we would always be willing to extend it, but there's got to be a certain time where everybody needs to either vote it up or vote it down.
I agree with you. I agree. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question? Whoops, you wanted to ask a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Talking with Councilman Ross, and we're committing to pay this, but we're committing to pay this only if the others pay theirs. Should we just make our commitment to pay what we know is ours? Is there a reason why we don't do that?
Well, yes, because if we just paid $273,000, I suspect that the CEA would be glad to take it, but it would not get us off the hook. If the others didn't come in with their money for the agreed settlement price of $650, then the CEA would proceed against the city and MBS in the Nevada Supreme Court.
I just don't know the hardship because I wasn't here at the time all this happened, the hardship for those individuals that were involved. And it seems to me what you're saying today is, at a minimum, the $273 is what we owe. We may owe more if the others don't contribute. Am I misunderstanding that? But don't we owe the $273 one way or the other?
Your Honor, can I answer that for the Councilwoman?
Is there a legal aspect to this I'm not understanding?
Well, there's perhaps a legal aspect that I haven't adequately explained, Councilwoman. We either have a settlement at $650 or we don't.
Mr. Henry, give me a second here, if I might. We are on the hook for the entire amount, Councilwoman. We are the ones who are responsible for this settlement agreement.
This whole 600 and something.
Correct.
As the court rules right now.
The City of Las Vegas.
Right.
Per the interlocal agreement that we have with the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board and the other municipalities, their portions are adjusted by percentages. This is our percentage of that settlement. So basically, we could have put this entire amount on the agenda to be paid, and then we, the City of Las Vegas, would be chasing the other municipalities. No. I would like to give the county, the City of Henderson, the other municipalities the opportunity to step up to the plate and do the right thing. So this is our portion of that interlocal agreement amount.
And I understand that. It's what you're doing is you're making it as what we plan to do with the hope that they will step up and do what they should do.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could say a few words.
Certainly, Mr. Ricketts.
Tommy Ricketts, President, Las Vegas City Employees Association. I inherited this having become the president in 1999, having gone over to Nevada Business Services and having known quite a few people that had transferred over there from working here in the tower. I got to know quite a few of them pretty good. We had several reps who were very active in our association. This was our third bargaining group, which was a very small group, but they had a contract that there was a lot of things in that contract and there was a lot of issues. Having sat through all the hearings, having participated in this from the start, I want to see this through. I wanted to take the opportunity to at least address the fact that there have been instances in the past where this was, in my opinion, neglected. Nobody wanted to deal with it. And unfortunately, sometimes you can agree to disagree, but I've got to say for the record, having sat through this and having seen the individuals that we represented that were displaced and out of work, everybody can point somebody else to be out to be the villain. The last thing I want to do, I think I have a very good working relationship with the City of Las Vegas, as do the employees, and as do, I feel, the same relationship with all of you on the council. This wasn't done in mean spirit or anything else. I think the individual who was the executive director of MBS, who was also the executive director of MBS Inc., 4 months before they shut the doors, as was found out by the MRB during hearings, there was some very definite anti-union animus going on. Not in essence directly by the city of Las Vegas. I don't feel that. I don't think that was the case. But I think that there was a responsibility and a tie because it was happening under the city's nose. The last thing I want to do is continue this, but I did want to take the opportunity to at least the two individuals I believe that are here from MBS to at least address you or have that opportunity if that's allowed, Your Honor. And also think that, on a separate note, regardless of which way you go, I want to make sure that we go down the right road and we heal these wounds the best way we can and continue to make this, I guess, the example in the Valley. Nothing against the other entities, but I'm proud to work for the city. I'm proud to represent the employees that we represent. Councilman Weekly, you'll be in New Digs next time I see you probably. But I got to tell you, on a party note, since I want to at least give you my thanks, we've endorsed you on every term. You were a city employee, saw you in the hallways. You've always been an upstanding example of what a city employee should be. I got to tell you, you taught me one thing. You got to get respect. And if you don't have that, and if you don't stand up for what you believe in, you only have you to blame. So thank you. I appreciate the example that you've set for me and the leaders of my organization as to what you should be in the community and also what you should be at work. So thank you. I'd like to introduce Diana Reed. She was a claimant in the suit and was one of the individuals that was one of our reps that was displaced, humiliated, and it left a very bad taste in my mouth. And at the same time, it happened under the city's nose. So with that, Diana.
Reed?
Hello. And as they meant, my name is Diana Reed Waters. I was one of those employees. This has been going on now for 6 years. It's been effective since 2000. Councilman Women asked about how were the employees displaced. Believe me, we were definitely harmed by this. A lot of folks were very close to retirement. It affected the retirement benefits, medical benefits. It affected us harshly. Also, this was stipulated where they're only paying for 2 years. They're not paying for 6 years. This could have been pushed on to say, hey, pay for 6 years. We've given up a lot. Plus, there are still employees that are displaced, have not had another job. And as you said, you were picked out and chosen as being a troublemaker, so therefore you were not open for any other type of municipality position. So the best I can suggest and request is that you do something to honor this. This has been going on way too long. And myself and several other employees have suffered tremendously as a result of this.
Thank you. Would you like the other? Would anybody else like to speak? Who was
Sandra Martinez.
Why don't you come up?
Come up with Sandra.
Please tell us who you are for the record.
My name is Sandra Martinez, Councilman and members of the City Council. I don't think I could say it any better than Ms. Reed has already done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Henry, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, fine.
Your Honor,
Yes.
A question. Who would be responsible for the actions of the executive director? Would the bylaws call out that?
I don't know. Generally, the board is responsible for the actions of the executive director or the chief operating officer.
I guess, Mayor, you brought it up earlier, and maybe there's an obligation out there, but I just think that if that board was the governing body for that executive director's actions, then it appears to me that there'd be some linkage back to a legal responsibility of the board members.
That could well be. We hear that it was defunct, or what was the word that you used? Bankrupt, or
it
had no assets?
Yeah. Legally, it stopped existing.
I understand, but the actions of those who were responsible for what appears to be an act of mistreatment of city employees, you would think that they would be held financially responsible. I know that if, in fact, I'm not going to point my finger at anyone, but if the director was responsible for this, I mean, he could have to respond in money damages, not just us.
Each one of the signatories provided an elected official to sit on this board, Mayor.
No, I appreciate that, but I heard the name of somebody else who apparently was the director or in charge of Mr.
He could
Blue.
be sitting on your council.
Excuse me?
No.
Your Honor,
Sorry to strike that comment.
Your Honor, if I can make a comment. Keep in mind, Nevada Business Services was the government entity receiving the federal dollars to provide worker training opportunities. When the federal law changed, it went from Nevada Business Services, the government entity, to Nevada Business Services, a 501c3 corporation. And thus, I think it was the establishment of the Southern Nevada Workforce Investment Board. I'm not sure on my timelines. Councilman Weekly, am I getting clear? Am I close?
You are.
So, once that transition took place, the release of all these employees occurred. That transition still could have taken place if the director was following the collective bargaining agreement.
And that's my point. My point is, if the director did something wrong, it seems so many times people get off the hook.
Well,
walk away.
I want to throw one caveat in there, Your Honor. I don't know who the legal counsel was at the time. Mr. Henry, you can probably answer that. But our legal counsel for the Southern Nevada Workforce Board at this time is a member of the District Attorney's Office from the county. So, and Mr. Henry, if I'm correct, was that the same way prior in years past?
My understanding is, and I inquired into this, as I previously stated some time ago, at the time that this Nevada Business Services stopped existing, and then the next day Nevada Business Services, Inc. started existing, the city provided management support, which was so intensive that it is true that EMRB found us to, in essence, be an employer. But the county, through a deputy district attorney, provided legal advice.
Was it good advice?
No. I've spoken to the deputy district attorney who chose not to advise the client to give this legal notice.
I don't know. I think we're letting people off the hook too easily here, but that doesn't have anything to do with the question of the settlement. But something doesn't smell right to me. It really doesn't.
Your Honor, if I could,
yes.
At that time, I was involved in some meetings where it wasn't like dealing with the city. I got to tell you, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that on a daily basis. I think the city, even though we've agreed to disagree, the legal counsel, the legal team here, we've got along professionally. This probably wouldn't be the same case, but from day one, when these issues were coming about and when issues in the workplace were brought to my attention, it was very upsetting. The advice and the very, I guess, arrogance or sarcastic way that it was presented was, you don't have to listen to them, don't worry about it. At the same light, the same individual is representing this case and has from the existence of this in 1999. So I just wanted to tell you that it's still the same individual.
It stinks. It stinks. It really smells. It stinks. And I feel that we have to limit our liability. I understand where you're coming from. I just hope that your faith in your fellow elected officials in the other jurisdictions is warranted.
Well, and I hope so too, Your Honor. And it's important that we move forward with this in a good faith effort. We need to bring some closure to this.
I understand.
And I'll do my best to make that happen for the CEA. But this is just an example, and not only to our city manager's office, but to us as elected public servants, is that every board we serve on, everything that we have the city's name is tied to, we need to pay attention to what's going on so this doesn't occur again. So employees aren't displaced, so collective bargaining agreements are met and lived up to. Again, I can't emphasize more how this could have been avoided, and we wouldn't be having this discussion today.
I appreciate that.
Your Honor, one last thing.
Yes.
If this, through you to Councilman Ross, if the other entities do not vote on this, in lieu of going all the way through the Supreme Court and the expenditures, I would just ask the council to do the right thing and reconsider a motion or an agenda item that would address this issue on behalf of these employees so that they can get on with their lives and we can kind of close this wound in lieu of going through the Supreme Court hearings.
I appreciate that. All right, Councilman Brown.
Your Honor, my sense is that we want to hold this until our April 4th meeting. But are we going to take any action as far as the monetary?
Yes, I think that the appropriate motion would be, based on what I've heard, a move to pay the $273,000 and then start immediately to get the balance from.
The agenda item, Mayor, is to authorize the city manager to pay the $273 if the other municipalities.
Right, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Right, but do it quickly.
Right.
So these people can get their money.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to follow that recommendation with the direction from the board also to get some kind of written communication with the other entities indicating that we are on a timeline here. So it's not just a communication breakdown that they can wait 90 days or 120 days. Right. So that would be my motion.
Well, we have that April deadline there, which is good.
Right, it's April 12th, and we would also be willing to meet with whatever entities you need, provided the other attorneys in the case agree.
Very good. All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership, change of business name, and change of location, non-operational for tavern license, subject to the revision of fire codes and health department regulations to Sterling Venue Ventures Las Vegas LLC, doing business as the Canyon Club at 202 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3. Steve Fiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant today does meet the requirements for consideration of temporary approval of this change of ownership, change of business name, and change of location. And my recommendation would be to approve this temporary license with the conditions involved, provisions of fire codes and health department regulations, and additionally for the council to grant the director or designee the authority to issue a permanent license if the investigation comes back in a favorable manner, or extend a temporary license if it's not completed during that 6-month period of time.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Marion Perry with the law firm of Ballard Spahr, Andrews & Ingersoll, 300 South 4th Street, representing Sterling Venue Ventures, Las Vegas. You've said it all. I'd like to just show you a couple pictures if you don't.
I'd like to see
if you're
them.
interested in it, because I know this was brought up in the state of the city.
That's correct.
And let's see, is this the best?
You have the overhead, please.
Let's see if we can figure out the best placement of these.
There we go.
Since we're still under construction, what I have are pictures of the Canyon Club number 1, which is in Agoura Hills, California. And as you mentioned, we are going to be leasing, or we are leasing it under construction for opening within the Four Queens. And we are purchasing a license from Mr. Cottle from Jose Hogs, which is no longer open on West Sahara. We will be offering great entertainment. I actually looked up to see what types of entertainment were on the website for the California location and found Wayne Newton, Pat Benatar, and Jay Leno all scheduled in the next few months, and so we're hoping to be able to bring that same type of stuff here, in addition to a great menu. We also, I confirmed with the Office of Redevelopment this morning that if you can't really see it on the screen, but right here I have a picture of the facade that will be presented through, and I want to make sure I get this full name right, the Fremont East Entertainment District VIP program, and that should be coming before you, I'm told, at the end of March or beginning of April, so very soon. And as soon as construction is done, and we're happy, of course, we will go along with conditions that involve us satisfying fire, health, all those types of things to open, and appreciate you following his recommendation. I also would like to put in the record how much my client appreciates staff working with us on this application. Because of the extensive business backgrounds of the investors in this, the application was probably over 4 feet high. And everyone was very, very good about me and bringing in my dolly and my briefcases and going through all these, and we really appreciate the work of your office, because I put it together and I know it wasn't fun, so I can't imagine what it was to review it.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any questions? All right, Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval, subject to conditions as put on the record by Mr. DiFiore.
When will it be open and running?
As soon as we get our building permits?
And when would that be? Do you have any idea? Mr. DiFiore, could you help me on that?
I'm going to say within 30 to 45 days.
That's the hope.
Okay, because I had spoken to Mr. Cordell. I was under the impression it was going to open up December 31st, to be quite frank with you.
And they're working around the clock to get it done. That's what I know.
Very important venue for downtown. It's the
I
first
absolutely agree.
strip-type club that's going to be in the downtown area. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't say strip club. I said strip-like club. There's a big difference, okay? We got plenty of strip clubs here. Okay, 52 is discussion and possible action on a review of conditions of a tavern license and a gaming license for Scotch 80s Limited, doing business as Squiggy's, 530 South Martin Luther King Boulevard in Ward 5. I think I have to abstain from this. I did last time based on my relationship with Mr. Piper. We see each other all the time. We're neighbors, and I would feel very uncomfortable voting on this. Excuse me? Oh, the record is, yes, I read it in. Yes.
Good morning.
Okay, Councilman and members of the council, today we're here to hear a request, I believe, from Mr. Piper and Mr. Bunch for an extension of time on their license. As you may recall, in August of 2006, in lieu of proceeding with disciplinary action on the license for Squiggy's, the council voted to add conditions to their license, and one of those conditions was to require the applicant or the licensee to sell the business within a 6-month period of time. However, there was a caveat, and if that did not take place, the licenses would be automatically revoked. But there was a caveat to that. If they had a buyer who had his application submitted, deposit money in escrow, submitted to the office and submitted to the State Gaming Control Board, they could make a request for an extension of that 6-month period of time to allow the investigation to go through, to allow the new buyer to come forward for the City Council consideration for approval. And that application has been submitted to our office, and so they're here today to make a request for extension of time.
Mayor, may I be heard, please?
Mr. Henry?
Thank you. Because this matter is in litigation, and because an issue in the litigation, the central issue in the litigation is whether or not the conditions on their liquor license were changed as part of the disciplinary item or as part of the separate agenda item that was before you that day. I'd like to clarify for the record that, having read the transcript, that it's my understanding that there were 2 items before you that day. One was the obeyed disciplinary item, which had gone more than 60 days, and which you found you no longer had jurisdiction, and you did not proceed on that. There was a separate agenda item to add conditions to their license, including the ones that Mr. DiFiore mentioned, and that was the one that you did proceed on and add those conditions to their license. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Brooke Bolke on behalf of Callister and Reynolds, and along with me are our clients, Danny Piper and Joe Bunch, owners of Scotch 80s Limited, DBA Squiggy's. At this time, Scotch 80s Limited has complied with all of the conditions that have been placed on their license, and specifically are working in order to sell the business within the 6-month probationary period that we were given. Specifically, we are currently in escrow, and proof has been provided to the city attorney's office. The City of Las Vegas application has been provided to the City of Las Vegas Business License Department. Our application has been presented to the State of Nevada Gaming Control. Further, Squiggy's continues to maintain hours of operation that you previously set for us, specifically opening at 10 a.m. with the last call at 1 a.m. and closing the doors at 2 a.m. We're currently still strictly enforcing the ID requirements, which prevents anyone under the age of 25 from entering the premises. And because we have not been unable to sell the business prior to this time, we would be requesting another 6-month conditional extension. We are currently, like I said, we are currently in escrow to sell the business, but it's our understanding that for specific licensing reasons, the purchasers need approximately that amount of time in order to finalize the sale.
Comments or questions from the board?
I'd just like to know what Jim feels about this.
Well, I know that one of the conditions was on the extension of time was that they would come back to the city council within 30-day increments to see just where the investigation on the buyer is at that point in time. I think the 6 months might be a little too much period of time down the road. I would probably suggest to the council more in the term of 60 days so that we can find out where we are with the sale and the close of escrow, and as well as giving you an update as to where the investigation is on the new buyer.
And we would be more than happy to comply with a 60-day status check as well.
Councilman Wickman?
No questions?
Yes, I'm sorry. Councilman Brown, thank you. Maybe I missed something. I was in the back room for just a minute, but Jim, are they in compliance with everything that is listed as it states in this agenda item, that they could appeal to the council for an extension if they have a signed sales agreement with a deposit in escrow? They have that?
Yes, they have.
Okay. An application for transfer of ownership filed with Business Services and a new gaming application filed with State Gaming and Business Services. They have all of those things in place?
They have those all submitted.
Thank you.
I would add that given the 60-day period of time, I would add that the conditions that were imposed by the City Council on August 16th would remain in effect.
And City Council members and Mr. Mayor, we'd also like reconsideration of 2 of those items. Number 1 is the age restriction. Currently we're having problems with Gaming Control Board, and unfortunately I don't have a copy of the letter to show you today. But Gaming Control Board has advised us that it is a violation of NRS statutes to refrain from allowing people under 25 years of age into an establishment where there is gaming. They specifically stated that the law allows for all members of the public aged 21 and over for entrance into establishments with gaming control. So that would be the reason why we'd be humbly asking you to reconsider that restriction. Number 2, we'd also ask that you reconsider the restriction forcing us to close our doors at 2 a.m. Gaming establishments, although they don't require that the doors be open 24 hours, they do recommend it. And we've been in numerous negotiations with the Gaming Control Board trying to explain why these conditions were in place against our license and why we've been transacting the business the way we have been.
Is that it? Okay. All right. First of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Piper. I spoke with Mr. Piper a couple weeks ago. I appreciate you filling me in on what was going on with y'all, and I appreciate the communications. As it relates to the recommendation by staff, I'll move for that recommendation for the 60 days. Attorney Bocchio, as it relates to the age restriction, I can delete that one, and I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with the time. I'd like to leave that in place until we see what happens after the 60 days. Okay? That'll be my motion, please.
Thank you,
You're welcome. Thank you all very much.
And notwithstanding those changes, also including those that were approved on August 16th, 2006?
Yes, sir.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
April 18th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item 56, the Historic Preservation Commission, the term of Janet Ruth White expires March 6, 2007. Mayor Pro Tem advised me that Ms. White desires to remain on the commission. Bob Stoddall spoke to the Mayor Pro Tem, and he has no objection. His only concern is that Ms. White's attendance be exemplary. So on that basis, I will move to have her term
appointed, that Janet Ruth White be appointed to the Historic Preservation Commission for another term. That's the motion. Please vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 57 is Bill number 2007-6. It levies assessment for Special Improvement District number 1506, Fremont Street pedestrian improvements from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to have the bill read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2007-6, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1506, Fremont Street pedestrian improvements, Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street, providing for the payment of the cost and expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the cost of local improvements against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
Thank you. Did you wish to be heard on this?
Very briefly.
Certainly.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, and incidentally candidate for election as mayor. This item refers to the area 1506, which essentially is Fremont East, the 6 blocks of the downtown entertainment overlay district. Is that correct?
Well, 3 blocks on both sides of Fremont Street.
That's 2 times 3. Somewhere, 6. You're right. And a very important element of this project has to do with the medallions with text, commemorative text, that will be embedded in the sidewalk as an improvement. Be aware, and I'm sure you are if you did your research, there are 18 total medallions, 14 of which have no direct bearing whatsoever to the 6-block area. However, they run a cost of about $7,000 apiece. And if the purpose of the medallions is to attract and create a continuity of touch and exchange bucks and interest in that particular vicinity for the purpose of benefiting somebody, maybe the merchants of the city somehow, it'd be a good idea to have them relatable to that district. On the other hand, curiously, the names of persons who did have a direct relatability to that district do not appear anywhere in that list or the other one. For example, Dale Evans and Roy Rogers, Trigger, and what's his name? The old gentleman. Katie Hayes. Rex Bell, Clara Bow, the world-famed It Girl. Her name's not on there. Jackie Gordon, and no expert, well known for many, many years, and who have several properties, including the El Cortez. Another name, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, who bought the El Cortez in 1946 before he opened the Flamingo a year or so later. And the people who have appeared in the El Cortez when it did have entertainment, and it did, had a showroom and a lounge. And people who appeared in that venue, for example, include Johnny Hayden, the MC comic vocalist, Richard Green, trumpeter, Sigurd Macy, a cocktail drummer and vocalist, and Tom McGowan, a pianist. You don't have to include my name any place, but I'll tell you this much. You're paying for all of that, the vast majority of that element of medallions for no particular reason. So if you have a reason for paying it, you might want to address the public record and explain why, for the sake of your constituents. And just as a footnote, Mr. Mayor, you also may want to revisit item 44 and accept the city manager's report. You might have glossed over that unintentionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard on this issue?
My name is Anthony Hodge. I live 123 St. David Way. Mr. Mayor, from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th, this vineyard that's going to take place is going to be an extension of the Fremont Street experience.
No.
But the street, may I finish, please? Is the street going to be closed? And it's going to be like a pedestrian walk situation and there'll be no traffic? Is that the way I'm looking at it? For the area itself? Are you you're not, you can answer, yeah, sure.
Thank you. There'll be no traffic.
So that's what I say. There'll be a pedestrian. Will you explain it?
Mr. Adams, do you want to explain exactly what's happening here?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're widening the sidewalks, we're narrowing.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. We're simply widening sidewalks to make more room on the sidewalks for pedestrian movement, narrowing the street, but we're not closing the street to through traffic. Now, there may be events occasionally, just like any part of a downtown, where the streets may get closed at some point. The plan is not for any permanent closure of the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Very good. Okay, Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 58, 59, bills 2007-5 and 2007-7 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting. We'll move on to the new bills. The new bills, which are items 60 and 61, bills 2007-8 and 2007-9, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, March 6, 2007. Mr. Henry, could you read those, please?
Yes, Mayor. Bill number 2007-8, an ordinance to eliminate certain information gathering and reporting requirements for the Department of Fire and Rescue regarding the transportation of hazardous materials within the city and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2007-9, an ordinance to make various corrections, clarifications, and adjustments to the land use tables to clarify certain use and development standards and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, will you be available on the March 6th?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councilman Ross, will you be available?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. I'll assign these bills to you for your consideration. The City Council meeting is in recess, and we'll move on to our redevelopment agency meeting. The redevelopment agency meeting of February 21st, 2007 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of January 17, 2007. I have a motion to approve the minutes, please.
No comments or questions? Move for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 4 through 8. Item number 4 is discussion and possible action regarding a construction management agreement in the amount of $364,956.80, redevelopment agency special revenue fund, and the related contingency amount with Harris and Associates to provide construction management during the rehabilitation of the historic Fish Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South in Ward 3. Item number 5 is discussion and possible action regarding a designated services agreement in the amount of $64,215, redevelopment agency special revenue fund, and the related contingency amount with Harris and Associates for material testing, special inspections, and abatement monitoring during the rehabilitation of the historic Fish Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Item number 6 is discussion and possible action on the dedication of land for additional sidewalk and bus turnout as required by the rehabilitation of the historic Fish Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South. Item number 7, discussion and possible action on an interlocal agreement between the Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency and the Las Vegas Valley Water District to provide a connection for a water supply to support the fire sprinkler system needed for the rehabilitation of the historic Fish Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South. And item number 8, discussion and possible action to direct redevelopment agency staff accordingly on the development of the necessary structure and organization to allow the use of new market tax credits and historic tax credits as a means to offset a portion of the rehabilitation expenses of the historic Fifth Street School located at 400 Las Vegas Boulevard South. These are all in Ward 3. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Preface to all these items, these all respect Fifth Street School and the fact that the Fifth Street School project is now out for bid. We are now using these items to get ourselves in a position to move forward to the actual construction of the renovation of the Fifth Street School into space for a major community center as well as space for various nonprofits that would eventually occupy the center and really create a center for the arts downtown. The first item, item number 4, is for procurement of construction management services to actually oversee and be our on-site construction project manager during the actual renovation process. Item number 5 is, and that's for $364,956.80 with Harris and Associates. Item number 2 is with the same firm for materials testing, special inspections, and abatement monitoring during the same process for $64,215. Both of these were done for us by the Architectural Services Division of Public Works using our standard internal consultant selection procedures, and staff recommends approval of those 2 items for those professional services.
All right, how about 6, 7, and 8?
Item 6 is a dedication of land for additional sidewalk and bus turnout areas along the Las Vegas face of the 5th Street School. What we're trying to do there is match up the width of the sidewalks to the north and south ends of the school so that there'll be uniform sidewalk width on that segment of Las Vegas Boulevard. And we've been working with the RTC on a bus turnout to actually have an area for a bus turnout so that buses can get out of the flow of traffic at that location. We'd actually have to grant and dedicate additional right-of-way from the RDA, who owns the 5th Street School property, to the city for those purposes. Item 7 is interlocal agreement with the Water District for providing the necessary water improvements and water services to provide fire sprinkling services for the building. It's actually an agreement that deals with all the issues that we have to encompass from the water main backwards into the building, provide water sprinkling for the building. And then item number 8 is, I've gone over this in detail in briefings. I am prepared to give you an overview, a PowerPoint overview at your election. I know time is late, but this was really asking for 2 things from you: to approve in concept moving forward with all the actions necessary to allow us to utilize new market and historic tax credits on the 5th Street School. It would involve the transfer of title, and we'll do that at the next meeting. This week meeting, we're only asking for approval in concept. The title and contracts of the 5th Street School to a not-for-profit corporation that would be taxable for tax purposes by IRS, so that we could avail ourselves of approximately $4 million in both historic and new markets tax credits that we could actually use towards the renovation costs of the 5th Street School. I'll leave it up to you as to you would like to hear the overview PowerPoint.
I think we had the briefing, so that would
Okay.
be sufficient for us unless one of the council members wants to have it repeated. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, did you wish to be heard?
Very briefly. Thank you. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. The 5th Street School is significant for 2 very important reasons in my view. Number 1, it is definitely historic. And of equal or greater significance, the programs and activities that will take place in the facility, to my understanding, are community-based. It's probably one of the very few projects in this entire redevelopment of the city that is specifically community-based. It's about this city. It would include people of this city rather than outside somewhere else. People who belong here and people who are deserving will be using the facility. And I also want to say I want to commend the director and staff of OPD for their excellent work on this project, and in particular, city employee Stoney Douglas, who has been tireless in his dedication to excellent work for the city, although very quiet, doesn't beat his own drum. But he wears a very suspicious-looking fishing hat, I think, from time to time. We may want to talk to you about that. In any case, I wholeheartedly approve and recommend that you approve of all of these items from 4 through 8 inclusively. Thank you.
Would you like to be heard, sir?
The name's Anthony Hodges. The question that I want to ask that it is under the open meeting also. I noticed pretty much all these agendas items here are basically Ward 3 with Reese, with the exception of 9, which is Mr. Weekly over there. I mean, you say, well, what that's got to do with it has a lot to do. I noticed that Mr. Reese isn't here today. I hope I'm not out campaigning because ain't nobody running against him. That's a joke. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But the objective is, I'd like to know why he's missing. Is he sick? Yes. Excuse me. Well, he's excused then. Tell him I'll send him flowers. All I need to know about this is actually a project that you have all in the same vicinity as everything else that you're doing publicly for the benefit of the community, as he was just got through stating? What are you doing here? Are we making this open for the use of the community at large, or just for the people of the city of Las Vegas? I know that word came up. See, when you have a public access, it's for everybody. And that's all I want to know. Is it whatever this vineyard is, it's going to be for the entire public? Or what?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Al Gallego, a citizen of Las Vegas. A lot of the employees of the city of Las Vegas that work at the government center use that parking lot. When they start doing all these repairs at the Fifth Street School, where are our employees going to park? They got to park here at the garage here, and walk all the way to work, or exactly where? There is no parking in that side of Fremont Street. You are putting a lot of high rises and so forth, and the parking is out of sight. People that come to pay their tickets and so forth, people that come to jury service, they can't find any parking. You ask your attorney here, Mr. Councilman Wolfson, where does he park when he comes to the government center? He probably walks from his office because there's no parking at all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know. Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. On RDA agenda items 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, move for approval.
All right, let's vote on that. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 9 is discussion and possible action regarding an estoppel certificate to Hypo Real Estate Capital Corporation concerning the first amended and restated owner participation agreement dated July 7, 2004 with WMC Roman numeral 5 Phase 1 LLC, WMC Roman numeral 1 Associates LLC, WMC Roman numeral 2 Associates LLC, WMC Roman numeral 5 Phase 2 LLC, and WMC Roman numeral 5 Phase 3 LLC, located in the northwest corner of Grand Central Parkway at Vaudeville Avenue in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Yes, on this particular item, you have seen these types of items before on the World Market Center project. The World Market Center is financing the construction of their Phase 3 building. They're looking at a construction loan in the amount of $488 million. Certainly lenders that make those kinds of loans want to be sure there's no outstanding issues with respect to any of the agreements that they have in place with the city. In this case, we have an owner participation agreement with World Market Center for TIF rebate funding. This simply asserts an estoppel that all of the conditions of that agreement are in effect in full force. There are no outstanding issues, and that we can issue an estoppel and they can move forward with their financing.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, may I have a motion, please? Councilor Weaver.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the mic, give us your name, and we'll put a 3-minute time on here, Ms. Bridges. Thank you.
Cut me down to half a second. What's going on is very beautiful. And item 9, for those beautiful, huge buildings that's going to be built, are being built, whatever, that's a masterpiece. Now, I know they say when they have the shows and everything, it's not basically open to the public. Well, it is a business entity, and we all have to accept that. That is a huge conglomerate, brings a lot of employment and brings a lot to the city. So some places, even though it's not where the public walk in, they shouldn't be insulted. So, Mr. Mayor, some of these things that your projects you're building, you should explain it to the public at large, letting them know that, hey, some businesses are not open door, but at the same time, you're going to build 8 big, huge buildings, and believe me, that's bringing a lot to the city with the beautification and so forth and so on. So a lot of times we really need to explain things to people so they won't be so raw at you, especially you, Oscar, because sometimes people kind of bend you the wrong way. I'm not defending you because I don't really like you. I love you. You know how it is. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Vincent James Walter Wiley IV. I'm the owner of Station Casinos. I've went to the assessor's office at the government center, and I respectfully request that no release of name for commercial sale be a cap to protect the possession of parcel based on a 1/7 fraction. And I respectfully request that there be a motion performed that is constitutional. And Councilman Brown, I understand you're having a few technical difficulties as a result of the chicken Florentine. The derivative metal is a titanium steel. The receipt that's required for that is a civil engineer seal. That's my state seal of approval, 1935. It's a congressional act. And in another place that you're going to have problems is the Parks and Recreation, such as the Marshals Department. You guys are going to have problems with the, you haven't been contracted by prosecution to grant you like a militant contract for Parks and Recreation, and I wanted to state that for the record. I've asked the banks to refuse any of your paychecks or any exchange of currency. You guys are going in the wrong direction. They're exchanging currency without my presence at my hotel, and you haven't done anything about it. You don't know what police work is. I don't know who your supervisor is. And I don't think I think I'm gonna hire some people that want to work in the state of Nevada, that respect the right to work in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, please.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident, former owner of Station Casinos. Believe that, I got 2 Brooklyn bridges for you, both made out of gold. And I'd like to join all others who wish Commissioner Weekly well, including Governor Gwynn. I heard him whisper that, even though he was not the one who appointed you. Contrary to what your discussion was, reference made to him, that's quite all right. Doesn't matter. You're appointed by a lot of different people. And as I say, I join those who wish you well. And don't worry, I'll be over there to see you soon, doing public comment. Just wanted to reassure you. So you can look forward to that, I'm certain of it. However, you can, at this juncture, you can remain silent. You have that right. And if you require an attorney, maybe a few available. But what I'm up here to say today, very, very simply, regarding redevelopment, very important topic, community development and redevelopment. A world-class community requires world-class people. Remember what comes first in development and redevelopment. It's not the buildings, it's the people. This is about people. This whole city is about people. And world-class extends from the top to the bottom and back again. And sideways, laterally. We're talking about official leadership. We're talking about city employees. And we're talking about the general public, general and specific. So the first order of business, as mayor of Las Vegas, following the election, if this public has a brain in their head, which they may or may not, they'll illustrate that at the time. But my first order of business will be to raise substantially the community standard of decency, ethics, morality, accountability, responsibility, and above all, conscience. I am absolutely certain that there are several members of this council currently configured and the city government departments who would be in tune with that philosophy. while others may be still maybe undecided. Who knows? But I guarantee you this. I will do that with your help or without it within 4 years. I don't require 15 minutes of fame. I died when I was 5.5 years old. Not in 3, 4, 5, 6, or 8 terms. That's not what I'm about. And I would not do it at all unless your public wants me to do it. So they're going to have to ask. It's that simple. I'm not out there promoting anybody. Nobody. I'm not campaigning. Anybody who loses by their own device in any election campaign. My view is that the public officials should not be bought. They should be elected by the will of the majority for good reason. Now, there's the case. Run with it. Thank you.
Next, please.
I just come to say goodbye to Mr. Weekly. Yeah. Mayor, you made a few jokes on the young man yourself.
You have to identify yourself.
Again? Okay. Yes. Well, my name is Anthony Hodges. 1, 2, 3, son David Way. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Whatever. But anyway, Mr. Weekly, I was over at the county yesterday, and first of the month also, and I was wishing Miss Gates, a farewell, and she was making history over there, so I let her remind her that at one time there were 5 women on the county commission, and when she leaves, there's going to be 5 men with you replacing her. So I was saying that she had this what's called a revolving gate. She was responsible for 5 women, and then she's going to now be responsible for 5 men. Maybe that don't mean a lot, but it means an awful lot. People seem to like it. Now, Mr. Weekly, one day, me and you were downtown, right after you got elected as a city councilman. Now, I'm not being offensive to you, but by you being a small structure type person, okay, hear this out. And man, let's say me, you, and Weekly was in another city in the United States. You don't have to mention who you are. You got to be cool about that. You don't mention who you are. The 3 of us walking down the street, counting all your different races. That's your Orientals and Hispanics, whatever. I would draw more attention than the 2 of y'all. I mean, you guys wouldn't be noticing. I mean, who would think that you were elected official? And you are, above all, the mayor. You would just look like a dressed businessman. He would look like, well, young man, hey, we don't need to go there. And I'll be looking like my usual self as a guy with a cowboy hat. But the truth, a real cowboy at that. But the objective is, what I'm saying, one day you were downtown, and some people were working on the streets. And one of the street workers kind of insulted you. I mean, you was on the sidewalk, and you asked me about what should you do. And I said, well, Mr. Weekly, it's your call. But I hate to admit it. If I saw you walking down the street and you wasn't flashing your badge, I'd be a little hard on you myself. I mean, I don't mean any harm by that. And another thing, you have never really gave me any respect for what, and whether we like it or not, I am the boy. That young man there gave me great respect, but me and him had a lot in common as Brotherhood Electrical Works. That's an altogether different matter. But young man, there's about 11 people applying for your job right now. Remember, before you had Ward 5 and 6, the old Ward 1 would never have put back African American into this city council under the old 5 Act. So Ward 5, when they redistricted and created the 2 new wards, they made Ward 6 that brand new ward with all the new housing and all that beautiful stuff, and then they created an area designated just to make sure the African community, hey, we got to tell it like it is, have a designated area to kind of keep themselves getting reelected. Hold on now. Now, the city of North Las Vegas only got 1 man left, and that's Mr. Robinson. When he leaves, the Hispanics are going to take over North Las Vegas, and by 2020, them and the Oriental, whatever, will take up a great proportion of this great nation. I'm going to be dead and gone, y'all, but we got to face the facts of life. The world's changing, and the United States is in the middle of it. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I just want to tell the young man, good luck to you, and I kind of paved the road for you over at the other side. And remember, you was appointed over here first, then elected. You're going over there to be appointed, and I hope you do get elected. But if some women run hard, they'll take their seat back. Have a good day, and God bless us all. Like the guy said, they're going to do his thing over at the county. Okay. Have a good day. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing done, the redevelopment agency meeting is adjourned. We'll be back here, let's say 1:15. 1:15.
Okay. I came too late. There's your word of tea.
Well, yeah, I mean, we have citizen participation at the end of sessions. Yeah, and you can on the website and all that.
No, we're gonna take Councilor Brown. We can take Councilor Brown.
Yeah, certainly. Wait for citizen participation. You have one scheduled here?
You have a good day.
See you around. Hey, they forgot a confidential book.
Yeah.
I guess we get home in there. 11?
I'm not sure.
Can you hand it over? Oh, you can't get over there, can you?
Oh, Orlando, get one?
I guess Orlando is one. Or I'm gonna get the manager. This is the manager, right? It just says deputy. And how long is he at one? Didn't say function. I wonder if Orlando is good. Okay, thank you.
Have a good one. Yeah, so I went ahead and put Reese's books are over there at Brown Station. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have one, right, for yourself? Yeah. I'm gonna go make a copy of what Mark No. No, the conditions, they are, yes. Like that. Do you want some water, Ian? Thank you. $3.7.
I tried to get my wife in it. She had a dentist appointment today. Associated Circles.
$63.89, 3.7.
Thanks, brother.
Did you get it, John? Okay, then what's I'm on the app this
I'm saying things right in front of you.
appreciate it.
Jessica put it all together. They were going to email a total fine and all that good stuff.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start the afternoon session of our agenda by calling item number 62. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Are there any requests?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Weekly.
Are you going to read 64 through 110?
64 through 110?
Well, you have items number 60.
Yeah, I was going to go through them.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, item 63 is a chronic nuisance, 1919 Fremont Street, abeyance to March 7th, 2007, requested by Councilman Reese. Item number 64, appeal concerning nuisance notice in order to comply for 900 Stewart Avenue, 216 and 222 North 9th Street, abeyance to March 7th, 2007, requested by staff. Item 89 is SUP 18655, T-Mobile USA Inc., Burke Enterprises, CTA, 1501 East Charleston Boulevard, abeyance to March 7, 2007, requested by Councilman Reese. Going on to 94 through 97, GPA 16511, ZON 16519, VAR 16525, and SDR 16522, Richmond American Homes, at the southeast corner of Smoke Ranch Road and Decatur Boulevard. Abeyance to March 7, 2007, requested by applicant. 102 to 104, ZON 17242, VAR 17244, and SDR 17247. Tusa Homes, Inc., at the northwest corner of Bradley Road and Deer Springs Way. Abeyance to March 21, 2007, requested by Councilman Ross. 105 and 106, VAR 17871, SDR 17312, Deja Vu's Little Darlings at 1508 Western Avenue. Abeyance to March 7, 2007, requested by applicant. 107 is SUP 13490, First Presbyterian Church of Las Vegas, 1619 West Charleston Boulevard. Abeyance to April 18, 2007, requested by applicant. 110 is SDR 15747, Twin Lakes Baptist Church at the northwest corner of Rainbow Boulevard and Westcliff Drive. Abeyance to April 18, 2007, requested by the applicant. Are there any other items that anybody wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, then the motion would be cover.
Yes, excuse me, Your Honor. It was my understanding that Councilman Brown may have wanted 111 to 115 to be held for 2 weeks, and
he's sitting here very silently, and I can't read his mind.
Wait a minute. Let me see if I can. No. That's scary. By the way, Your Honor, how is Councilman Reese?
Councilman Reese is he's going to be fine. He had flu-like symptoms. I'm not allowed to say. They have laws. I can't talk about it, but he's going to be fine.
Would you just let him know we're all thinking about him?
Of course
please?
we are.
Thank you.
And that goes without saying, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Items 111, 112, 113, 114, and 115. We're going to hold that in abeyance for 2 weeks.
All right, I better read those into the record. 111 is GPA 18818, public hearing. Applicant owner Craig Tenaya LLC requests to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the master plan from office to high-density residential on 7.49 acres adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 970 feet south of Craig Road. The Planning Commission recommended approval. The staff recommended denial. 112 was ZON 18819. The same applicant owner requests for rezoning from office to high-density residential on 7.49 acres adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 970 feet south of Craig Road. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. 116 is VAR 18820. Applicant owner is Craig Tenaya LLC. Request for variance to allow a 72-foot high building where 35 feet is the maximum height allowed on 7.49 acres adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 970 feet south of Craig Road. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. 114 is SUP 18821. Same applicant owner requests for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Road Way, approximately 970 feet south of Craig Road. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. And finally, 115, SDR 18822. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story mixed-use development consisting of 213 condominium units and 29,717 square feet of commercial space on 7.49 acres adjacent to the east side of Tenaya Way, approximately 970 feet south of Craig Road. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. These are all in Ward 4. So we have those there.
And Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
While Mr. Kemper's standing there, I'd like to ask him in reference to 109.
Yes, sir.
What did we decide to do on that? Because I know that we were talking with members of the Cultural Corridor to kind of try and build some consensus.
I appreciate that. We met, I had a couple of conversations and an email, and then met yesterday with Marilyn Gillespie and she has indicated to us that she withdraws any opposition to our project, subject to certain conditions, which I'm going to read into the record. I've also spoken with Mr. Al Gallegos. Similarly, I believe with certain representations that we will make, that he's fine, and I spoke with Mr. Dan Romano, and he had a couple of other suggestions, both of which we are going to read into the record.
Okay.
So we did what you asked to do. We met with the neighbors, and we believe they'll be fine on it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Councilman Brown?
Your Honor, I would move to bring the stated items forward and take appropriate action.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Go to item 65. This is going to be a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1490, Canea Way, from Northern Beltway to Elkhart Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Kukowski.
Good afternoon, Mayor. This is for Tenaya Way. You so read. The project is completed. This is the public hearing to receive comment before the city moves further with adopting the ordinance and levying the assessment.
All right, thank you. This is time for a public hearing, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to be heard on this particular item, we'd be delighted to hear from you. Okay. I don't see anybody stepping forward, so I thank you for your information. We'll go on to 66. This will be a public hearing on local improvement district for special improvement district number 1516, Fremont Street Maintenance District from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th Street. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Kukowski.
This is a companion project to an earlier project that the council approved, 1506, which is the construction of the improvements to Fremont Street from Las Vegas Boulevard to 8th. Construction is underway. This project is for the maintenance, provides the maintenance resources to keep the project in good shape.
All right, thank you. Are there any folks who'd like to be heard on this?
Just me again.
It's good seeing you again. That's what America's all about. People have the right to come forward and express their views to us.
Now, the purpose of this meeting is to do what? To finalize...
To have a public hearing. You can tell us whatever you feel about this, and this is the time to do it.
Well, my name is John Kitchen. I own the building at 515 Fremont Street, and at the celebration several weeks ago to commence the construction of this project, I have a lot of concerns about this project, and I spoke to Mr. Weekly at the time, and he suggested that we arrange a meeting and discuss all these issues and get them all out of the way so that at least I can be in peace during these times. We spent quite a bit of time exploring our legal options, and by the time I got around to setting up a meeting with Mr. Weekly had been
transformed.
I hate to say promoted. Transferred over to the city, over to the county. All of his staff was absent at the time as well, so eventually I did speak to his secretary, and we spoke about a couple of issues, and none of those were resolved. That's been about 5 or 6 days ago. So nothing happened there. I still feel that we really ought to have a serious discussion with some member of the city council that has some interest in alleviating some of the problems down there. We explored our legal options, and the city has abrogated its responsibilities in sufficient areas so that we feel that we really could seek an injunction and stop this project. The problem with that is, would that be permanent or would it be temporary? I used to be a strong supporter of the Sierra Club, but when they stopped all the development on Highway 95, I ceased my affiliation with the Sierra Club. The same thing probably would happen here. It might only be temporary. So why would I seek then to stop something temporarily? If it were successful that I did stop that project, and if for some fluke or some reason they decided to restore the streets to their former state and reinstate the parking meters, which were removed as a result of a felony crime,
what would that do? I firmly believe that in a democracy, the majority rules. I don't know how many people are involved on the other side. I know that on my side, there's only one. Let's assume there are 30 people on the other side. If 30 people want something and one does not, well, in a democracy, that means that maybe the majority ought to rule. If the majority rules, then I think there should be some common ground to resolve issues before they become gigantic issues. I would like any forward progress on that particular project. I'm not talking about the construction work, but the legal things done in the City Council to be held in abeyance until I do have an opportunity to discuss these very serious issues with a responsible member of the City Council.
All right, well, I can't, I'm not going to represent you that I'm responsible, but I'd be very happy to sit down and talk with you. I don't want to obey anything, but we could always, if you make a compelling argument, we could always call it back and re-vote it. That's our prerogative. I would like to see it go forward today, and I'd be delighted to meet with you. If you call my office, just tell them to set aside some time for next week. Be happy to sit down with you.
I would appreciate that, Your Honor, and we're going to miss Mr. Weekly.
Yes, we are.
Mr. Kitchen. Your Honor, my concern, and I respect and appreciate Mr. Kitchen's concerns, when he spoke in terms of exploring all his options, looking into any form of legal options out there or actions. Of course, he's been informed that's your choice, and you have that option to do that because, you have little faith in this project.
Yes, sir.
So that's where we are, and that's kind of when you get down to the bottom line. There is absolutely nothing that we could say to you to get your support on this, and having meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. I mean, with all of the downtown business operators who have all bought into this, you are the only one who have concerns, and by me asking you continuously, Mr. Kitchen, what are your concerns here? You just don't believe that it's going to happen. And you don't believe that it's going to happen because you've said that lots of things have been promised in this area down here in the downtown area that have not come to fruition. And so you just don't feel as if this is something you want to be a part of. And I do understand that. You met the other day with one of my liaisons, Kelly.
I did.
And she spoke in depth with you about your concerns, and it's the same concerns that I've already heard as well.
Well, there are only several concerns. I have a long list
and
of
we
them.
understand that, and I did indicate to staff that I wanted to make sure that they meet with you as well, to hear what your concerns are. But at this point, that's the only thing that I could probably give you as far as advice is concerned is if in fact you feel as if you need to take some legal action, then that is your right to do so. And
well, we always have
I'm not really
that
sure
right.
What else. I mean, because we've done studies of this corridor here. We've sent out notification after notification. We've had meeting after meeting after meeting to get public input, and we've heard from everyone. And you're the only one. I mean, you could not give us anything substantial, and not to negate or again disrespect how you feel, because that's your right, and I respect that, sir. But because you just don't have faith in it, it's just not enough. And so, for me, I don't think that's enough to hold this in abeyance either, Mayor. And I think that we should move forward today. And if Mr. Kitchen chooses to take legal action, then that's his American right to do so.
Right. And as I say, if you set up an appointment with me, try to get me a list of your concerns in advance. So if I have to ask staff as to any legal position or whatever, I'll be prepared to address it.
I would be most appreciative of that.
No problem.
I disagree with some of what Councilman Weekly said.
No problem.
I appreciate it.
Like any great contingency planner, which I am, we evaluate both sides, and we evaluate what happens if this happens and what happens if anything happens.
Yes, sir.
And with this project, I'm not going to wander around. I'm 75 years old now. I'm not going to spend the next 50 years wandering around wondering what in the world happened. We're going to get along as best we can. It still boils down to 30 people that want something and one that doesn't. So I am going to have to join the 30 that do. So those are my points, and I thank you very much, and I'll be in touch with you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else like to be
And
heard?
that's the hard part for me, Mayor. 30 people who say yay, one person says no. You try to find a happy medium. And for me, I still made staff take time to go and try and address the concerns of one person. And so, You know, it's kind of a tough decision for me, but in the end, I think we made the right decision and followed the staff's recommendation on this one.
No problem.
Frank Elam, 115 North 7th Street, president of the Owners Association, and I'm glad he's now committed to joining us. We'd be glad to have him. And the reports that I've been getting already, we have two clubs that just opened, the Downtown and the Griffin, and both are reporting unbelievable numbers and a great crowd. The Griffin, the owner of the Griffin told me the other day that he has already hit numbers that in 1 week that it took him a year to do in L.A.
Really?
And the Downtown indicated that they were at their 6-month goal within 1 week. So I've got reports from people that have come to the Downtown and have enjoyed going down to the Three Georges and then over to the clubs and from one club to another. So there's quite a few people here that are in support. I don't know whether you want to hear them or just have them stand up and acknowledge
They're
them.
happy to be heard from, but if they want to stand up, we'd be happy to see how many are here in support.
Thank you.
All right, so the record will reflect we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 folks stood up. We appreciate you coming down here. More good news this morning. We had the folks from the Four Queens come here seeking entitlements for the new club down there, the Canyon Club, which will be the first, shall I say, Las Vegas strip-type club in the downtown area. And their plans are very ambitious, and it can only spill over to inure to each and every one of your benefits. So it's a big deal. We make these incremental steps one at a time, but at the end of the day, the whole will be much greater than the sum of its parts, which is terrific. And I thank you all for coming down here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Your Honor, does this call for a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
No motion.
No motion on this one?
No motion.
Let me ask you this, with all due respect to my colleagues here, because I have something that's kind of well, it's not similar, but just kind of will go in conjunction with what we're doing in the downtown area on item 132 and 33. Can we just keep this momentum on that one going?
All right, so I'll call 132 and 133. Remind me later that I called them. 132 and 133. 132 is a public hearing. The applicant owner is Dan Martinez. A request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development on 1.39 acres at 709 to 731 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 133 is SDR 18638. Also a public hearing. The applicant owner is Dan Martinez. Request for site development plan review for a 40-story, 395-unit condominium development with 15,892 square feet of retail space and 9,050 square feet of office space, and waivers of the downtown building step back, parking structure step back, and downtown streetscape requirements on 1.39 acres at 709 to 731 Fremont Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval in Ward 5, of course. This is a public hearing which I now declare open, and I will make this statement for the record. If anybody comes in late relying on the agenda, because these are the last two items on the agenda, I will certainly allow them to have public comment on it if they wish to speak at that time. Okay, gentlemen, be happy to hear from you.
Well, we've been working on this project for a couple of years. We bought the adjacent piece of property and redesigned the building so that we could move the parking structure out from underneath the building. And we're committed to this project, and we're just now coming before the city council for approval. But in the interim, we've been working on putting together a team. We've been working with the architects. We've got our structural engineers on board and all the engineers that they're working on. We plan on doing this project, and that's one reason we haven't been public with it, because we've been working on the project to make sure it's viable and it's a doable project. And we share the city council's vision of downtown, and we put our money where our money is. Our money where our mouth is, and we're committed to be part of this. We're very happy to be part of it also.
Okay, it's a very ambitious project, 40 stories. Do you have the financing in place yet?
Not at the moment, but we have quite a few eager people to offer us that financing.
Have you started any kind of advanced sales to get an
No, we haven't.
What is the price range going to be of the residential component?
Well, the size of the units run anywhere between a little over 800 square feet to up to about 2,400, right?
We're trying to average roughly, hopefully at the end of the day, on average $400 a square foot. We're trying to keep it a more affordable product, not a super luxury product.
Yeah.
Right. The reason that I'm asking these questions, you'll see if you stick around a little bit. I've been criticized, and I'm a big fellow. I could take the criticism. I've been very concerned that the city has been perhaps used as a dupe, an unwitting dupe, but a dupe, as far as granting entitlements for projects, where the folks who come before us, they get the projects entitled, and then they turn around and flip them. And we're not interested in being a silent co-conspirator in that kind of activity, to be quite frank with you. We want to make sure that folks who are coming before us are moving in the right direction. That doesn't mean to say you have to succeed. I mean, if you go out there and you try to get financing and they say, well, you can't get financing right now, if we see that you're going to another source for financing and you report back to us, well, we're trying, that's all I want to see. But I don't want to see somebody come before us, get the entitlements, and then go out there and look to make a profit and not carry through with the project, which is represented to us why they wanted the entitlements. So I want to put you on notice for that, because you'll probably be here in a year from now explaining what you've done, and I've got no problem with that.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Was there, and that's why I wanted to bring this item forward, while I still have the downtown operators here in the building with us, because although we are making substantial contributions to enhancing this area here, we want to send a clear message that we do have applicants out here who are trying to bring on projects like this, but they are a bit ambitious, and sometimes some of these projects are biting off a bit more than they can really chew. So I really would like to find out. I know that there was some discussion on the amount of time that we were giving these applicants, and I don't know if this would be the time that we could do that, but that's a condition that I'm
right. And I was criticized, and who knows whether I'm right or wrong? I don't know. I was criticized that perhaps I'm sending the wrong message. That was something that Councilman Brown mentioned at our last council meeting to developers, and perhaps scaring them away. I don't see it that way, because as long as we are asking the folks to come back and tell us what efforts are being made, we're not going to turn anybody away. We're not going to punish anybody. That's not what we're here for. We're here to see that these projects are successful and that they're real. And I don't think that's a bad message. I think it's a good message. And those who want to differ with me, that's their prerogative, of course. But what is a reasonable time, Ms. Wheeler, would you say? I think giving folks a year is enough for them to come back and tell us whether or not they're making any progress, or is that unreasonable?
Mayor, I'm not the expert on this. Mr. Adams is, of course. But
is he here?
Probably not.
Okay.
But within a year, I think that certainly, while they may not have their building permits, they should certainly be well along with regard to their engineering work and their mapping progress, so that I believe that if the council were to make the approval for 1 year instead of 2, as it currently is, then if nothing else, that would allow you to take a look at their progress, and the only thing that would cost them would be coming before you for an extension of time.
Right, but that's not unreasonable. I don't
Not at all, sir.
All right, well, that's good. Yes, sir.
Yes, Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. First, I would like to know who this gentleman is. He didn't give us his name, so I have it in record. So in 1 year, I can come before the city council and say, Mr. Martinez, I believe, has not been very honest with us.
Well,
thank you.
Okay, fine. Why don't you?
My name is Dan Martinez.
Thank you. And your address, please.
And I'm sorry.
Your address as well, please.
Oh, okay. It's at
709 to 731 Fremont Street.
Okay, and your name, sir?
My name is Justin Martinez.
Very good.
Father,
Thank you.
son.
Good. Okay, any question of the Messrs. Martinez? All right, folks, would anyone else like to be heard on this public hearing? Please identify yourself for the record.
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell, resident of Las Vegas.
Just a matter of some curiosity on the waiver of the setback. What is the height of the Fremont Street elevation, please?
Are you able to answer that at this time?
I don't have the exact figure as far as the retail, but if you're worried about the canopy ever being extended to our portion of the property, that's been taken into consideration. It won't be a problem.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Very good. Anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Weekly?
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I'd like to thank you both, Mr. Martinez, both of you, for being here today. And you guys, again, understand, again, conditions that we were talking about as it relates to timeline. And one of the things that I'd like to see you all both work with as well is to work with the Office of Business Development, because I'd like to possibly see earmarks as it relates to just keeping you on track. And I think in our last briefing, Dr. Selby, we had something where it showed us earmarks along the way as we go through staff briefings, and we have an opportunity to go and see your progress along the way as your project continues to move forward through the process. So if you could do that, make contact with our Office of Business Development, that will be very helpful to the mayor and council as well. Okay? So on item number 132, I'd like to make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Thanks. Let's vote, please.
If I may, did you
Yes.
want the 1 year on that, so
Yes,
these two
please.
go together? Then
Yes.
that would be a change of condition for 1 year.
Let's vote.
With the amended condition, please.
Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item number 133, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions.
And again, that would be the change to condition number 1 to change 2 years to 1 year.
As amended, please.
All right, that's agreeable, gentlemen?
Yes, it is.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to
You're
the downtown owners. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, items 67 through 71 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. I would like to call forward 67, 68, and then 69. Oh, 69 is obeyed? No. That's Sandhurst. No. I don't believe it's obeyed. And I have to make I have to abstain on 70 and 71. Where I have a business interest with Mr. Schulman of Montecito, and that would create a conflict. All right, now 67 is EOT 18622. The applicant owner is Club Renaissance Partners, LLC, request for an extension of time of an approved special use permit that allowed a mixed-use commercial and residential development on 1.28 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Bonneville Avenue. This is in Ward 3, and the staff recommends approval. 68 is EOT 18623. The same applicant owner requests for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review that allowed a 60-story mixed-use development to include 950 residential units and 91,000 square feet of commercial space, and waivers of the Centennial Plan building step back and build-to requirements on 1.28 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Bonneville Avenue in Ward 3. Gentlemen, yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gilles Pajot, and I'm the managing director of Club Renaissance Partners.
Thank you. We obeyed this matter last time, last meeting, to be brought over to today, and asked you to be in a position where you can tell us what, if anything, you've done since you were last here and you got your entitlements. And there was no mention of the fact everything was hunky-dory when Mr. Messina stood up and addressed us. And then the day after the council meeting, I get a notice from National Title Company concerning a foreclosure of this property. Right. And to me, that was startling, because there was no mention of it when you stood before me 2 weeks ago. So let's resolve that first. What's the status of the property? Is it in foreclosure at this point in time?
Part of the property is in foreclosure. We elected to let it go that way because we're refinancing with joint venture partners. We've made them aware of what the situation is, and basically it proved financially better for us to let it go that route. The mortgagee was being unreasonable, asking for way too much. I mean, it was becoming 30-40% to get an extension didn't make any sense. We're very close to finalizing a joint venture agreement with an international group.
How close?
We're about 2 months away.
Is that realistic?
It's realistic. I mean, we've been working with them for the last 3 or 4 months. We have also a backup on this group. The situation is very simple. We cannot finance the project through conventional methods right now. Wall Street was very supportive at the beginning. We actually had commitments for financing. When you came to the groundbreaking, we had 615 of the units reserved. We had over $25 million in hard deposits on the units. We also had, the only thing we were missing, we have the commitments from iStar and from Chorus Bank for the financing. The only thing we were missing was a gross maximum price from a general contractor. And because of the escalating construction costs, we were never able to get that. Not locally, and I provided your offices, by the way, yesterday with a detailed outline of everything that's been done on this project.
And it's impressive, and right. I would be disingenuous if I did not say that. You've spent money. There's no question about it. But my question, I want to be fair with you from my perspective. I mean, it's a very nice folder, and everything is very professional. But I don't want to see this just roll out indefinitely. If we were to give you, let's say, 90 days and then report back to us, is that a fair way to see? I don't want to give you more than 6 months under any circumstance. Okay, I'd rather have you come back in 90 days and tell me where you stand and give us a little glimmer of hope, because in 6 months, if we put that down and you're no further ahead, all this money that you expended may go right down the toilet.
Right. Well, we've spent over $8.5 million on this project, and we're still spending money. 90 days is unrealistic. We're dealing with groups that have to do their due diligence. Just that is a 90-day process. I mean, we're professing to them that we have entitlements, for example. If they see that there's a jeopardy that we may lose those entitlements, they could very well kill those type of deals.
Okay, how about 6 months?
6 months is better than 90 days.
Right, right. But if you come back in 6 months and you have a legitimate explanation, we're going to be reasonable. But
that's fine.
When I see that you're in foreclosure and nobody tells us about that, that's not nice.
Well, this is not something that we like to make public.
I know, but we have to know. That's the whole thing, because we're charged with the responsibility of revitalizing our downtown here.
Right. And look, there
are no secrets.
No, and we've done a lot to that. We've been perceived, or what you mentioned about flipping that property. That was never our intention, and the money that we've spent there, I mean, we're 85% complete in plans. We've got 100% completion of civil engineering, structural. So all this is not done to flip the property.
And that's impressive, and that's the reason that I'm, I think, taking a reasonable position with you.
6 months is all right, and as long as it's worded in such a way that it's not a drop-dead date, because I'm serious. The people that we're dealing with are very serious people.
I appreciate that.
They will finance this project through their own efforts. They have the money. It's the only way to get this project going.
All right. Well, I'd love to see the project become a reality. So
thank you.
Councilman Ross, I know you're going to be handling the matters that Mayor Pro Tem has, so would a 6-month extension be in accord with his wishes?
I think that would be fine for the Mayor Pro Tem, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Well, that would be the motion on 67 and 68. August 15th, that's a good luck day.
I like it.
Chinese Year of the Boar. The 15th of August, you're in good shape. I'll see you back here then, okay?
If I may, Mayor,
Yes.
just for everybody, the language would be the extension of time will expire on August 15th, 2007, unless another extension of time is approved by the City Council.
That's fair.
To be clear, so that the applicant understands that that would be the procedure.
Fine, and keep us advised, because if you have a bump, let us know, and we'll try to help you over the bump.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
We're not your enemy. We're your friend.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, let's go, please.
All right.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. All right, item 69, same situation. That's EOT 18.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, on that one, that's 67 and 68?
Yes.
Can you take both votes?
Mayor, we'll actually have,
No,
we'll do those separately, Mayor.
You want it separately? Okay,
Yes, sir.
then on 68, same motion? Same motion
Yes,
by
sir.
The councilman on behalf of the Mayor Pro Tem. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is EOT 18770. The applicant is Sandhurst Development. The owner is Taurus Sandhurst Limited Partnership, a Delaware limited partnership. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review that allowed a 35-story mixed-use development in Parkway Center to include 413 residential units and 35,435 square feet of commercial space on 3.23 acres on the north side of Iron Horse Court, approximately 300 feet east of Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends approval. Mr. Marola.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just very quickly, our history is we purchased the land in July of 2004.
Please identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry, Michael Marola, Sandhurst Development, LLC.
Joseph Manzella, Sandhurst Development.
Okay.
Okay. Our history is one of volatility. We purchased the land in July of 2004 for under $3 million. Currently, it's valued at $24
million.
$24 million, correct, sir.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. Our intent has never been to flip the property. We've actually put $13 million into this project to date. By July of 05, we had sold 287 units with hard contracts with over $15 million in escrow deposits, which was 65% of our building. We have a $1 million sales office catty corner to our site. We have full contract documents in May of 05. Building permits are 6 weeks away from being pulled. We were fully funded to the tune of over $220 million in July as well. We did not have our GMP or our construction hard bid in July of 05. May of 05, we went out with 100% contract documents. We came back with a bid of $160 million for our construction. In August, it was $200 million. Obviously, our investors were quite shocked by that. We lost them at that point. We decided to stay the course. 18 months later, Taurus Sandhurst LP is the landowner. We lost the land October 12th. They have given us a written document that we can buy the land substantially under market to continue. Their intent is not to flip the land, and it's over half of what market value is. We are working with investors to continue moving forward. So our intent is to continue to work on this. We understand that we have return deposits, as I mentioned in the paper, for the reason that we didn't want to keep our investors and our buyers tied to this project until we get financing. For the reasons you heard the media, construction pricing has been very difficult. But at this point, we feel stabilization in the marketplace with construction prices. Our budget is back to 2005, about $160 million, and we have investors who are looking at this seriously.
All right. That's the kind of report that I think we need in order to make an appropriate decision as to what we as a council have to do on these projects. Are there any questions of Mr. Marola? All right. Councilor Weekly?
Well, I guess my concern is I'd like to see you all, the report that you just gave, which I thought was great.
Yes, sir.
Probably gave us more information than we've had from Sandhurst in a long time.
Yes, sir.
Is that along the way, can you continue to provide that type of information and report to the mayor and the council?
Just give me the frequency, sir, and I'll update you.
I mean, it's just as simple as just providing information via email, or just, if you will take the time out of your schedules, being that your office is not far from here.
Yes.
Just providing the office with updated earmarks on where you all are. Because as the mayor indicated to the last applicant, if in fact you run into any more problems in the future, you'd have some assistance. At least someone will have an idea of what's going on with your project, opposed to not hearing anything at all.
It'd be my pleasure. Absolutely.
Okay. Your Honor, with that being said, my motion is going to be on follow staff's recommendation, please.
Okay, and that will be for...
I'm thinking in terms of... What type of time do you all need, sir?
If 1 year is feasible, we'd like that.
I'm probably more comfortable with what you did on the last one, just to
60 months
bring
and
them
then
back
come back.
6 months.
6 months.
Should be able to help you out and then bring you back here to discuss with the mayor and council where you all are.
That way we can keep our thumb on it too.
Yes, sir.
But in the meantime, if you can not just wait 6 months, but prior to that, just give them some updates on what's happening with you.
Is monthly acceptable to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That'll be my motion.
And it's not as though you disappeared from us. You've been in touch with my office. There's no question about it.
Thank you, sir.
And I want you to succeed. That message has to be loud and clear. We're doing this only to breed success and not to cause failure. Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, may I have a motion on 70 and 71 on the consent agenda, please?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to 72, 73, and 74.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
On those last two, you were abstaining on those two.
I
so
did abstain. Oh,
it
I
should-
made the record show an abstention. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Scott. 72, 73, and 74. 72 is ZON 18203. Public hearing. The applicant owner is Bruce R. Noble. Request for a rezoning from R3 medium density residential to C1 limited commercial on .44 acres on the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 333 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. VAR 18204. This too will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Bruce R. Noble. Request for variance to allow a proposed building 0 feet from the side property line, where 10 feet is the minimum setback required, and 8 feet from the rear property line, where 20 feet is the minimum setback required, on .44 acres on the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 333 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 74 is SDR 18202. The applicant owner is Bruce R. Noble. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 3,997 square foot shopping center with a waiver of the perimeter landscape buffer to allow no perimeter landscaping along the east and west property lines where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, to allow a 3-foot wide buffer along the north property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, and to allow an 11-foot wide buffer along the south property line where a 15-foot wide buffer adjacent to the public right-of-way is required on .44 acres on the north side of Owens Avenue, approximately 333 feet east of Martin L. King Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all in Ward 5. They're all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. How you doing? My name is Bruce Noble. My address is 3712 Valley Drive. Yes, my original site plan was to build right on the property line. The last time I was in here, I was going to move the building over 5 feet. But after going out and looking at the site again, I decided to stick with the original plan. I felt like the original site plan will work in that region because on the east property line, the west side property line, there's a landscaping buffer already in place, and there's a no-build zone where there'll automatically always be 10 feet between the two site property lines.
All right.
Any questions?
Are there any questions of Mr. Noble? Do you have the financing for this project?
Yes.
You do. Okay. All right. Folks, a public hearing on these 3 items. Be happy to hear from anybody who'd like to be heard. All right, seeing done, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I had a chance to go out and on the site to look at Mr. Noble's property, and as well as the 2 adjacent businesses that exist there in that corridor there. And what he's looking at doing is bringing in about a 3,900 square foot retail center in between a convenience store and a child care center here, in which he's gotten support from both of the bookends of his property. And so with that, as far as that building on that property line there, he's correct. There is a landscaping buffer there, which could provide as a buffer for his building. So with that, Your Honor, I'm okay with this project. So on item number 72, I'd like to make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, please.
All right, let's vote.
With all conditions.
Thank you. Post.
Motion carries.
And on 73 on the variance here, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item number 74, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 75 and 76. 75 is EOT 19030. The applicant owner is J&S Diesel Service, Inc. Request for a reinstatement and extension of time for an approved rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R1 Single Family Residential on 2.10 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval. It's going to be a public hearing. 76 is ROC 19029. Same applicant owner. Request for a review of condition number 8 from an approved rezoning to allow the deferral of street light installation on Unicorn Street and Durrell Lane, where it was previously required for proposed residential development on 2.10 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'm Mike Szymanski, EMS Engineering, 5160 Southeastern Avenue, here representing the owner. And do you want me to tell you everything we've done so far? Or you just...
Sure. Give us a thumbnail sketch.
We submitted a tentative map last spring, and it went through the whole process and got approved. And then we started submitting plans and drainage studies and whatnot last fall. And the original conditions in the zoning action were kind of confusing, fuzzy. And so the staff says, hey, let's go back before council and get it exactly in writing, exactly the way it should be, and then we can proceed with the project. So that's
where you are now.
That's where we are now.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Szymanski? All right, folks, anyone like to be heard? Public hearing. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Rose.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 75, move to follow staff recommendations for approval subject to conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 76, please.
As well, on agenda item 76, move to follow staff recommendations for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 77, 78, 79, 80, and 81. 77, rescind previous action, VAC 14766. The applicant owner, Centennial Riley Development LLC, petitioned to vacate a portion of the public right-of-way at the intersection of Centennial Parkway and Riley Street in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Do we go, Mr. Scott, on this rescind previous action, do we take this first? Or
you'll need to vote on that one first, and only 77 and 78 are tied together, so.
Okay. All right.
So
we'll do 77. It's a public hearing, folks. Does anyone want to be heard? All right, seeing none. Councilman Ross, your pleasure, please.
Move to follow staff recommendations for approval on agenda item 77, Your Honor.
All right, thanks. Let's vote on 77, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll go to 78 and 79. 78, okay. 78 is VAC 14766. The applicant owner, Centennial Riley Development LLC, petitioned to vacate a portion of the public right-of-way at the intersection of Centennial Parkway and Riley Street in Ward 6. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Is anybody here representing Centennial Riley? All right. What's your pleasure, Councilman Ross?
Your Honor, I'm going to...
I think there is somebody. Here we go. Why don't you step up and tell us who you are and your address, please?
I'm Nathan Goodman, representing the property owner. The address is...
How do you spell that last name?
Same as yours.
Uh-oh, do I have to abstain?
Are you related to him?
No. I don't. How old are you? No, just kidding. No, just kidding.
Address is 449 South Polaris. We're representing the property owner, and we agree with staff conditions.
Thank you, sir. All right. Public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard? Close the public hearing.
With that, Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval, but I'd like Bart to add something in there, condition number 2.
Yes, if I may, condition number 2, we recommend be modified to read as follows. This petition of vacation shall be revised to retain a 20-foot public sewer easement at a location acceptable to the Collection Systems Planning section of the Department of Public Works, and a 32-foot wide joint access easement in favor of adjacent parcels APN numbers 125-20803-006 and APN number 125-20804-004 at a location and to a depth acceptable to the Traffic Engineering Division.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Goodman, do you agree to those conditions, the change in condition number 2?
We do.
Then with that, Your Honor, I move for approval of agenda item number 78 as modified.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. All right, 79 is GPA 18374. The applicant owner is Alan and Rafid Hamika. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from ML, medium low density residential, to SC, service commercial, on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 5, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 80 is ZON 18375. Same applicant owner. Request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 81 is SDR 18376. Same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 6,650 square foot retail building on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. These are all in Ward 5. They're all public hearings, and they're all declared open at this point. Yes, sir. Okay, well, I'm going to have to abstain. I understand Mr. Brown is your attorney.
Yes, correct.
And because of the business relationship that I have with them owning a piece of property on West Charleston, I've been advised by the city attorney's office that I cannot vote on these matters. I am also advised that he's on his way here.
Correct.
He asked that the matter be trailed, so I'll turn it over to
Yes.
Councilman Brown to make that determination.
Okay, we'll just trail this item till Mr. Brown arrives.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll go on to 82 and 83. 82 is GPA 18683. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the master plan from M, medium density residential, to ML, medium low density residential, on 1.11 acres at 1929 through 1953 Gregory Street in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 83 is ZON 18684. The same applicant owner. Request for a rezoning from R3, medium density residential, to R1, single-family residential of 1.11 acres at 1929 through 1953 Gregory Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are in Ward 5. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Who's representing the City of Las Vegas on this?
I'm sorry. On the rezoning and the general plan, these are properties that are adjacent to this is the property just to the west of Losi. These are properties that the city is consolidating, and therefore we are requesting the general plan and rezoning. This is not project approval at this time. That will require a subsequent site development plan review.
All right, the record should reflect that that was Ms. Wheeler, who is our Director of Planning, who made that presentation. All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilor Weekly's word.
Yes, Your Honor. I see I have a couple of neighbors from the Casper neighborhood group here. Any of y'all interested, Rhonda? Y'all want to say anything on this item? This is adjacent to your neighborhood. Could you come to the microphone, please? Thank you. I appreciate it. I think there are some residents, Mayor, under the impression also that this was the Habitat Home project. So.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. If you please give us your name and address.
Rhonda Burney, 312 Mike Circle. Yes, we were concerned that there were low-income houses and everything that was going to be built on the site. But since it hasn't been planned yet, I guess we'll just have to
These
wait
are
and see.
this is the site where the 7 homes that we had originally approved for
Mhm.
Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah.
That's this actual piece of property.
That's what it's going to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I thought maybe it was going to be privately developed homes. You remember last year, you had a proposal for some houses on that site, but it was turned down.
Well, their application fell through, but then we put the RFP back out for a developer to come in, and it's Habitat for Humanity. It's similar to the homes that we had built over in Vegas Heights. Really nice. Really
Yeah, those are nice.
Very, very nice homes. And we had those lots reduced down because the original applicant wanted to come in and build 11 homes, and we thought the lot was too small for 11, so we had to reduce down to 7.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Weekly.
Okay, on item number 82, Your Honor, I'd like to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 83, please.
Thank you. And on item number 83, I'd like to move for approval with all conditions, please.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
If I may,
Yes.
very briefly, and for you, Councilman, just for the record, I want to make clear, as I didn't previously, the medium-low in the general plan designation refers to density, not to income levels. So this is not changing it from a medium to a medium-low income. It has to do with density. And yes, in this case, again, the change is to single-family, which is 1 home per lot. So it is a reduction in density, but it has no reflection upon the income level.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, 84 and 85. 84 is ZON 17856. The applicant is Rebecca Burton. The owner is Tawanda LLC. Request for rezoning from R4 High Density Residential to PR Professional Office and Parking, 1.16 acres at 801 South 6th Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. 85 is SDR 18788. Same applicant, the same owner, request for a site development plan review for the conversion of a existing single-family residence to an office and waiver of perimeter landscape buffer widths and downtown streetscape standards on 0.16 acres, 801 South 6th Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Rebecca Burton. I am the owner of the project.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Before we go any farther, in the interest of disclosure, Ms. Burton, the applicant, and I have a financial arrangement. She's currently a tenant of mine in my office building, so I think I need to recuse myself.
All right. Thank you for making that disclosure. Yes, be happy to hear from you, Ms. Burton.
Okay, I've got a charming little Spanish-style building that I'm converting to from residential use to office use. I'm a family law attorney, and I'll be practicing out of that building.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions of Ms. Burton? Folks, a public hearing, would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and I'll turn to Councilman Ross, who was standing in Mayor Pro Tem's stead.
On behalf of Councilman Reese, Your Honor, on agenda item 84, we'll follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendations for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Also, on agenda item 85, Your Honor, also would follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
I know. 86 is ZON 18755. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to CV Civic, 1.30 acres at 501 and 505 East McWilliams Avenue in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Who's representing the city on this one?
Mayor, this is the application for the zoning for the expansion of the Neon Boneyard and the finalization of the Neon Museum. The applicant, the architect, is here and has a presentation for you. As you know,
okay.
This is a project that has entailed the city's application for SNPLMA funds to assist us in this, And it has been a partnership of many departments of the city and the Neon Museum to get to this point, and I believe we'll have a presentation.
Okay, very good. I'll read 87 into the record then, too. SDR 18751, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request for site development plan review for proposed 2,768 square foot museum on 2.10 acres at 501 through 509 East McWilliams Avenue, 731 North 9th Street, and 770 North Las Vegas Boulevard. Ward 5, of course, the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now open. Ms. Diener?
Thank you, Mayor. Nancy Diener, Manager, Office of Cultural Affairs and Board Chair of the Neon Museum. And we have a little PowerPoint presentation for you on the plans of the Neon Museum with the advent of the La Concha. And I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne Couture, our architect of record. She's with Friedmutter Group.
Very good. Happy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for hearing our presentation today and looking at our project a little bit. We're very excited about it. If we could go to the next slide. I don't know how do we control the slide presentation? Do it this thing? What am I pointing? There we go. Sorry. The Neon Museum is based in 3 phases. We deal with the collection and preservation of neon signs. We have installations downtown, as well as the current installation of the Neon Boneyard Museum. Oops. Sorry. The Boneyard's located off of Las Vegas Boulevard near McWilliams, and this will be the new site for the new Neon Museum. We have a lot of media exposure at the existing site, even though there is no museum facility as of now. Last year, we were excited enough to have the opportunity to receive from the Domaney family the donation of the La Concha structure for our museum facility and utilize that structure as a sort of creative reuse of it if we could move it up to the new Boneyard Museum site. So this year we received funding through a lot of organizations, and I don't know if any of you have noticed, but we actually dismantled the La Concha and moved it up to the Boneyard site where it's sitting waiting for reassembly. This site plan shows the location of the proposed museum. You can see on the northeast corner the new city park that's described in our first item number, as well as on the southeast corner the new museum utilizing the La Concha structure with an additional structure added onto the back of it. The total square footage of the museum building will be 2,700 square feet, and then behind it we're creating a facility that is an open-air outdoor boneyard museum. This is a landscape plan showing the variety of trees that we're creating on the campus along with the city and their park designers. Here is a larger scale plan showing the La Concha structure, which is that half-round shape up in the front, and then the additional services that we're building and a support structure behind it for new restroom facilities and offices, and basically it becomes a gateway to get people into the open-air Boneyard Museum. That's a roof plan from above. Here you see the La Concha structure and the addition behind it. Basically, we're creating a new discrete profile architecture that's just going to come out of the back of the La Concha so that the La Concha stands proud on the site and is really the focus. Oops. Here you see some just line perspectives showing the La Concha and the landscaping on the future site. The materials and finishes are very much in keeping with the spirit of the retro architecture from the late 50s, early 60s. So we're just using a streamlined aluminum roof, white paints, a vintage concrete block for some of the decoration around the park. And that's just a conceptual rendering showing once the museum is open what the facility is supposed to look like. Thank you very much.
What will be going on in the inside?
In the museum itself will basically be a reception desk where the old La Concha Motel reception desk was, where people will be greeted as they come in. We may have some traveling exhibit space in there, but essentially it becomes sort of a gateway and a control point for people to get out to the boneyard.
So basically you enter through the La Concha, that's like the lobby. Then
You got it.
Through the new structure there, which
will that have any neon work?
Actually, one of the things that we're going to do we have a corridor that leads you out to the museum in the boneyard behind, and then inside the facilities we will have a neon workshop where we'll have local artisans who will be doing refurbishment to some signs, and that will be on display for people as well to sort of see our
And that will be in the indoor portion?
Yes, in the indoor addition.
It's very good. And you'll use it to educate children as well?
Absolutely.
Children will be able to come down there and see the work.
Absolutely.
Good. Gallegos?
Gallegos, citizen of Las Vegas. This is right across the street from my house. I see it every single day, and I keep saying, when is it going to be built? They brought the building over and they just set it there on the ground, and it's just sitting there gathering termites. I want it to be built. I don't know if they know, but the Casa Palms is for sale right next door. The city needs to buy that property before it's developed into something else. Why is he giving you the eye, Mayor?
Have to be quiet about things.
Okay, well, you better tell me, because anything that happens in the downtown area, I know. So I want that be bought, and the store is going to be opening in the next couple of weeks, which is good or bad. But I want this museum to.
When's it going to be open? When's it going to be up and running?
Give me a date, please.
We hope to have it open by no later than 2009, hopefully.
Why so long?
Well, because we have 2 historic preservation grants that are helping fund the reassembly of the project. It's all just money. We're still looking for more money to put it back together, and we're going up to Carson City in March on the second historic preservation grant for $270,000. So each time they fund it, we have to look at it in phases of that funding.
How much money do we need in order to get it up?
That's right.
We probably need about another $1 million.
Okay, now I know the Centennial Commission gave you $300,000.
Correct. We have $1 million. The Centennial gave us $300,000. We matched it with $300,000. Then the Centennial also gave us another $100,000 that we matched with $50,000. With all those matching grants, we're up to $1 million. We've spent almost $500,000 taking it apart, and you saw that one slide of it being carted over, and putting it in the boneyard cost almost $500,000. Now, the rest of the money will be spent to putting it back together again, but we have to phase it through our historic preservation grants.
Are you going to be charging admission to the museum?
We will be charging admission, yes, and we charge now for tours. We're not open to the public, but people can call in and make an appointment and see the boneyard.
Isn't there any way to bond against the admission charge to get this thing up? I don't blame Mr. Gallegos. It's across the street. It really
Correct.
is not the nicest part of our community. The way everything
Don't say that.
No, your house is, but across the street isn't.
Well, yes. Now, let me make a suggestion. We have a lot of organizations here in Las Vegas that would gladly donate their time. The carpenters, electricians, many organizations would help. I know that because I have talked to them. I have talked to them about this. But, sir, I don't know what's going on. I see a lot of movie trucks over there. How much do you charge when the movie trucks come over there and stay there 2 or 3 days? And like for lunchtime, guess what was across the street? 2 great big cranes. I don't know what they're doing this afternoon.
The Stardust sign is being delivered today.
Oh yes, that's what I saw the tip of it. But I see this every single day, and I can tell you every little thing that's going on over there. And
we'll try to step it up if you need any help. And he's right.
Yes.
You have groups like the carpenters
Absolutely.
and laborers are very good community partners with us, and the electricians. They'll come forward and they'll do a lot of this work at either a reduced rate or for nothing.
For nothing.
That's what we've done that already. Our services are donated. All the engineering services have been donated. Our general contractor basically donates their services, but at some point, a lot of the tradespeople
you might
now
be saying that, ma'am, but I personally don't see anything being done over there.
Your Honor, if I can make a comment and a suggestion, the tin knockers, the carpenters, the electricians, all have apprenticeship programs, including the laborers union.
Yes.
And has there been any contact with any of the apprenticeship programs? Because these young apprentices and young craftsmen, it doesn't sound like you need so much money. It sounds like you need bodies out there building these things. And if these apprentices can donate that time and have it applied towards their curriculum and for credit of school, I would strongly suggest that you contact the training directors of these apprenticeship programs and get these young folks out there to get this thing built under budget.
That's a terrific idea. That's great. We'll look into that.
Right, please do.
And another little thing that I want done is I want to make that area, like my area, a historical neighborhood.
Okay, well, that's a different issue.
I know it's a different issue, but everything that they have in that museum is historical. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. On item 86, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 87, please.
And on 87, move for approval with all conditions, and I know Bart Anderson has some conditions he'd like to add, please.
Yes, if I may, Bart Anderson,
Certainly.
Public Works. I
Anderson.
recommend the deletion of conditions 18, 19, 20, and 22.
All right, and that's agreeable, of course?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Okay, Your Honor, that's my motion as amended, please.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
And take Councilman Ross's
a very good
suggestion
idea.
to heart.
Terrific. Thank you.
All right. 88 is SUP 18440. The applicant owners Bernard P. and Dolores T. Benedetto request for special use permit for proposed habitable accessory structure at 8260 Point Given Street. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, Bernard Benedetto, 8260 Point Given Street. We're looking to put an accessory building on our property, right adjacent, approximately 30 feet away from the main house. And it'll be my wife and I will be living in that home.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Benedetto? Folks, a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, we'll close the public hearing, and this is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Benedetto, I think it was Commissioner Dunham that was quite concerned about the prospects and possibilities of this accessory building being turned into a rental. And I think at the Planning Commission, you put it on the record that it would not be used as a rental. And I'm asking you to do that again today in this public meeting, in this setting, to put on the public record your intention with that building.
By all means, by all means. It's definitely, let me give you a little history on this. The main house is currently occupied by my wife and I, my son, and my 2 grandchildren. My son is a single father, and it's time for Nana and Papa to move out a little bit, branch out. We raised these kids for the last 6 years. One is 8, one is 12, so, and my son has now got a new lady in his life, and so we're just moving about 50 feet back, but we're still going to be in the picture.
It sounds to me like it has all the makings of a great movie.
It does.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you, Mr. Benedetto. And you can keep an eye on your son and the activities over at the house, I'm sure.
And the other 2, too.
Then with that, Your Honor, I would move for approval of Agenda Item 88, subject to all conditions.
Okay, let's vote, please. It's a public hearing. Does anyone want to be heard first? Okay, seeing that, we'll close the public hearing. There's a motion. Let's vote, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I please revisit items 79, 88, and 81, please? The ones that you are going to abstain from.
Yes, the ones that are trailed, I'll turn that over to Councilman Brown, 78 to 81.
'79, 80, and 81.
Good afternoon, sir.
Item number 79, GPA 18374, Alan and Rafid Hamika, request to amend a portion of the southwest section of the master plan from ML to SC on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur. Item number 80, zoning 18375. Applicant owner, Alan and Rafid Hamika, request for a rezoning from RE Residential Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. Item number 81, SDR 18376, applicant owner, Alan and Rafid Hamika. Request for site development plan review for proposed 6,650 square foot retail building on .79 acres adjacent to the south side of Lake Mead Boulevard, approximately 420 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. This is a public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your indulgence. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicant is also present. These three items come to you with a recommendation of approval from both staff and the Planning Commission, and we'd ask for your approval as well.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on these items? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Weekly.
Thank you very much, Councilman Brown. Mr. Brown, and to the applicant, if you could tell me on 81 here, let me just start with 81, for the proposed 6,600 square foot retail building, what are you looking to have? What type of tenants are you going to have there, sir?
Alan Hamika, 2636 Mirabella. What we're trying to do is just have basic retail shops, like sandwich shops, maybe nail salon, hair salon, your basic commercial
Okay,
retail.
we're not looking for any kind of packaged liquor or...
No, we're not applying for any liquor or any gaming or anything like that.
Okay, thank you very much. With that being said, Your Honor, I'd like to move to item number 79 and move for approval with all conditions, please.
Motion, please cast your votes. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilman Brown, on item number 80, I'd like to make a motion to move for approval with all conditions, please.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Post. And that motion carries.
And on 81, on the site development review, I'd like to make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Post. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item number 90 is SUP 18695. The applicant is Bridget Wells. The owner is Lewis Center Parking LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed bail bond service at the northeast corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Lewis Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Sean Huggins on behalf of the applicant, 528 South Casino Center. We have a recommendation for approval, and we would ask that you grant us the same today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Huggins? Folks, anyone like to be heard on this? It's a public hearing. We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Ross for Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Yes, sir. On behalf of Mayor Pro Tem, would follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of agenda item 90.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 91 is SDR 18644. The applicant is Desert Ice LLC. The owner is Owen Star LLC. Request for site development plan review for proposed ice vending kiosk within an existing shopping center on 2.26 acres at 3975 East Owens Avenue in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Jim Marcha with Desert Ice. We are seeking approval to install and operate an ice vending kiosk at a shopping center located at Owens and Sandhill. And Planning Commission has approved, and we're seeking your approval also.
Well, what is a kiosk? I know what a kiosk is generally, but an ice vending kiosk.
Yes, 24 feet long, 8 feet wide, and about 15 feet tall, and it makes ice.
Okay. Very good.
It's a small modular building.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Are there any questions, or does anybody want to be heard at the public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then, and we'll turn to Councilman Ross for Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, Mayor Pro Tem would move to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval of agenda item number 90.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed?
Motion carries. Good luck to you. You're welcome. Okay, 92 is VAC 18654. The applicant owner is Donna M. Dela Cruz et al. Petition to vacate a 30-foot section of a public right-of-way generally located at the southeast corner of Helen Avenue and Doc Holliday Avenue in Ward 6. The Planning Commission staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Donna Dela Cruz, 5413 Hickam Avenue. I'm the applicant owner of the application.
All right. Any questions of Ms. Dela Cruz? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Did you wish to be heard, sir? No. Okay. This is in Ward 6. Councilman Ross.
Yeah, these folks have been waiting so patiently, Your Honor. Again, on agenda item 92, move for approval, subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 93 is VAC 18711. The applicant is Clark County School District. The owner is Clark County School District et al. Petition to vacate a section of public right-of-way generally located at the northeast corner of Sunrise Avenue and 28th Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Clayton Nielsen with Nevada by Design, 3515 East Harmon Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Clark County School District, to seek approval and here to answer any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? We'll close
what kind of school is, I'm sorry, Your Honor, what kind of school is this? Is this elementary, middle school?
It's going to be a new middle school. It's a replacement school for the existing Roy Martin that's there.
Okay, great.
So,
Great. About time.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Councilman El Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas, Council Weekly said it's about time. I pass by there every single day, and not a stone has been turned. Build it. My granddaughter will graduate from college by the time they finish at school, and she's in 6th grade there. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they'd like to offer us? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. And this is, once again, Councilman Ross for Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agenda item 93, move for approval, subject to conditions.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you. Okay, we're going to 98, I believe. Let's see. 98, 99, 100, and 101. 98 is ZON 16179. The applicant owner is Yin Yan and Peter Chung. Request for a rezoning from R3 medium density residential to C1 limited commercial on 0.26 acres at 1333 Angel Drive in Ward 1. This application is being amended from 1333 Angel Drive to 5104 Mountain View Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 99 is VAR 16181. The applicant owner Yin Yan and Peter Chung request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 56.25 feet where 77.25 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a trash enclosure to be placed 6 feet from residential property where 50 feet is the minimum required on 0.26 acres at 1333 Angel Drive. Of course, that's been amended to 5104 Mountain View Drive, and it's also amended to reduce the front yard setback to 15 feet where a minimum setback of 20 feet, and to reduce the rear setback 15 feet where a minimum setback of 20 feet is required. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. 100 is VAR 17191. The applicant owner is the same. Request for a variance to allow a minimum lot width of 87 feet, where 100 feet is the minimum width required on 0.26 acres at 5104 Mountain View Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 101 is SDR 16180. Same applicant owner. Request for site development plan review for a 3,000 square foot commercial building and a waiver of the perimeter landscape requirements on 0.26 acres at 5104 Mountain View Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. And these are all public hearings which are now declared open. And these items are in Ward 1. Yes, sir.
Lendl Mains, 3930 East Patrick Lane, representing the applicant. We've met with staff. We went back in. We reduced the size of the building. We now have our 20-foot setback on the front, 20-foot setback on the rear. We do have a landscape all around. We moved the trash enclosure further away from the rear property line, so we're 52 feet now from the residential adjacency of it. The lot width we can't change. We're kind of stuck with that. But so we're asking for approval based on the fact that we've worked with staff. Our understanding is that they find this to be acceptable now.
All right, thank you. Is that an accurate representation?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, certainly the project has been approved, but because there are still variances, required staff's recommendation will remain the same.
Okay. What was the last thing you said, though, that the staff?
We worked with the staff,
right,
and our understanding was the changes that we made they found would be acceptable for the site.
Okay.
As I say, the project is substantially improved.
Okay. But because...
However, there still remain variances, and therefore staff cannot make a favorable recommendation on the entire project.
Just as a matter of
That's correct.
Policy.
That's correct,
When there are
sir.
variances, you can't make a
That's
favorable
correct, sir,
recommendation.
because there's nothing unusual enough to warrant that.
Okay. All right. But as you say, the project is substantially improved. Okay, fair enough. Okay. Yes.
Let me just add one more thing. It does meet the overlay zoning that's in there, but because of the lot width, that's part of the problem. It's undersized for it. But the adjacency to it, we have a shared access drive with the C1 property that's just to the south of it.
Very good. Thank you. Would you like to be heard?
Excuse me. David Roberts, DJR Construction, representing the applicants as well. Basically, just like to reiterate that we have worked extensively with staff and to meet all variances and conditions, and it's my understanding that the only variance we can't meet is the lot width.
All right, thank you. Folks, public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, as far as item number 98, I spoke with you, I believe, on the phone, and I told you that I could move for approval if it was professional rather than commercial, and you said that would be all right.
Basically, I indicated that the applicants were requesting C1, but we had actually discussed with them, too, that PR would be or should be acceptable to them if C1 was not.
Well, is PR acceptable to them? Because that's what my motion would be, to approve this, a change of rezoning to PR.
Yes, PR would be acceptable to them.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure that, because this is a little complicated, Margot, would that be the correct wording then?
On the zoning application
On
number
98.
98, there would be an additional condition in that approval shall be to PR, professional office and parking zoning.
All right, and that's agreeable. All right, is that the motion?
That's the motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 99, please.
99 now, I'm going to ask Margot to reword this because the plans I got came very late, and there were some questions I had about them, and went over them with Margot at lunchtime.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor and Councilwoman, we will add the condition that indicates the variance of trash enclosure placement is not approved and no building setback variances are approved. With that additional language, then the only variance that's being approved is that of residential adjacency if the motion is for approval.
And the motion is for approval with that condition.
Is that agreeable, gentlemen?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
She has to repeat.
The trash enclosure has been changed,
Right.
and your setbacks have been changed, and therefore no such variances are being approved.
Correct.
There we go.
All right.
All
I
right.
move for approval
All right.
with that condition,
And you understand that, gentlemen?
Yes.
All right,
as amended.
let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 100, please.
If I may, that may be withdrawn because there is no longer necessary with the PR zoning if the applicant wishes to make that withdrawal request.
Is that your request?
That's our request.
Very good. And do we vote on that?
Yes.
All right, let's vote on that. That's a motion to permit the withdrawal. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 101, please.
Then 101, I believe we still need to have some additional landscaping than what you had on the plan, and Margot Wheeler's going to state that.
Mayor and Councilwoman, the changes would be, change to condition number 1 to delete the variance 17191. That's the one that was just withdrawn. Change to condition number 2 that the site and landscape plans are date stamped at February 7th, 07. Change to condition number 4 that the waivers that are approved are for no perimeter landscaping where 8 feet is required on the south, 9 feet landscaping on east where 15 feet required, and 5 feet of landscaping on the west where 8 required. That is in conformance with the plan they have submitted. We would delete condition number 5 and add 2 additional conditions: that no vehicular or pedestrian access shall be allowed from the subject property or the shared access drive if allowed by the city traffic engineer. What that says is that that would be blocked if the traffic engineer is agreeable with that, and you would have to work that out with him. And that the western property lines shall meet residential wall requirements. Because your property is adjacent to residential, we would want those walls to be compatible with the residential property immediately to the west.
Gentlemen, agreeable?
Right now, we're showing a 6-foot CMU wall. Is that not acceptable?
It needs to be knocked down in size as you go into the front yard setback of the adjacent residential property, because a 6-foot wall is not allowed in the front yard of a residential property, which is what you have adjacent to your west.
Okay, we
You
can
just
do
have to
that.
have it lower.
That's fine. It was asked for before by staff to be higher, so we can make it lower. That's fine. And then as far as the traffic engineer, what you were asking for the...
I think I can answer that. We were out there last night, and that road that you're sharing with your business neighbor,
Correct.
If we can close that off, if the traffic engineer says we can close that off, it would be a condition to close it off. If we cannot because of fire regulations, we would not. The reason why I would like to close it off is because it would avoid getting any of the traffic from your people who are parking going through that residential area, number 1. Number 2, I really don't think that's conducive to children in a residential area, because they could walk right through that to Decatur, and that's a little dangerous. Even though I know that some of the offices adjacent to you have that situation, I would not feel good voting that in.
Well, we don't have control over that access area other than we're parking off of it.
Well, that's why she's saying we have to check that out.
May I say something? The road, the access from Decatur, is the shared access that they gained in the purchase of the property. The road doesn't go through clear to the back. It goes to a parking area, and it doesn't exit to the street from the rear.
It exits to Decatur, right? On the one side.
Yes, it exits to
And
Decatur.
then it is open space. It doesn't have a curb that goes down right now, but it exits.
There's no drive. There's no drive exit. It's actually back landscaping. It's a parking lot behind the adjacent.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, my concern is, I think it's an attractive nuisance for youngsters who are playing in that cul-de-sac area to go through that open area to Decatur. That was my concern there.
If I might make a suggestion, maybe just an additional planter or a block wall adjacent on the back to. I mean, we can't necessarily recommend what to do with the adjacent business owner's property.
That I know. We would have no control over that. That's done.
Yeah, but we can.
But what we have to do, you have to go through me. Talk to me, and then the councilwoman can answer you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No problem.
Basically, I'm just saying that we've tried to meet every recommendation given to us. We've moved the trash containers a number of times. We've raised the wall. We've lowered the wall. So we're trying to basically just meet any condition offered. This was the first that I've heard, Your Honor, of access to the back. I have no problem with trying to meet that, but if it's not our property, we can't address
But the reason why it's the first you've heard of it was because I had no contact from anybody from you, number one. And secondly, I only got the plans late last night after my other meetings. And so I tried to communicate with you on the phone with things, as you know.
Yeah.
We tried our best on that. I would be willing to leave that up to your department, Margot, to do what you feel would be the most appropriate. You know what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying not to have a open, attractive area for children to want to go out through there. That's it.
All right, so you'll work it out with the staff.
We have no problem with that.
If I may then, just to, rather than the no vehicular or pedestrian access, then we would say that the access to the cul-de-sac shall be limited as allowed by the Departments of Planning and Development and Public Works.
I'm sure that's agreeable with these gentlemen.
I think that would be the best.
That's agreeable.
And I would like to tell you that we went visiting your neighbors last night, and they're very excited about this project. They're very pleased that it is going to be redone.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
And Councilwoman, with regard to the condition for the wall in the front to be lower, is there a specific height, Margot, that you would like the wall?
We would match residential requirements.
Okay. Is that the motion then?
The motion is to approve with all conditions as amended.
Very good.
Excuse me, may I just say one thing?
Yes.
When you say the front,
The cul-de-sac.
the front is basically the rear of the property. We're looking for a change of address venue on this as well.
And where is the front of your property? I couldn't find it last night. Where is the front going to be?
Well, the front,
I know
the front will, they're basically looking to have a Decatur address since it's.
Well, that's what
county
confused us,
offices.
because I thought you would have a Decatur address, but it was changed to Mountain.
Well,
From Angel to Mount.
Right, the front of the property pursuant to land use law remains on the cul-de-sac. If they seek to get an address change, that's fine. It doesn't change the front of the property.
But what I don't understand is the cul-de-sac is Angel, isn't it?
Well, and the cul-de-sac to the east-west is Mountain View.
I see, where they have
change
that.
names at the
Okay.
the right angle.
It was just a
It was.
matter of
It is
curiosity.
confused. You're not the only confused. We were confused as well because the property was actually purchased as Angel Drive, and the applicants were unaware that it was changed to
I
Mountain.
think it's as clear as a bell. The front is the back. Okay. All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please.
That's the motion, yes.
All right. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, giant leap over to 108. SUP 18266. The applicant is Craig McCall. The owner is Philip E. Hempler and Joseph P. Lapierre. Request for a special use permit for a pawn shop and a waiver to allow a 0-foot separation from the existing financial institution specified where a 1,000-foot distance separation is required at 6032 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Gentlemen?
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Curran, the firm Ballard, Spire, Andrews, and Ingersoll, appearing this afternoon with my client, Craig McCall, the owner of the proposed property. Mr. McCall has been before you on other applications previously. Just to remind you of some of the things briefly, Mr. McCall he has a number of shops in southern Nevada and in other states. He bought a number of shops a year ago, or more ago, and he has been slowly trying to upgrade all of those shops that he purchased. Some of them were subpar to his standards, and he's been working on trying to dress them all up, put them in parts of town that are appropriate. The application today, by the way, is not to create a new pawn license. It's for relocation of an existing pawn store to a different neighborhood. I was asked that perhaps I should give a little background on this, and I know that Ms. Wheeler will help me if she deems it appropriate, but your code lumps four kinds of lending institutions, short-term, small amount type of lending institution, into one category, which you call financial institution specified. And under your code, before you place those in proximity to one another, you do a case-by-case review of whether there's going to be negative impact that comes as a result of having those stores placed close together. The four kinds of loans that are issued, they operate very differently, and I'll promise I'll try to be brief, but first is the payday loan. That's generally the most controversial kind of loan. It's much in the press. It's much an issue before the legislature currently as they try to tighten up some of the loaning practices there. But generally those are 2 to 4 week high interest type loans where somebody comes with a post-dated check, says you can cash this on the day of my next payday, and that's basically how it works. There are some accusations that there have been abuses, that people get into a cycle of debt because they can't pay it off. I won't get into all that here today. Next, there's title loans. That's a loan where somebody comes with a loan with a title to a car typically, or some kind of a vehicle, pledges that as security for the loan. Next are installment loans. You may, I guess, to go back to our childhood, the name that we would recognize the most would be household finance. They make small loans on an installment basis, generally monthly payments, generally loans that are too small for banks to be interested in making. In fact, lots of their clients come from referrals from banks. And then there's a fourth category that is not regulated under the same state provisions, whatever, and that's pawn. Pawn, as you all know, is a very traditional kind of loan that's existed probably for centuries, where somebody pledges an item as security for the loan. In other words, you can come in with your watch, you can come in with typical things that are placed in as security for pawn, I guess would be musical instruments, consumer electronics, jewelry, things of that nature. A loan is made against it. If it's not redeemed within the statutory period, the issuer of the loan at that point owns the property. Now, historically, and I used to be involved in law enforcement long ago, and I'm quite familiar that there was an image that pawn shops were fencing operations. Now, whether that's been true in any recent time in Las Vegas or not, I can tell you it's no longer true. Pawn shops are very highly regulated. They work very closely with the police department. The owner of the store must undergo a suitability background investigation that's conducted by the FBI. All of the workers in the stores have to have work cards. A complete list of every item that's taken in pawn has to be submitted to Metro for their review. And if something, and identification must be received from the person who pawns the item and takes the loan. If for some reason the store makes a mistake and does take something that turns out to be stolen, the store must forfeit the property. So they are highly motivated to see to it that they only take items in loan that are appropriate. So I don't want to belabor that anymore. There may be questions, and if there are, I'll certainly address it. Our application today relates to an existing vacant building on the, I guess it's the northeast corner of Cheyenne and Jones. As indicated before, your code does require that if something's within 1,000 feet of one of the four categories that under your code are lumped together, you have to request a waiver. That, in fact, is the case today, because in the same shopping center, while we're talking about the store I'm pointing to, there is a payday loan called cash loan that is further up in the same shopping center. Just from my own curiosity, I've gone to the city. I asked them to check on their website whether there was anything else in the neighborhood This is taken from the city's website. That's a 3,000-foot radius in all directions, and by the city records, there are no other financial institutions specified. In fact, I can tell you the closest one would be 3/4 of a mile to the east, 1 mile to the west, 1.5 miles to the north, and 1.5 miles to the south. So this is an area where there are very few of the financial institutions specified. Mr. McCall has gone within the shopping center to talk to the owners and operators of the other stores. We're aware that we have a gentleman who has an adjoining restaurant who is in opposition to this application, but we do have a number of signed letters which I'll submit to your staff. From the Vaughn store, from the skateboard shop, the florist, the smoke shop, the dry cleaners, the dentist, saying that they are in support of this application.
Well, basically it says I am not opposed rather than...
They're saying they're not in, we wrote it saying they're not opposed. That's, I stand corrected. I thought I would show you a couple of other things to say that you saw the picture of the store as it exists today. Mr. McCall has retained an architect to redesign what the store would look like if he's approved, and we're willing to submit those photos for the record with the understanding that we're going to be held to having satisfied what we've represented today. I've also brought, just for your curiosity, pictures of some of the other stores that Mr. McCall operates, just to show that this one is in Anthem, this one's in Green Valley. I've got some interior shots of the kind of stores that he operates. This one is interesting. This is from the Rainbow store. Mr. McCall brought in the high school music group to perform in there one afternoon, and it's the kind of neighborhood-friendly kind of operation that I think he'll bring to this area. One last thing, and I promise to defer. I think it's fair of you to say there have been conditions imposed on Mr. McCall's previous store. We would be happy to comply with those same conditions here. I have a copy of that earlier approval, which I can provide. But if I can just summarize them, first is that the primary use is to remain a pawn shop. Records to prove that the primary use remains a pawn shop shall be provided upon request to the Finance Department Business Licensing Section. In the one on Rainbow, there were two conditions that are really inapplicable, having to do with adjacent residential neighbors. The next one, though, no exterior signage, advertising payday loans. The next one, the use shall comply with the applicable requirements of Title VI of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. Next, conformance to all minimum requirements under Title 19-04-050 for pawn shop use. Next, a special use permit shall expire 1 year from the date of final approval unless it is exercised or an extension of time is granted by the city. Next, the city code requirements and design standards of all city departments must be satisfied. Lastly, the hours of operation shall be 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday, and during the month of December, you can remain open until 9 p.m. Now, one other question came up. It wasn't made a condition on the previous approval, but I can tell you that we would not object to making it an additional condition here. It's something that Mr. McCall does not do, and that is that there would be no sales of guns or X-rated type videos in the store. So with that, we think that this is something that'll be positive to the neighborhood. We think it's a great improvement over what's there. We think it will help be part of the solution in revitalizing the area rather than something that'll be negative, and we ask for your approval.
What were we supposed to glean from your breaking down the 4 different kinds of lending institutions, other than the fact that the one that's already in the center is different than the pawn shop? Is that basically what you were trying to?
Well, I can say it was a councilman's request that I explain the difference between the different kinds of
fair enough
institutions. But yes, that's the point, that we're much different than a payday loan store.
Fair enough. Okay, any other questions of Mr. Curran at this time? All right, it's a public hearing. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sayed Imamzadeh. I'm owner and run that coffee shop, small coffee shop next to that property for 20 years. When I opened that business, I promised to myself, bring a customer as a family, and as I believe a couple of at least council people visit my restaurant without I know that, they came and saw that business is a family restaurant. It means I work, my wife, my kids, and the customers coming same as family to us. And I try top of that one, keep the safety for customers. When you go somewhere to have a dinner or lunch or breakfast, your mind have to be relaxed as a safe place you go into something happen. With knowledge, everybody I believe knows that any kind of this business go to any place is going to take a little crime up. I have a 400 signature. I believe you guys have that file in front of you. 400, I mean, I went to house by house next to my business and asked them, are you agree somebody that kind of business come to it? Nobody said yes. And everybody signed it and said, we don't like that kind of business come to our business. For your information, this gentleman said he had a signature from tobacco or something like that shop behind us. They had a signature, they are agree. I have a signature from neighbor, is mean flower shop, haircut people over there. Everybody signed it and said no. And I have a proof it, I can show you guys. And I filed it.
You may want to make that part of the record.
Yes, you guys have already.
Okay, but you may want to give it to the clerk as part of the record.
This is it from haircut. They sign it and give it to me. And also for last 20 years, I have a lot of opportunity to have, for example, gambling and alcohol put in my restaurant. The reason I didn't do that, because when the first couple of years I tried to do that, some of the customers came to me and said, they call me Mo, short name, said, Mo, why you want to do that? I said, okay, everybody wanted more money. There's nothing wrong with that. But he came to me and said, okay, you know what? The people coming here because as a friendship, as family, and safe. But if you want to put alcohol and this and that, it's going to go down. You know that. From that time, even I had that kind of opportunity, I never ever go close to even apply for that. So I tried to keep that restaurant, small restaurant, for that 18 at least years, same as family restaurant. And you guys, if you come and visit us, you can see anybody come to restaurant, everybody hug each other. It means everybody know each other. And they like that atmosphere as a family restaurant. So I don't have any personal problem with this gentleman or other owner. I know he told me 14 store he had, good for him. But I believe if somebody want to come and hurt my business, as a business, I have to stand up. He showed me the couple of days ago, he came to me and showed me the picture, said, okay, like this gentleman showed over there, you can see. They said, pawn shop. He told me, just jewelry store is more important business for us. Okay, if it's just jewelry store, is it important for a part of your business? Why you want to open the pawn shop? Just put
jewelry store, and we welcome to that kind of business. Many business came to next me, and they gone after a while. I don't know why anyway. But I am still over there for 18 years. And I don't want to lose that one. That's not hurt me, just me. Hurt everybody of neighborhood. And I believe, I talked to Vaughn's people. They said, we are not angry. I talked to flower shop over there. They said, no, we are not angry. Talked to everybody, nobody said no to me. I have a prove it. It means 400 signature is going to tell you guys, I respect for safety for my neighbors and my customer, and right now it's time to make a decision by you guys, right decision, and respect that point too. I believe that's the best thing. Somebody like me came to this city and started to work hard for at least 16, 18 hours a day until you build that business. It's not right somebody come out and turn it down or bring it down. That's my point. And I don't know, you guys have to make a decision. But please remember, at least if you give me time or if you need more, I can bring 1,000 people. And I can bring people. My customer offered me, you can, if you like it, we can come to meeting and as a, live and talk to some. I said, I believe that's enough, 400 signature. So I don't know what should I say anymore. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? Public hearing, yes, sir?
Yes, George Munns, 5916 Paseo Del Mar. I live just south of this shopping center here, and we've recently, it's mostly residential family homes around this area, except for recently put in senior apartment complex that's going in now. It is not open yet. But most of the other homes in the area are rural homes. We have a payday loan, like the gentleman said, right in the same shopping center, and we have a First Interstate Bank right across the street. Rancho and Cheyenne, east of there, we have a payday loan and a title loan. Smoke Ranch in Jones, which is just south of there, we have a payday loan. And Lake Mead in Jones has a super pond and a payday loan. Cheyenne and Rainbow has a super pond. In my estimation, we have enough pawn shops in this area unless we're looking to put a pawn shop at every intersection. So like I said, with the homes in the area, the rural homes, I just feel that this is not the place I would like to see another pawn shop.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
With the payday loan there,
yes,
has that affected your business?
Actually, I didn't know that until I went to get signature from the neighbor. One of those neighbors told me as soon as that payday came out over there, 3 times rob happened to tobacco people. I didn't know that. But I never ever had a problem with my business. My hours is from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I never ever, for that 18 years, I had a problem. Only one time, actually I had that Econo Loop across the street. It was my business too. When I fired my manager, next day my window was broke.
That's a different story. All right, thank you. All right, folks, anybody else like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
May I just respond very briefly?
Very briefly, please.
As to the signatures from the people who said that the gentleman represented they had signed his petition, I believe that is in fact true. After my client visited with the gentleman, he went and canvassed the shopping center, talked to the people in the stores. The documents I've submitted, I forgot to give you the one from the flower shop. They were signed on or about the 14th of December, which is after they signed those. In other words, after they talked to Mr. McCall and saw what he was going to do, they changed and are in support. I don't know if you want to get into this. The owner has realtors and others here who would speak to the fact that there perhaps is some ulterior reasoning here because of my client is not the only one who wants to buy this building, but I don't know if that's relevant, but if you want to go into that, they are here and they want to speak.
I don't think it's relevant. I think the only thing that's relevant is whether or not a pawn shop is appropriate in that particular area. That's the only question before us today. All right, do we close the public hearing then? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mamzadeh, did you have, Your Honor, would you mind if did you have a comment, Mr. Mamzadeh?
I can't believe this gentleman said it was not true, because I can't bring it that people sign for me as a flower shop, he says, here, front of you guys, and you guys ask. That's all I can say.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. For
Thank you.
No problem.
This, Mr. Curran, Mr. McCall, you both know very well now how I feel about your business, these types of businesses. And Mr. Curran, I did ask you to kind of describe the differences, because I think in the industry, all of you recognize the differences, but the perception of the general public is not the same as that of the industry. And Mr. McCall, you and I have talked about this already. I'm not a big fan of pawn shops. I am a fan of jewelry stores. My wife's a fan of jewelry stores. And we talked about that as well. Mr. Mamzadeh, you and I have known each other for many years.
Absolutely.
I coached your son in
Thank
ball.
you. Yeah, for that.
So I know how long you've been there. I've been eating at your restaurant for a long time. Very familiar with the area and the neighborhood. I have many long-term friends that live over there. I'm very sensitive to that area and what happens to it. My colleague, Councilman Weekly, his ward borders that area right there, and I'm not quite sure he's in support of this. The applicant has gone above and beyond the call of duty, and I say that because, Mr. Mamzadeh, I'm in receipt of your 400 signatures. I also took the time to verify and confirm how many of these are actually in the neighborhood. And I've verified 73 out of the 400 in the neighborhood. A lot of these are from North Las Vegas and other parts of the city, so I'm not quite sure you're being entirely truthful when you say you knocked on all the doors. There are many North Las Vegas addresses on here. I'm concerned about your business as well. I'm also concerned about the other businesses in that shopping center, and I've spoken to them. I've spoken to the young lady who owns the hairstyling place. She called my house. She's greatly concerned. I shared that with Mr. McCall and said, you know who you need to convince? You need to convince those other business owners if you think this is going to be successful in that shopping center. That building that you share, I'm just curious as heck to know how come you haven't purchased that building. You have an opportunity here to expand your own business and have another family restaurant out there that's bigger and better. Can you answer that for me, Your Honor? Do you mind if he answers?
Not at all.
Absolutely. If right now, with this situation, if they're going to go out, it's me not issue that, I'm going to do that. I promise.
Well, here's a challenge I have, Mr. Mamzadeh. This was the video rental store, and it didn't make it. Now it's a mattress store, and it didn't make it. I want something to come into the shopping center and create some economic value. I'm not fond of the term pawn. I'm not fond of the term title loan, payday loan, and the industry knows it. I mean, these are the guys that represent the industry. Mr. McCall, above all, has demonstrated to me that he's an industry leader. He's worked in great length and detail with the Nevada legislature requiring these businesses to be more on the up and up. He's a frontline runner here, and I recognize that because of him. Mr. Kern, you neglected to say that, and I wanted to throw that in there. It's important that we evaluate this. Of the two individuals, did you go to the Planning Commission and oppose this at the Planning Commission?
No.
Two individuals did, and I didn't know if you were the second one. Brenda Lovato was one of the two that went, and she has since then changed her position and given us notice of that, and called to be supportive of this application. This is a challenging item for me. I don't support this business. I don't support these types of businesses in our neighborhoods. I do, however, want your business to be more successful. I do want, however, this shopping center to be more successful and an empty building to be used in an economic way that works for the entire community. I don't support the fact, and Mr. Curran knew this when he walked into my office with his client, I know of every location of every payday loan and title loan all around there. He did not need to review that with me. I'm fully aware of it. I keep close tabs on these businesses out in Ward 6. I think, and this is just me speaking, separate from my colleagues, there are too many of these businesses in every neighborhood. And I'm challenged by that. But in this location, and because of, I appreciate the 400 names on the list, Mr. Imamzadeh, absolutely appreciate it. But I can only verify, like I said, about 73 of them. And that's worthy. If you did go knock on doors, that's awesome. I'm glad you did that. Still the same, I'm having a hard time denying this application. I think, in my mind, that this would benefit your business more. And I want to talk to you just briefly about your hours of operation. You know, the whole complex wants you to stay open later. They need somewhere to eat supper. So I just want to share that with you. And that's what the business owners are telling me. And I want to share that with you so you could recognize that opportunity as well. I can't find grounds other than the fact that staff has, you know, our code specifically states the distance requirements. But in regards to denying this based on you losing business, I don't see it. And I apologize to you. And I wanted to, Mr. Curran, you guys have done exactly what I've asked you to do. You've gone out to those businesses and you've gotten their input from, Mr. McCall, it was you specifically.
Yes, it was.
Because my phone was ringing at the house. This guy keeps bugging me. And I understand your desire to do that. But in the end, it wasn't bugging him that did it. It was the fact that nobody was in great opposition and thought perhaps it would actually add to the complex and add to this shopping center and make it more viable for more customer flow. So I'm challenged by this. You stated some conditions, Mr. Curran, and Margot, would you repeat those for me, please?
If I may, the ones that I have are that the hours of operation shall be limited to Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., except December hours shall be allowed to be 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The hours of operation on Sunday shall be limited to 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. There shall be no outdoor display, sales, or storage of any merchandise. That no exterior signage advertising payday loans shall be permitted, and that firearms may be taken in pawn but sold only to dealers and not sold retail. Those are the typical requirements that we have placed on other pawn shops.
And I'm going to ask you to say that slower. I'll say it for you. Firearms may be taken in pawn, but not resold to the public.
Right.
They are sold in, Mr. Curran?
They either go to
wholesale
dealers
dealer.
or they
Metro.
go back to the person who pawned it.
Okay. And the idea here is we want to keep guns out of the neighborhoods. Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Curran tendered a proposal saying that there would be no X-rated videos and no guns. I'd like to accept that proposal if you're supporting this, that there not be any guns, because I think that that could put the restaurateur's mind to a little bit of ease, that he won't have to fear anybody going in there and getting a gun, which could disturb his business.
Well, Your Honor, I actually support that idea. Mr. McCall, you and Mr. Curran, you'd have to decide whether this location, you can live with that.
We don't sell any guns at any of our stores.
But not even take in pawn any guns or any X-rated videos. And I know you don't at your stores anyway, but very conservative neighborhood.
We do take guns in for pawn.
Okay.
We return them only to the people who give us the ID and pawn them.
Is it acceptable, through Your Honor, is this acceptable to you at this location that not be the case, that there be no guns taken into pawn or X-rated videos?
I mean, if it's important to you, I would do that, but just to give you a little background on this is that in fact, we just had the ATF in. We asked them to come in and do training at our employees today at one of our stores for all of our employees, and the FFL compliance, we go way beyond that, and I can commit to you, is that we build gun safes within the safes, within the store, locked areas. I'll tell you one perspective on that is we have some people who like to pawn their firearms so they are not at home. Particularly, they'll pull them out for hunting season and they'll bring them back and keep them in pawn. Take a low dollar amount so that 10% a month interest doesn't get to be too large for them, but they feel better about having them at our place than at their home. And I don't. If it's important to you, I would. It's not a big dollar item to me. I mean, it is some revenue, but it's
you have one more service that brings customers in, then they do other things while they're there purchasing, so forth. So I hate to reduce the reasons to come into our store, reasons for patrons to come. But that being said, if it's important to the mayor and the council, I would do that at this store. But I think there's also a plus to being able to do pawn only. Plus to the community, I mean.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may continue. Then let's do that. Let's throw that in as a condition. If you're not ready to accept that condition, we can table this item to a later date if you still want to work out the details. I want Mr. Imamzadad's business to continue to thrive. I also don't want, and I'm going to side with the mayor on this issue, folks toting guns into your store for pawn and walking out with cash. If we can eliminate that in the neighborhood, Metro's going to be more appreciative. The ATF's going to be more appreciative, especially in that neighborhood. Margot, did you get that condition as well?
That would be no firearms may be taken in pawn nor sold retail on site.
And Mr. Curran, do you have those photographs of the interior portion of the store? Would you put those back up on the overhead for me, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McCall, I want you to know, Mr. Imamzadad, we did our homework on this. Councilwoman was faced with the same type of store in her ward, Rainbow and Sahara. Mr. McCall's done a fabulous job, and I think that is the picture, this picture right here of that store. And I would like to think that he would concentrate more on jewelry outlet than pawn, and that's what I'd like to certainly see in this location. These aren't your typical pawn shops to me, as I've been in a few searching for stolen tools. These don't appear to be the same to me. Now, Mr. Curran, if you would put on the overhead for us, please, the exterior portion of the building that Mr. McCall is going to improve, and I want planning to hold the applicant to these guidelines and to this standard. That is the current building, Mr. Curran?
Yes, sir. The one on the top is the current building. The one on the bottom is the redesigned building.
And would you provide a copy of that to our planning director so that she may continue to make sure that those standards are built into your application?
Yes, sir. I've done so.
Do we need to add anything else, Margot?
No, sir, not that I have.
Have I beat this to death?
No response, sir.
With that, Your Honor, I move to approve. You'll answer, Councilman. Thank you. I would move to approve agenda item 108, subject to all conditions and as amended, with the caveat that I hope this is successful for that entire center, Mr. Imamzadad, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you.
109 is
Thank you all very much.
SUP 18279. The applicant is Biomat USA. The owner is Civic Center Plaza, LLC. Appeal filed by the applicant from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for the expansion of an existing blood plasma donor center at 611 to 623 Las Vegas Boulevard North in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Chris Kemper here on behalf of the applicant Biomat USA. Let me say first of all that the applicant and this application in particular oftentimes are misunderstood. Let's first talk about the applicant, if we could, which is called Grifols Biomat USA. They operate plasma centers. They operate those centers all over the United States. There's more than 70 of them, one of which is located in Las Vegas at essentially Bonanza and Las Vegas Boulevard. In Grifols, it bears the name of the scientist who revolutionized the process by which plasma is extracted from the blood. The uses of plasma are as varied as they are indispensable. Plasma therapies are used in a myriad of ways to guard against diseases such as hepatitis and to provide treatment for hemophiliacs, persons with immune deficiency disorders, burn victims. Products from plasma are used during operations to aid in clotting and to close wounds during surgery. Its use in every theater of war is legendary, and it is used for those who cannot, or because of religious reasons, will not accept blood transfusions. The list goes on and on. Without plasma and the treatment which it provides, children, for example, with immune deficiency syndrome will be lucky to see age 21. With it, they will most likely see their grandchildren play. So, plasma is not just important to the health of millions of Americans, it is indispensable to that health. A full 80% of the plasma used in this country is generated by commercial operations such as USA Biomet. If we were to rely solely upon the plasma generated from organizations such as Red Cross or blood services such as United Blood Services, only 2 out of 10 Americans, 2 out of 10, would be able to utilize the plasma that they need. So these plasma centers are as indispensable as the product they produce. But despite all this positive and good that comes from the use of plasma, there is a conception that people have. It is believed by many, too many, that plasma centers cater to alcoholics, to drug users, and to the homeless. Nothing could be further from the truth. First of all, no one can give plasma just one time. They must become regular plasma donors. They must become part of the plasma giving system, if you will, so that records can be continually kept on them. And when they come in to give plasma, here is what they are required to have with them, and here is what they must do in order to be a plasma donor. They must have a picture ID. That's first. Secondly, they must have a permanent residence. They either have to have a driver's license or a utility bill that bears their name that has been issued to them within the last 7 days. And, by the way, if they are not allowed to give a residence as a shelter. Shelters are not permanent residences. There has to either be a home or apartment, something of a permanent nature. They must have a Social Security card with them. I couldn't even find my Social Security card, I guess, if somebody asked me for it, but they have to have a Social Security card when they come in, because that card is used to check to see if they've ever donated anywhere else in the United States. And if they've ever been disqualified, they are immediately disqualified from giving at this plasma center. They are given a blood test to test for, among other things, protein levels in their blood. They're given a thorough exam by an EMT or a nurse that is on staff. If during this examination a potential donor appears to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol, they cannot be and will not be a plasma donor. They must answer pages of an extensive medical questionnaire. And if they are chosen as a donor, their blood will be held for months. The plasma is actually held for months until subsequent donations are made and subsequent blood testing of those donations has occurred. If over this period of several months, one donation would be disqualify the donor, all of the other donations that have been given for the previous months are removed. That is how important it is to make sure that the plasma is appropriate and safe for the purposes for which it's intended. So you may ask, if it doesn't cater then to alcoholics or drug users or the homeless, who does it cater to? Well, those people who want to do good. Many of our donors are just people who want to donate plasma to help others in the community. Those who seek to supplement their employment. A regular donor can make up to $150 to $200 a month, depending on how many times he donates. And one can donate safely around twice a week, because they take the plasma out and then they put the red blood cells back. So it's just the plasma that they're using. We have many, many husbands and wives who make $300 to $400 a month in this economy. That is a big difference between making it or not making it. And we have students who seek to supplement their income by being plasma donors. And we have retired persons. And everyone from the city participates. If we can go to the overhead, please. And zoom in on that. I hope you can see this. These are essentially all of the zip codes. Everything shown in yellow is where we have a minimum of of 25 donors. So the donations come from everywhere in the city, and these are just where there's 25 or more particular donors. Virtually every zip code in the city provides for that. So now you know the product is indispensable. Our donors are decent, regular folks, 80% of whom are employed, and all of whom have permanent residences. So that's the misconception that we sometimes have about the people who appear at these plasma centers. They are, as I say, good, decent people employed with permanent residences who are seeking either to do good merely by the act of giving blood, or supplementing their income, or doing both. So what are we trying to do with the application before you? Biomet is seeking to expand by adding the business that is immediately to the north of it, the one section within that center. We are not seeking to add more donor stations, but to increase our waiting room and to modernize our bathrooms. Presently, on busy days, it gets so busy that some of our donors have to wait outside in the parking lot. What we want to do is to expand that waiting room so that doesn't have to occur. There's another reason for that. Biomet's policy is that once you enter into its facility, you do not exit its facility. So when you go inside and you're in the waiting room, you stay there until the process is done. So getting people out of the parking lot, into the building, into a waiting room is not just good for Biomet, it's good for the whole neighborhood. And with this proposed expansion, we will now have a majority of the space within the center. Right now we have approximately 50%. This will give us substantially more, so we'll have considerable more space in that center. As a consequence of that, we will be able to force substantial refurbishment of this entire center. It is our plan, and we've talked with the landlord, we've told him what we're going to do. He said he's on board. If he doesn't do it himself, we will do it, and we will pay for it. We are going to refurbish the entire center. It will look like a new center. We're going to take the front, do a complete remake of that entire center front, add architectural enhancements. We're going to enhance and refresh all of the landscaping. We're going to repair, reseal, and restripe the parking lot. We're going to replace, relamp, and upgrade existing site lining, and we're going to redo the entire signage. We are asking our landlord to assist us in creating uniform signage all along the front of the building. When you go there now, you see that our sign's in one particular way, and then another one is handwritten, and another one, it's not the most professional look to that center. And all of this will be done as part of the proposed expansion permitted by virtue of your approval of the use permit before you today. Councilman Weekly, you asked that we please contact 3 neighborhood representatives who initially expressed concern over the application. We did so. We met with Marilyn Gillespie just yesterday. I had conversations with her late last week, and we exchanged emails. Her concern was the general look of the center, which is everybody's concern. It's not the most attractive center in the city by any means. She didn't like the fact that the windows are painted with signs. We don't like that. We're going to ask that the landlord prohibit that. When we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to refurbish this, we would like the landlord to not allow those painted signs in the windows. If for some reason the landlord is not willing to buy into that, we would like your staff to assist us, because we cannot believe that painting advertisements in your window meets your sign standards. So we'll work with your planning people to see if we can enforce that as well. We want, since we'll have about 60% of this whole building now, we want it to be maintained in top flight condition. A concern was raised, and I appreciate very much the willingness of our clients, that perhaps those windows were painted because the sun's so tough coming in from the, even though it's coming in from the east, and there's glass on all of these, glass fronts on all of these businesses. Our client, at his expense, will take and treat all of that glass on the other center, including those that aren't part of his business. If that's the reason why they're painting these, then we'll take care of it. We'll tint everybody's windows to make sure that they're protected from the sun. Her other concern was the perceived nature of the business, just an idea of the plasma center. When we explained to her all the things that we do and all the things we're going to do to make this center special, she was very receptive to that. And she had an idea, and as a result of that meeting, we have agreed to that. What she would like us to put on the building sign is just have it say Grifols Biomet USA and not put the word Plasma Center. And save that for the door. Just put Plasma Center on the door, but have the building itself say Grifols Biomet USA, which will mean nothing to anyone, which will add to, she believes, the feel of the community, and that they won't say, oh, there's a plasma center. That's fine with us, because we're not trying to attract anybody who doesn't know we're already there. Our donors know where we are, and as a consequence, we said we would agree with that, plus all of the other conditions that we talked about. And with those conditions, Ms. Gillespie has withdrawn her opposition to our use permit. As an aside, I have to tell you, that is a treasure over there, the Natural History Museum. Marilyn Gillespie runs the Natural History Museum. And just for the record, if anybody's listening, if you haven't been over there lately, that is an amazing operation that she's got over there. And I'm very proud of the fact that she's done such a wonderful job, and I know Your Honor is too. We spoke with Mr. Gallegos. He had several concerns, that the area behind that building is cluttered, that the wall height on the masonry wall should have been 8 feet, not 6 feet. There's a masonry wall that goes, I believe, what was called Bonanza Way, that went between the Mexican restaurant that exists there and the end of our building. Well, we put a wall there with a gate so that neighbors could get in and out, but it wouldn't have access, vehicular access to the property. Apparently, that wall was supposed to be built at 8 feet, and it was built at 6 feet. If that's accurate, or even if it isn't accurate, we're going to put 2 feet of wrought iron on the top of that wall at our expense to make sure that it provides further protection for the neighborhood. Only thing I'd ask is if, in fact, that wall is in the street, I don't know if the city owns some of that or if that's owned by the Mexican restaurant on one half and we own the other half, but we'll agree to work with. I can't imagine that the Mexican restaurant to the south of us would object to having 2 feet of wrought iron on a fence that doesn't really affect them. But that's our pledge at our cost to do that. And we are, if I hadn't mentioned, we are, the other issue was noise and unsightliness of rooftop air conditioners. There are some air conditioners that have not been screened. I don't know why they weren't screened. We don't know. They're not ours. And I think it's important to state again, these are landlord responsibilities. We're a tenant. But we as a tenant, because we now, with this use permit, if it's approved, will have the majority of the property, are willing to put the money in and the effort in to clean this whole building up, this whole area up, because it will, in fact, we will, in fact, be the primary tenant in this area. So we are going to go back, Mr. Gallegos, and clean the area behind the building. We're going to screen and repair, and if we necessary, replace any air conditioning units that may make too much noise because they're not in proper operating condition. We're going to do all the things that should have been done and hopefully will be done with the assistance of our landlord. The other issue that Mr. Gallegos has was the loss of the laundromat. There is a laundromat that we are taking as part of this expansion, and that some of the neighbors do use this laundromat. That's an unfortunate consequence, but we're not just saying that. We're looking at other areas in the neighborhood that perhaps a laundromat can be located in. And so we're going to be working with the neighborhood to see if there's another place where we could help with that. So the third gentleman, I was told to call Dan Romano, who is involved with the Neon Museum. Mr. Romano's concerns, again, he did not like at all the signs painted on the windows. The center at one time had been refurbished a little bit, and then the signs came right back and it made it look like it did before. He would like to see more neon used in our signage, which is not unusual for a guy who has the Neon Museum. And he would like to see an upscale food service center eventually in that site. We've agreed, as I said, to the window signs. We'll do whatever we can, working with the city, working with the landlord to make sure that's not an issue. And with regard to the neon, I don't think neon's planned for those particular signs up there, but again, that's something we can look at, although we cannot promise that. And as far as the food service is concerned, obviously we want the best uses that we possibly can get in that center, and we'll work with the landlord on that. So, Councilman Weekly, we believe we can and will address the concerns of those to whom you referred to us. We thank you very much for the 2-week hold last time so that we were given an opportunity to do that. And I would be remiss if I did not mention something. This is Black History Month, and Dr. Charles Richard Drew was an American inventor, and he was the first, he's a doctor and a surgeon who started the idea of a blood bank and the idea that plasma would store longer than regular blood, and set up the first blood bank in the United States. And as a consequence of that blood bank and the revolutionary ideas he had, many, literally, thousands and thousands of lives have been saved. So it's kind of a fitting tribute for this month as well. And basically, Your Honor, those conclude our comments. Thank you.
How long a lease is your present structure in?
Let me find out the answer.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Brian. While Mr. Kemper's doing that, some of the conditions that he's related to the council that he would be willing to abide by, those are conditions that would probably be best if the landlord agreed to those, not the tenant. So I don't know if, in fact, he can agree to those type of conditions on this particular property without the landlord's consent.
And I would say that makes a lot of sense. I mean, he may have every good intention in the world, but if the landlord says, I'm not going to do it, then he can't perform. I understand that. How long is the
10
existing?
years.
10 years. And what is the lease on the property you're intending to acquire?
You know that? How long before that? We don't know the answer.
No, on the
to
lease that you're about to sign, assuming that you get your use permit. So they would be simultaneous with each other? They would be
yes.
20 years.
But he's saying they'd have a right for 10 years with the space they're in now and 10 years with the space that they'd be acquiring.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Gallegos.
Al Gallegos, I think the name of the Biomat Incorporated has been changed. That blood plasma center has been there for plus 20 years. So it wasn't done 10 years ago. So I don't know, you know that you have changed your name, or another company owned the blood plasma center. And let me tell you how much, I want to ask how much is a pint of blood? How much do they make in a pint of blood?
In a pint of plasma?
Plasma, yes.
If that's relevant, I'm not sure it is. But
yes.
If you know the answer.
I don't know the answer.
I do.
Okay.
Yes. Let's see what he says. I have researched this.
I hope it's the same answer. I'm praying it's the same answer. Do you want to write it down and then hand it up to me, and I'll let, no, I'm kidding.
It's big money. It's big
right,
bucks.
I think he's asking, what does a pint of plasma, what do you pay for a pint and what do you sell a pint for? I think that's the way he would talk about it.
There's a 40-footer there at least once a week, and they start in California and they start loading it, and it comes all the way to Florida.
Okay. Do you have an answer or not?
It's about $100, $125 to create 1 liter of plasma. And depending on what you use the plasma for, depends on what the value of it is.
Okay, well, I'm not sure it's relevant.
Yeah.
But
well, let me tell you my opinion.
Okay.
A pint of blood, in my opinion, that I have researched, is over $1,000. They take that pint of blood, I'm reading somewhere, a pint of blood, and they extract from that blood. That's what that blood is used. It's not used for people to put in their arms to go to hospitals. In the Planning Commission, Commissioner Goins kept saying, why don't you move to the hospital area? That blood does not go to inject blood to people. It's used to extract the blood, there's a term there, plasma or whatever, and they make a lot of bucks off this blood. And even if they don't own the building, they're going to have to make an agreement that and I'm for it, for their expansion, but they're going to have to make an agreement that they're going to make the building beautiful and take care of all the problems we have. Because the owner that has owned that building has been a slumlord. A slumlord. And the corporations here in Las Vegas, how come they didn't come? Huh? I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm not disagreeing with what he said. I mentioned this the other day when Councilman Wolfson said that he visited the premises. I think it's an eyesore myself, the way it exists. I'd just like to ask Dr. Selby, do you know whether or not that building is going to be affected by any of the road expansions that we're being briefed on?
I don't.
Excuse me, ask me.
But Bonanza Road will be affected, but I don't know if it'll go as far over as impacting the mall, the strip mall.
Okay. I think the point that Mr. Scott raises is a very valid point.
Yes.
We really should have the landlord here to agree with these conditions. I know you have all the good intentions in the world, and your representations are accepted by me wholeheartedly, but I think we really need the landlord here to put that on the record.
Well, I can't believe that there's going to be a landlord that says, don't put $200,000 into my building.
I can't believe it either, but I can't believe the way the landlord allowed that building to get into the condition it's been in and an eyesore to the city for all these years either. I don't have any confidence in the landlord.
Well, apparently this landlord bought it, I guess, in 2003.
Not too long ago.
I don't know. It's just it's not with all due respect, it's not an attractive addition to our downtown redevelopment efforts.
No, it is not. As it exists right now, it is not.
So what would be the problem? What would be the problem in having the landlord here at the next meeting, just to agree to the terms and conditions?
Well, I suppose there's no problem with.
Or we can act, and then we can condition our act on the fact that the landlord will consent in writing to doing everything that you've promised to do. So, in other words, we can act, and then we could get a document which will confirm.
Mayor, I'd like to have that put on the record.
I was just going to say, why don't we have that put on the record?
Why don't you identify yourself and put that on the record? Because
Hi, my name is Michael Gold. I'm with Parliament USA.
Okay, and tell us what you just said about the agreement that you have with your landlord.
Okay, I have already made arrangements with the landlord to do all the improvements that have been outlined here.
What's the landlord's name?
Stephen Fazekas.
Is he a local fella?
He has other business locations here in Las Vegas, but I believe his main residence is in Utah.
All right. Do you think that you'll be able to get his written consent to everything that has been represented by Mr. Kempfer here today within 2 weeks and bring it back to us?
Yes, I do.
All right. So we could act on that basis if Councilman Weekly wants to do so, since this will be his last meeting here today. That's going to be his choice. I'll be honest with you. I was really not for the project at all until I heard Mr. Kempfer's representations and also read the backup letter in our backup from the Immune Deficiency Foundation. I never realized until I read that letter the significance of the plasma and how necessary it is to get the plasma for addressing these immune deficiency diseases. So.
Your Honor, I think it might help also to share with you something that Mr. Gold told me. When they bought that center, and there's been a change of ownership, and they just got, they're not happy with the inside or the outside of it. His says our centers look like little hospitals. That's what he told me. So they're committed to do everything. I'm more than happy. You put that on the record. We'll get something in writing, and we'll get it to you. But it's in everybody's best interest to fix this place up, because the use doesn't go away, and I think that's kind of what everybody understands, is that if this use permit is denied, it just means that the waiting room doesn't get expanded, not that
not only the waiting room, but to be quite frank with you, I was not of the impression, and that may be just the way I view things, but my perception of the clientele wasn't as represented today. I felt that many of the folks who were going in there did not look as though they had a track record of as represented today. So that surprised me a little bit.
So was I.
Okay, I find that interesting.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
May I put in my 2 cents?
Sure.
Just for a couple seconds. A couple questions, Mr. Kempfer. Is the plasma that is donated used locally, or is it sold outside of Las Vegas?
It's used all over the United States, from what I understand, although it's like when you give blood here, you're not sure that it's going to be given or used here in Las Vegas. It'll be used where the need is, and that's the same thing with plasma. So if we have a need for plasma and there's more in Denver, we'll get Denver's plasma. If they have Denver has a need for plasma and we have more of it, we'll give Denver our plasma. Am I correct in assuming that?
Secondly, is there or are there other plasma centers in the Las Vegas Valley?
We know that there is one more, and there may be two, but
there's not a lot of them.
There's not a lot of them, no.
Okay, and then just to conclude some of my remarks, Mayor, I did go out and visit this property, and I think the pictures are fairly accurate, the ones I have in the backup. This is a pretty old, I think it was built in 1964, pretty old rundown-looking strip mall, and when I went there in the middle of the day on a weekday, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there were a few people outside, maybe 2 or 3. It wasn't too bad at all, but there was an armed security guard outside. I think he was more intimidating than the couple or 3 customers. I don't mean that in a negative way, but we have an armed security guard out there, and he caught my attention more than the customers of the plasma center. But then when I went inside the plasma center, or the facility, I was very, very impressed. The inside doesn't look anything like the outside. It does look hospital-ish, but that's what I think we'd want a plasma donating center to look like. It looked clean, it looked modern, it looked appropriate. Very professional staff inside. The donors themselves were appropriate. I mean, that's the best word I can use. So I was very, very impressed, and I think that the improvements you're talking about, subject to what we're talking about having the agreement from the landlord, et cetera, are a great improvement for the area. Because on the outside, it looks pretty bad. So if we can improve that outside look, I think it would improve the entire area. And if we expand it, in theory, there's less people waiting outside.
Thank you. All right, anyone else like to?
Can I finish my remarks to all this, sir?
I thought you did finish.
No. I see a truck arriving there weekly. And this 40-footer they're loading with plasma, and I have talked to the truck drivers. This plasma is going to Florida or Alabama somewhere. Okay, it's not going to wherever. But the thing is, they have not been a very good neighbors. But I approved it because I want them to be a little better than what they are now. And the next time you come into my neighborhood, Councilman Wolfson, come to my house. I'll take you around and show you what it is. And when we get this letter from the owner, I am going to be the new city council until somebody's appointed. And I want a copy of that letter. Okay?
Well, the letter's certainly going to be made a matter of public record.
Well, they got to mail it to me.
I can't make them do that.
Well, if it's not mailed to me, then it's not
right.
It's not official, right?
It is part of the public
record.
Honor,
that's right.
Your Honor,
once it's received by the city.
We'll mail something to Mr. Gallegos.
Mayor Goodman, real quickly.
Yes.
And I'm sorry. Mr. Gallegos, it'd be my pleasure to join you for dinner. Just let me know what we're having. Secondly, in all seriousness, hold on. In all seriousness, I saw something in my backup that said, according to neighborhood services, they hadn't had any calls for service since like 2004 or something.
What kind of service? What kind of something's happening in the neighborhood?
Everything's cool in the neighborhood.
No, it isn't, sir. I called the police the other day. The officer refused to take a report.
All right.
And I have it at home. He refused to take a report.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. Finally, I know what it is about. I had been a donor in the past. I don't plan to be in the future. For humanitarian reasons alone, that waiting room does need to be expanded. In the summer, there's not enough room for all the people in the waiting room. And then they try to go under the awning. They say you can't stay under the awning. You've got to go out further in the shade. And it's just very, very uncomfortable, very stressful. I'm not crazy about this operation at all. It is plasma. It is not blood. It is plasma, and the price that Grifols has represented at $125 the last time I donated, which was a while ago, said 120 per liter, so that figure is correct. To me, as I say, I'm not fond of this operation, but it's a vital service in the community. It does look like a hospital on the inside, and for the benefit of the donors and the neighborhood, as you decrease the stress, you decrease the incidences, et cetera, they'll get a better grade of donors in the suite by and by. So I reluctantly admit I am for this. Thank you.
All right, next, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor Goodman, real quickly, in my backup, under the general analysis, it says, in addition, the applicant provides security on site and, despite past problems, the Neighborhood Services Department reports that there is no record of complaints at the site since prior to 2002.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman, Council. Daniel Deegan, 1801 Granite Avenue. I actually came down here chasing a couple of billboards, but they escaped from me. But I'll be back for them. I do have a short anecdote, which I think is relevant to the current proceeding. When Councilman Ross and I were on the city leadership course, we were being presented with some of the activities that took place in the Reed Whipple Cultural Center, some of the plans for the cultural corridor. It's a place of high hopes. And at the Planning Commission meeting where this item came up, a number of representatives there were concerned with this operation as to whether it's located in an appropriate place, if it's an appropriate activity for the future success of the cultural corridor, or whether cosmetic changes will be sufficient, as Mr. Kemper would make out, or whether it should be located somewhere else. We had one of our colleagues on the course say, well, why do you have those programs, Rainbow Company or something like that, why do you have them down in that place? You know, North Las Vegas Boulevard is, where decent people don't go. I mean, you have a hill to climb in establishing the cultural corridor to be what we want it to be. I hope that the changes that are outlined will do it. It's just something for you to consider. Fortunately, Councilman Weekly has the first crack at it, and this will be my last chance to say how much we're going to miss you. And Rancho Manor owes you a great deal. 7 years ago, he came to us and said, "I'll be your councilman. I'll back you up." And he kept his word every bit for the last 7 years, and that's a darn good record. After all the storm and stress, he has a way of coming out on the right answer on these questions, and I'm sure he's going to continue that on the county commission where they need some right answers. Congratulations to you, and thank you for all you've done in the past. And I'm sure you'll get the right answer on this too, and make the cultural corridor and all the people who need interferon equally satisfied and treated well. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, I guess in trying to find the right answer to this here, I was very uncomfortable with this from day one. I just didn't like it because for years, even when I worked on Mayor Pro Tem staff, we've had problems in this plaza here. This is a use that, of course, is needed, and it has to be located somewhere. I felt a bit more comfortable with Chris coming on board because I know that Chris is going to go and do his due diligence and do his homework on this, and I appreciate very much, Chris, you taking the time out to go and meet with the constituents that have some serious concerns about this, because they have had to suffer the brunt of a lot of the trafficking in the neighborhood as a result of this perception that's out there about this plasma center here. And at one point it wasn't all about plasma. It was a blood donor center as well. And we've had to deal with a lot of those issues in that neighborhood with those going over to give blood for the monetary benefits, if you will. You indicated on the record that the property owner was going to submit an agreement of some conditions that were imposed by the mayor here today. And I guess I also, too, would like to impose on that. I think you had indicated some form of landscaping and then some type of wrought iron fence or what have you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way that you can also get the property owner to indicate in his letter that they will maintain that particular enhancement?
If the landlord doesn't, we will. Now that we have the majority of that building, it's going to be important to us that it look and feel and be everything that we want it to be. And yes, sir, that will be not just enhance and refurbish the existing landscaping, but maintain it. And I think that's a very important point. Yes, sir.
We appreciate that very much, because understanding, and I just needed the public to understand, this is not an application coming in. You make an application for the use. It's an existing use. What we're doing is just expanding the lobby area to get the traffic out of the parking lot, and I can appreciate that very much. And so with that, I appreciate my colleagues. Councilman Ross, thank you. Councilman Ross. Why do I look at you and think of you as Ross? Wolfson, not you, Ross. Sit down, Ross. Wolfson, thank you very much for taking the time out of your schedule for going over and looking at this, because this was an important issue to a lot of us on this council here, and I appreciate your time. So with that, Your Honor, Chris, your presentation was long. This was supposed to be like a 5-minute item. On item number 109, I'd like to make a motion for approval, please, with all conditions.
Right, with the understanding that by our next meeting, we'll have that letter, which will show acquiescence on the part of the owner to all of the proposals that have been represented to us.
If I may.
Yes,
I guess I was going to say that if you approve this today and we get the letter in 2 weeks, I'm not sure you're going to bring it back for reconsideration, or how are you going to handle it?
If we don't get the letter, I'll bring it back for reconsideration.
Okay.
I sure will.
And if I may, are we going to add these as conditions? Otherwise, I don't have anything.
No, I think they should be conditions.
Okay, if I may just read them in real fast?
Yes, I think that's appropriate.
Plans for a new facade on the entire building shall be submitted for approval by the Planning and Development Department, and work shall be completed prior to or concurrent with the final inspection for tenant improvements on the remodeling. New landscape and irrigation plan for the entire center shall be submitted to the Department of Planning and Development for approval and implementation prior to final inspection of tenant improvement permit on remodeling. All landscaping shall meet Title 19 requirements and be maintained. Entire parking lot shall be repaired, resealed, and repainted prior to the previous language. A new sign plan shall be submitted to Planning and Development for approval. Signage shall meet all requirements of the Title 19 and the Scenic Byways guidelines. The property shall be cleared of graffiti, debris, and trash within 30 days and maintained. All roof equipment shall be repaired or replaced and screened to meet Title 19 requirements. The block wall on the south property line shall be 6 feet block with 2 feet wrought iron and installed prior to the final inspection on the tenant improvements, and all window signage shall meet requirements of Title 19.
Agreeable?
Yes, except with the wall and the wrought iron. Remember, the Mexican restaurant has to approve of that. So
then that would be subject to approval of adjacent property owner.
Very good.
With that understanding.
Very good. That's fine. Okay, no problem.
Mr. Kemfer, thank you very much, and you'll see to it that we get a copy of that letter.
What we're going to do is I'm going to prepare this letter that's going to have the conditions on it, if that's okay with Ms. Wheeler, and then we'll say that the landlord acknowledges, agrees, and accepts all of the foregoing conditions and agrees to comply with same as a condition of approval of this use permit.
Sounds like something a lawyer would write. Okay.
That's okay.
All right, good. Your motion?
My motion is for approval with all conditions as amended, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you. Good luck, gentlemen.
Your Honor, if I might, may I say thank you, Councilman Weekly, again. I tell you, that was one of the most articulate goodbyes I've ever heard, so it's going to be hard to follow that, except to say, Councilman Weekly, goodbye for now. I'll see you in 2 weeks at the other place. But just thank you for all the wonderful work, and thank you for always being so gracious and open and honest, and you're everything we could hope for in a quality man and a quality councilman. So thank you, sir. Bye now, Your Honor.
Okay. Excuse me? I think we're up to 116. Got it. 116, 117, 118. 116 is ZON 17250. The applicant owner is Tusa Homes, Inc. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RBD2 Residential Plan Development, 2 units per acre on 3.58 acres on the northwest corner of Jones Boulevard and Joe Marcy Drive. This is in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 117 is VAR 17253. The same applicant owner requests for a variance to allow a residential plan development on 3.58 acres, where 5 acres is the minimum site area required at the northwest corner of Jones Boulevard and Joe Marcy Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 118 is SDR 17254. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for a proposed 6-lot, single-family residential development on 3.58 acres at the northwest corner of Jones Boulevard and Joe Marcy Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are in Ward 6. They're all public hearings, and they're now declared open.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson. Very happy today to be here on behalf of Tusa Homes. If we could just briefly go to the overhead, these are 6 lots. We are 1/2 block down from the intersection of Jones and Grand Teton. 6 lots, all over 18,000 square foot net. In fact, 2 of these are in excess of 19,000 square feet. We had a meeting with the neighbors. In response to that meeting with the neighbors at the Planning Commission, we agreed to 3 extra conditions. One is that we will put 24-inch box trees 20 feet on center around the perimeter of the property. 2, we agreed that half the lots will be 1-story, half the lots will be 2-story. Also, we agreed that nothing in our homeowners association will preclude our future residents to have horses in accordance with city standards. With that, we had no opposition at Planning Commission. We respectfully ask for your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Clapsaddle? Okay, folks, public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And oh, there is somebody? Did you want to be heard back there? Excuse me?
No.
No, not yet. Not yet. We'll get to the homeless. No problem. All right, public hearing, folks. Anybody like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Clapsaddle, when you have a product like this, and let your client know that, of course you're not going to have any opposition to it. This is a wonderful place to live, and I think anytime that a developer builder affords folks the opportunity to have horses on the property, you're heading in the right direction. With that, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 116.
Thank you.
Subject to all conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on Agenda Item 117, also follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on Agenda Item 118, follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions. And Margaret, you have the additional conditions?
No, sir.
Mr. Clapsaddle, were there additional conditions that they were
already in there from Planning Commission,
That's
sir.
my question.
Yes, they were already in there.
They're already in there.
With that, that's my motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you.
And Mr. Sanchez, do we have somebody from Neighborhood Services down here? Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, 119, 120, 121. 119 is ZON 18643. The applicant is Nevada Han, the owner, City of Las Vegas. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R3 Medium-Density Residential on a portion of 9.39 acres at the southwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Deer Springs Way. They're in Ward 6. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 120 is SUP 19004, the same applicant, the same owner. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 90-unit, 3-story, and 39-foot high assisted living apartment complex at the southwest corner of North Decatur Boulevard and Deer Springs Way. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 121 is SDR 18642. Same applicant, same owner. Request for site development plan review for a proposed 90-unit assisted living apartment complex and a waiver to allow a residential adjacency setback of 20 feet where 121.5 feet is the minimum setback required on a portion of 9.39 acres at the southwest corner of Decatur Boulevard and Deer Springs Way. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These projects are in Ward 6. They're all subject to public hearing, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mark Mangan with L.R. Nelson, here representing the applicant. We concur with staff's recommendations, and we ask for your approval on these items.
All right, very
Just
good.
try and keep it short because Chris took all our time.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Are there any questions to the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move on agenda item 119, call the planning commission with staff's recommendation for approval subject to conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
As well as agenda item 120,
All right, thank you. Let's vote.
call the planning commission with staff's recommendation for approval.
Good. Opposed, please. Motion carries. And 121, please.
And the same on 121, Your Honor, move to call the planning commission with staff's recommendation for approval subject to conditions.
Thanks. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Just count me as a yes vote on that.
Okay. 122, 123, 124, and 125. 122 is ZON 18672. The applicant owner is Anna Beltran. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to R3, medium-density residential on a half an acre at the northwest corner of Poppy Lane and Panaflo Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 123 is VAR 18673. Same applicant owner requests for a variance to allow setbacks of 5 feet in the front and rear yard areas where 20 feet is the minimum setback required. A distance between buildings of 5.5 feet where 10 feet is the minimum distance between buildings required. And a residential adjacency setback of 33 feet on the west side of the property where 66 feet is the minimum setback required for a proposed 12-unit multifamily residential development on half an acre at the northwest corner of Poppy Lane and Panaflo Street. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 124 is VAR 18674. Same applicant owner requests for a variance to allow 18 parking spaces where 23 are the minimum number of spaces required for a proposed 12-unit multifamily residential development on a half an acre at the northwest corner of Poppy Lane and Panaflo Street. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. 125 is SDR 18670. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for a proposed 12-unit multifamily residential development, a waiver to allow a landscape buffer width of 5 feet where 10 feet is the minimum required at the right-of-way along the eastern and southern property lines, and a waiver to allow a landscape buffer width of 5 feet where 15 feet is the minimum required at the right-of-way along the western property line on a half an acre at the northwest corner of Poppy Lane and Panaflo Street. Planning Commission staff recommend denial. And these are all in Ward 3, and they're all subject to public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Ana Castillo, 1202 Fort Bridge. I'm coming to represent Ms. Anna Beltran. We redesigned this unit from 12 to 10 to following the code, the setback and the parking variance also. The only things that we keep in work on it, that so far we don't have a choice. Is there real setback for that project?
All right, thank you. Are there any questions to the gentleman? Folks, public hearing, would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This will be Councilman Ross on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem Reese.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, Your Honor, if I may, Margot, do you have all the conditions set forth? Do any of these need to go away?
Mayor and Councilman, as we go through this, I have the changes. There will be changes in some of the variances and waivers, and I'm prepared to enter those as we go through each item, beginning with item 123, the variance.
Okay, then I'll stop on 123. With that, Your Honor, I would move to approve agenda item 122, subject to all conditions.
Show me voting yes, please.
There's a motion. Please cast your vote. Post. My screen's not working. Did that?
It did carry.
That passes.
Through you, Councilman Brown, on agenda item 123, Margot.
If I may, Councilman. The additional condition will be that approval of variances shall be for 17.5 feet front setback and 15-foot rear setback where 20 feet is required, and residential adjacency of 45 feet where 66 is required.
And you agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Yeah. With that, Councilman Brown, move for approval of agenda item 123, subject to conditions and as amended.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Opposed? And that motion carries.
Agenda item 124, Margot.
Approval shall be for 18 parking spaces where 21 are required for 10 units.
And with that, Councilman Brown would move for approval of agenda item 124, subject to conditions and as amended.
Heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on agenda 125, on behalf of Mayor Pro Tem, move for approval subject to conditions.
With some changes, if I may, Mayor and Councilman.
Director.
Condition number 3, all development should be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan, date stamped February 12th, 07, and building elevations and floor plans, date stamped February 20th, 07, except as amended by conditions herein. Condition number 5, that a waiver from Title 19.12 is approved to allow a 5-foot perimeter landscape along the southern lot line where 10 is required, 9-foot perimeter landscape along the western line where 15 is required, 9 feet along the eastern line where 10 feet is required, and that would be, and also that condition 7 amended to state that the distance between buildings shall be a minimum of 10 feet, and that approval shall be for a maximum of 10 units with waivers to allow 9 feet landscaping along south, east, and west property lines.
And for the record, through your honor, you agree to those conditions? Yes. So, that's my motion.
All right, very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir. Thanks. All right, 126 and 127. 126 is ZON 18753. The applicant owner is Smoke Ranch Development LLC. Request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, O, office general plan designation, to PR, professional office and parking on 2.7 acres adjacent to the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 1,300 feet east of Buffalo Drive. It's in Ward 4. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 127 is STR 18657. Same applicant owner, request for site development plan review for proposed 3-story, 40,971 square foot office building, a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot buffer where 8 feet is required along the southern property line and along the on-site public trail, a waiver of perimeter landscape standards, and a waiver of parking landscaping on 2.7 acres adjacent to the south side of Smoke Ranch Road, approximately 1,300 feet east of Buffalo Drive. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both subject to public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Dave Clapsaddle with G.C. Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive in Henderson, here on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate staff and the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. We agree to all the conditions and would respectfully ask that you approve it as well.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Clapsaddle? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Brown.
I thank you, Your Honor. I would move for approval subject to staff conditions.
All right, that's a 126. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 127, please.
I thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval subject to staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. 128 and 129. 128 is VAR 18669. The applicant owner is Todd Marin. Request for a variance to allow an existing non-habitable accessory structure to exceed the height of the principal dwelling by 1.5 feet at 5901 Huff Mountain Avenue. It's in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 129 is SUP 18671. The same applicant owner requests for special use permit for an existing non-habitable accessory structure at 5901 Huff Mountain Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Todd Morin, and I am the homeowner of 5901 Huff Mountain Avenue. We agree with the recommendation for approval by the Planning Commission. I have received approved stamp plans and building permits for this project from the City of Las Vegas Building Department. The structure that I'm building is the same shown on all approved stamp plans. I have followed all procedures, including a pre-review meeting before submitting my plans for approval. At the pre-review meeting, it was brought to my attention that the plans for my detached garage would not be approved because the floor plan square footage was more than the allowed 50% of the existing home square footage. I inquired if there was a way to get the extra 40 square foot approved. The planning representative told me that I could go through the zone variance request process. I told him at that time I did not wish to go through that. I told him that I would have my plans redrawn to represent the smaller floor plan square footage. Nothing was discussed about the overall height of the structure. Overall height limitations were never brought to my attention at this meeting. There are both single-story and two-story homes within our development, as well as two-story casitas and a recently completed 22-foot high detached RV garage with a larger square footage than mine. I brought a couple photos here. That's my neighbor's detached RV garage at 5889. And then that picture shows my project right there in the foreground. And that's all I have.
Okay, we're waiting.
Okay.
All right, any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Mr. Moore, we'll make this short and sweet for you because I know you've been through heck over this ordeal. On agenda item 128, Your Honor, I move for approval subject to conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And I appreciate you staying here all day long. I know you've been waiting for a long time to hear your item. On agenda item 129, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. 130, 131. 130 is VAR 18908. The applicant owner is FFPW Medical Development LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 33% lot coverage, where 30% is the maximum lot coverage allowed on 5 acres at 9040 and 9092 West Cheyenne Avenue. This is Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 131 is SDR 18660. Same applicant owner. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 60,160 square foot office development on 4.16 acres at the northeast corner of Campbell Road and Cheyenne Avenue. It's in Ward 4. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings. They're now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. I'm Bob Gronauer, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here representing the applicant and property owner in this matter. As you may or may not know, this application was actually approved for a zone change and site development plan review a few months ago for an office complex. The reason why we are back before you, there was a miscalculation with respect to the numbers in regards to the lot coverage for the office project itself. Because of that, we're actually asking for a 33% lot coverage, where 30% is required by code. That's what the reason why we're asking for the variance. We feel that it's negligible in this area. And with respect to the conditions of approval, we accept those, and we'd ask you to follow the Planning Commission's recommendations.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Gronauer? All right, folks, public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. On item 130, would move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And 131, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for approval, but we are going to amend and or clarify just a couple of these. Margot, first would be the lighting on the back parking lot.
Mayor and Councilman Brown, condition number 10 would change that the parking lot lighting standards shall be no more than 20 feet in height, and the rest of the language to remain the same, with an additional sentence indicating that all lighting shall be located as far as possible from adjacent residential properties.
Concur. We're fine with that condition.
And then, Mr. Anderson, on our infamous wall condition, Would that be under Public Works?
The condition is actually more a business or a building department condition, but we can certainly insert it at your direction.
Where is it? Is it in here? Okay, I spoke to the applicant simply because this is another one of those long linear pieces along Cheyenne with tremendous elevation.
21.
We just want to make sure whatever wall.
Yeah, I believe it might be, we discussed item number 21. On condition
If you
21.
look at condition number 21 on the SDR, sir, that is the language that we had agreed to with the building department.
Okay, so first we'll make sure that their final grading plan is approved by the city, and then from that grading plan, we will then, the applicant will then propose the wall on the northern side of the property.
On the north side, right, and be as low as is doable based on their grading.
And
Yes, sir.
the applicant will agree to mitigate any kind of spacing between the two walls, or
The language that the building department has agreed to is the language there, and that does cover that mitigation, though there's different ways of achieving that.
Okay, Mr. Gronauer, could I get your commitment on the record that not only will you meet what's written in condition 21, but the intent to make sure that they're parallel walls,
Yes,
problems
yes,
we've had in the past
understood.
on other projects would be mitigated?
Yes, that's understood.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for approval, subject to staff conditions as amended and with Mr. Gronauer's commitment on behalf of his client.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Your Honor, if I may, I know this is Councilman Weekly's last meeting. I want to say thank you for everything over the years of giving your time and effort here to the city. And echo what Chris said, we look forward to working with you in 2 weeks over in Clark County. But you'll be missed here in the city of the city of Las Vegas. No, it's the city of Las Vegas. I'm on my way to North Las Vegas right now. That's what I was thinking of. I am. But anyway, it's been my pleasure working with you on many projects in your ward area. Thank you.
Okay. 134 is SUP 18685. The applicant is Vegas Cash. The owner is Charleston Heights Shopping Center, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan establishment, a waiver of the 1,000-foot distance separation requirement from two financial institutions specified, a waiver of the 200-foot distance separation requirement from parcel zone for residential use, and a waiver of the minimum square footage requirement at 4923 Alta Drive. It's in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Christine Williams, and I'm here representing Vegas Cash. And we agree to the conditions, and I'm here just to get approval.
All right, are there any questions of the young lady? All right, folks, public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
I have a great concern about adding another financial institution so close to one that we have. A great concern over the fact that 3 waivers are being requested, and a really great concern that the residents in that area don't want any more of these types of financial institutions. So regretfully, I move for denial. I follow this staff's recommendation for denial.
Can I make a comment?
Certainly.
We have been there. We've basically, we're not really we're not opening a new location. We've been established there for 9 years, and we're simply moving from one suite to the very next suite. We're just expanding our business to a larger square footage. We're not, we are already licensed there.
I thought you might be doing that, but then when I read all the backup material, it didn't seem to be that way. Why do we have these 2 dots so close together then?
Well, the 2 dots, the one dot, the smaller dot is where we are currently located, and the larger dot is where we would like to move.
Now, I'm really familiar with that, area.
Right.
So, are you taking that corner place
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
vacant?
Yes.
Are you moving from where you are to the left of that corner place
No,
now?
we're just moving from where we are to the corner space.
Okay, and where are you now?
We're at 4921, which is right adjacent to the corner space.
That's what I asked.
Okay,
yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
So, you're not adding a new.
No, they're not.
And you're not expanding even really. You're
No.
just moving to that nicer space that has more windows.
Yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
I see. Okay, well, that explained, I could not understand. The only thing that gave me concern was when I read Mr. Becker's letter, when he was talking about grandfathering. So is it correct, Margot, that it's the same place?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman,
Yes.
we're looking at the business licenses, and we do not see an active business license. We see the applications, but there is no active business license for this use at that location.
Which location? The existing location?
Yes, sir.
We've been there for 9 years with a business license under maybe cash out instead of Vegas cash.
Try that. My able assistant here is, I just taught him business licenses today. Only the Lake Mead address.
I don't know what the confusion is. I have had a license there for 9 years, so.
I don't know. Maybe, Councilwoman, you want to obey it for 2 weeks?
I would obey
Get
it
that straightened
because if it's just the same one moving to that
Yes.
corner, and I pass by your place all the time,
Right.
so I know how you would be just moving, but it doesn't sound like it in the rest of it, so
Right, no.
obey for 2 weeks, yes.
All right, very good. That's a
Excuse me,
Move
motion.
for
Mayor,
that.
before you vote on that, you know, in keeping with Mr. Becker's letter that the councilman had referenced, you know, it may be in our best interest to place in as one of the conditions of this particular special use permit that the special use permit at their current location be expunged once this location comes into being.
Right, but right now, we're
Right.
going to ascertain about the business
Okay.
license.
Yeah, are there some of these institutions that aren't licensed? They have to have a license.
We're licensed with the state and with local. I have the business license number here. I don't think I have the.
A state license is not the same as the
Right.
city.
No, I understand. I have
So,
the local business license.
Check it out
number.
and get in touch with the
If
councilwoman.
we could
Yeah.
collect all that information then,
Yeah.
thank you. That's a nice, interesting note too. And Mr. Weekly's
Okay.
time here.
Okay, let's vote, please, on the abeyance motion. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll see you back here. Yes.
If you will, just a quick comment, Councilwoman, if you don't mind. This is a great example of why applicants, when they come before the council, they should make contact at least with their council person or any of us, because this could have been a denial based upon a misunderstanding, and if you hadn't corrected the record, it would have been just that. It would have been a misunderstanding. So I just want to encourage people that when they've got things coming up before us, to contact us ahead of time, because we're not perfect up here, and sometimes our backup isn't perfect, and that would have been a potential injustice.
In the future, I will.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you know,
Yes.
I had another one today, the gentleman on that Angel Street with the complicated names. That was another one who had not contacted the office, and I'm just wondering if maybe in planning, do they tell them, suggest that they contact us?
They should.
Do you do that
We do
now? I
not-
mean,
Mayor, we do not take that position unless the councilperson asks us to. We do not initiate that contact unless the
Okay, well-
councilperson authorizes us to do so.
can
right,
I
then.
ask?
You certainly may.
Well, we'll ask the council people if they're interested in speaking to constituents that have projects in their particular wards to please get in touch with Ms. Wheeler, and she will then advise word by word. Okay, very good. Okay, 1:35. Madam Clerk, I'd instruct you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Halls Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings for nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Okay, it's a time for citizens' participation. Citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up to the mic, give us your name, and we'll limit it to 3 minutes. But before we do that, before we hear from the public, I'd like to ask whether anybody in the audience is homeless. All right, we have our staff here if you'd like to be helped. Would you like some help?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. That's great. I really appreciate the fact that you came here today. If you would see the folks back there, they'd be happy to sit down with you and try to put you in the right direction, so we'll get you out of homelessness.
Great. And would I also be able to say one thing,
Certainly, but we have to do it in order. But in the meantime, if you'd be kind enough to see the staff. All right, anybody else? Because the staff is here, they're here for you. That's why we're doing this. Okay? Public comment.
Hey, Tara. Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Hey, Tara, the young lady right here in the
Beverly?
Tyrone, the young lady right there behind you also. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Hal Hessen, retired Navy veteran, city resident. Yesterday I was in court to answer charges brought by the city attorney, alleging I made threats to Mayor Goodman here in these chambers on January 7th and also in a follow-up correspondence. The city yesterday substantially backed off its ludicrous position. Some quotes from an editorial review journal, January 10th, titled, "Was it a real threat?" The only real question is whether Mr. Hessen has committed an actual crime by making a credible threat of personal harm. But the legal process of hauling someone in a court should never be used to intimidate a speaker into silence on public issues in a public forum. And unless some further evidence turns up, it didn't, that Mr. Hessen intends anyone physical harm, it would appear his threatened slicing and dicing of Mayor Goodman is indeed rhetorical hyperbole. Criminal charges in this case appear to be a stretch, unquotes. Yesterday in Judge Beer's courtroom I said, and I quote, "Your Honor, this proceeding has nothing to do with alleged threats by me and everything to do with impinging on and impeding my constitutional right to free speech under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution," unquote. On December 20th in these chambers, Mayor Goodman cut me off 45 seconds into my allotted 3 minutes of free speech and had me escorted out for referring to him as a shill and making a reference to Goodman's appearing with his showgirls as bimbo babes. This was a blatant violation of my right to free speech under the First Amendment, and today I tell Goodman yesterday's court charges were a charade and not about threats by me to you in any way, shape, or form. It will be no charade in federal court where I will haul Goodman for violating my right to free speech here on December 20th. Video of his violation on that date exists from all 3 local TV stations, as well as video of what transpired that was aired for fully 5 minutes on Fox News clear across this country on the O'Reilly factor, in which a lawyer, in an exchange with O'Reilly, vigorously defended my right to free speech and expression on December 20th in these very chambers. This is a bidding town, and you can bet your bottom dollar I will seek and receive substantial monetary damages for Mayor Goodman's ridiculous folly and the charges that follow that up. I'll see you in federal court.
Next, please.
You know me, I'm Joe Maviglia. I haven't seen you for a while, all of you gentlemen, and you, Your Honor. But I come here today to bring you up to date on some things that finally have been happening to me that are on a positive note. First of all, I've made contact with the new administrator of the state prison system. He's very interested in my project. Second, I have been able to secure a mobile home construction company that is going to assist me with all the licenses and the insurances and the bonds that are necessary to retrofit mobile homes for low-income housing. So I am just tickled to death that I finally, after all my effort, and you know my effort, been involved a long, long time, I'm finally getting people to listen. And instead of coming forward and venting my spleen, as I used to do, I stopped that. And I started concentrating on making the necessary connections to eradicate the homeless problem, or slow it down, to eradicate the dropout problem that these young people are filling in prisons, and to allow individuals to buy into the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that we're all looking for. These mobile homes, when they're completed by the prison system, are going to be able to mortgage out to these ex-felons as they come out and give them an opportunity to build some equity for their future. Also, the building of these mobile homes, rebuilding of existing mobile homes, are going to allow the inmates to get practical experience on every facet of construction there is. It's going to give them one-upmanship when they come out. And then they're also going to be allowed to get one of these mobile homes with a 6-month option to buy. And one of the difficulties that I've been having is finding space. I've been contacted by the Gates Foundation. I'm waiting on a reply. And if they come forward with the necessary funds to buy existing mobile home parks that are being sold as we speak, and as you know, a tremendous amount of them are being ripped out simply because the value of the land is more profitable to get rid of these mobile homes, and probably 30 to 40 parks have been euthanized, so to speak. Anyway, it's gratifying to me that finally people are starting to listen. And if we win here in Nevada, then we're going to have one of the biggest conventions that's ever been perpetrated in the state, for every state to come to Nevada to see how Nevada does it. Okay? Wouldn't that be a win-win? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
How you doing, Mayor, City Council?
Fine.
I came here 2 weeks
You have to
ago.
give us your name, please.
Oh, my name is Fred.
Good, Fred.
I came here 2 weeks ago, homeless and out of a job, and you sent me to this Lynn Keir, or I can't pronounce her last name. I want to say thank you very much. I have a good job now, but I'm still homeless. But they're going to help me. They're still helping me get an apartment. I just don't have time right now to go get one. But I want to let the people know that this does work. If you want to get off the streets, then do it. Come and see these people, and they'll help you. Because I tell you, I got me a good paying job, and she's just been a real blessing to me. And I just want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much.
I thank you for coming back and saying that. Please don't stop working with these folks. I mean, if they're trying to get you into an apartment, take advantage of it, because we have found as a city that the best way to stop homelessness is to help people get housing.
Yeah, and it's just I know I can get it. It's just a matter of me getting off. I'm working in Centennial Hills on a new housing tract,
Good for you.
and I work for a major block wall company. But like I said, you guys are a blessing to me, and I just want to thank you so very much, and keep up the good work, Mayor.
Thanks for coming
Council.
by. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. It's great.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins. I'm a homeless advocate and also advocate for the youth here in Vegas and USA. And I just wanted to voice some concerns about what's going on in Las Vegas. One of them being what's going on as far as promoting certain things. Now, I just want you to, for a moment, just to picture your niece or your daughter or someone young that's close to you. Just picture them there for a minute. And then I ask you, what would you suggest be done to a man or woman that lures this young, innocent child to a bottle of booze and encourages them to drink it, right? Stating, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Go ahead, have that drink. What do you think should be done to someone that does that? According to the legal system. Jail time? How many think jail time should be given to that person? But I know that this is a greater crime than putting someone, let's say someone's sleeping outside, okay, This is a greater crime than sleeping outside. This is a greater crime than digging in a dumpster. But people are being arrested and put in jail for that. Now, I'm just talking about one child. What if you state this to 100 children? Or let's say you get on TV and you advertise this slogan, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, to 1 million children. And they all believe it. And they start drinking that booze or, hitting that crack pipe or sleeping with that woman that gets them that disease. And we're talking about AIDS prevention. We got to promote morality. That's one of the root problems of this society. There's no morality anymore. So I need help with what I'm saying as far as teaching the truth to youth. And if anyone wants to help me, my email is servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. Again, that's servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. I do have a concern for the youth, and we want to solve the problem of homelessness. Well, if you get a house, that's great, but if you have an addiction, you're going to lose that house because you're going to start smoking that crack or drinking that booze again because you have that addiction. And we need to work on encouraging, especially the youth, the next generation, from getting caught up in all those traps of the devil that lead to hell. Because what happens in Vegas can lead you to hell. That's the real truth. And if anyone's interested in helping me, because I really need help, it's a big job, a lot of kids out there, servingjesus99212@yahoo.com. Read Revelations. A lot of warnings there that we need to pay heed to. God bless.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Ricky Hooper, and I have a couple of questions and concerns. As you see, I am in a wheelchair, and I have been having problems not dealing with RTC and all, but as far as their buses and their drivers. And every time that I try to get help, I get say, you need to go here, you need to go there. But I keep getting the same runaround. Nobody seems to want to try to get me the information that I need. As far as who do I talk to, as far as different concerns, dealing with the handicap. And I keep, it's just a rude circle going round and round, and I can't get no information.
Have you ever spoken to Jacob Snow, who's the director of the RTC?
No, sir, I have not.
Well, my suggestion is going to be, we can't take action here, but we will get you his number. Doug, if you would give him a call, tell him to expect the call, I think he'd be able to. He's the man. He'll be able to answer your question.
Okay, not only, it's not just RTC. It's just several different things, different places I've tried to get information, concerning the handicap, accessibility rules and stuff. From stores to even, just basically information. I can't get any kind of information as far as who to talk to about any, any kind of problems that I have.
Do we have any kind of a booklet on disability that we give to our constituents?
I don't think we do, Mayor.
No, I'm not military, but
okay.
It's
Well,
just...
why don't you do this? We can't take action today, but stick around and we'll try to get a number where we could reach you and try to get you this information, or at least tell you how to contact us so we can get the information for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Mayor.
if you'd be kind enough to see our managers over there, tell them a way that we could reach you, or that'd be good. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Pamela Looney, and I wanted to talk about the police department. I have filed police reports. I have people stalking me and a person raping me. His name is Greg Oliver, and he's with these people who wear red, a gang. They're in a gang, and he stalks me with them. My two daughters, Rakivia Looney and Kimberly Looney, and everywhere I go, they go. They have cameras watching us right now, and since I've been out here, they have been stalking me. I don't have a job. I don't have anywhere to live, and I have an associate degree in office system technology. I can do any type of work, but yet they want me to live like a homeless person because they're trying to make me look bad because he has had sex with my 15-year-old child. She is now 18, and I have filed police reports. They have people coming in the system, and those people have disregarded those police reports. I don't know what they did with them. One time I came up here and I filed a police report. I was living at the studio down the road, and no one called me. They said I was going to have a detective. I kept calling this woman they told me to call. She never returned my calls. I left a message. She never called me back. I called her before I went to work. I called her when I got home from work. She never did call me. Now I don't have a job and nowhere to live. This is 3 police reports, and the only thing they say they have on record is when they arrested me for falling asleep at the Walgreens bathroom. And then I got a ticket for falling asleep at another bathroom because my feet were so swollen from walking all night. I don't have to live like this because I can get a job, and I have tried to get a job. They enter any place that I enter in. I went to the FBI. They had them to send me to the courthouse. I am sick and tired of trying to get help from people, and no one is helping me. And I want to know what is going on.
Well, we don't have any jurisdiction over the police department. That's something you're going to have to take up through them.
Well, if I come to them for help and they don't help me, then it's up to you or someone else who is over them to make sure that they do their job.
We have a police review board where complaints about police officers are heard. I would suggest you go back to the police department and you try to seek relief from them. If they don't give you the relief that you need, then file a complaint with the police review board so they can look into it for you.
With the police review board?
That's correct. Citizens Review Board.
And they're going to help me.
I hope.
Aren't they supposed to be investigating when someone files a police report?
Everyone's supposed to do their job. So go to the police, ask them to help you again. If you're not satisfied, you can go to the Civilian Review Board and they'll look into it for you.
And how do I get in contact with them?
We'll have somebody give you that number, and that should be very easy. But give the police a shot at it first, please.
I did.
Okay, then go to the Civilian Review Board. We'll get you the number.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is John Brown. I'm a homeless advocate. Mr. Councilman Wakely, we're glad to see you going up. I hope to have your heart up there on the county commission. I'd like to talk about 2 things. One being IDs, which you're not directly affected with, but you might be able to help with. I would like to point out that people that have lost their IDs are from out of state. If they're in state, they can get a Nevada ID. If they're from out of state, there is a way for them to get them if the sheriff's department will go through the process. We need some kind of grant from the state or somebody to fund that for us. When people lose their IDs, if they're out here on the street long enough, they lose hope or they find easy ways to survive out here. It'd be a lot easier if we could give them their IDs. You can't rent an apartment, you can't get a job unless you sign up with day labor or something like that already. So I'd like to point out the importance of the IDs, and that's the most productive part of slowing down some of the homelessness. And the second thing I'd like to seek some help from is you might be able to point me in the right way. I've purchased day passes for people that need to go to the doctors, or sometimes I'll fund 2 or 3 days worth of passes for people to go to work until they show me they're going to go, and then I'll fund a month pass. That's out of my own pocket. ATC or RTC will not sell me day passes that aren't dated. Now, I'm not asking them to donate them to me. I'm asking them to just sell me ones that aren't dated that I can pass out later for people to be able to use them. So 24-hour passes. They do give them out to some places, but they won't sell them to me. I was wondering if there's a place I can, or a way I can go about acquiring those.
All right, well, we have our folks here who are helping with our homeless issues. Perhaps you would ask them to give you some assistance.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming down. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Just want to say thanks for giving this opportunity to talk to you. And
you have to tell us your name.
Oh, my name is Robert Johnstone. I moved here in September from Massachusetts, and I became homeless in October. I had a car accident. In fact, I'm lucky to be alive. But I just want to say that I'm glad you pointed me in the right direction today. But I don't think enough people know about this program, and I think maybe you need to do some advertising, because I know a lot of people out in the street, and it's just like they say, geez, we need more help, but they don't feel like the city and the mayor is doing enough. But after seeing you today, I can tell that you have a lot of friends here in town, and so my opinion of you has changed, which is probably a good thing, because when you don't have information and you just make an opinion, that's not healthy. But so I'm glad that you're helping people. I'm glad that you pointed me in the right direction. But if there was enough compassion for the homeless as there was for the animals that I heard about this morning, this would be a much nicer place for everyone to live. But I'm just concerned that some people in the situation. Mine's an economic thing. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not an alcoholic. It's just an economic thing, and it's hard to get out of sometimes when you don't have an address that you can call permanent to get a job. But there are some people wandering the streets out there, and they're just trying their best. And it seems to me that Metro gives them an awful hard time in certain parts of the city, and I just think there needs to be some more compassion for everybody out there. I'm also an evangelist for Jesus Christ also, but I don't push it on people unless they want to hear it. But so I thank you for pointing me in the direction. I think she's actually going to help me. But if more people knew about her, what she can do for everybody, I think that would be a step in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Okay, the best bet is, I think there's a certain degree of trust that you have with your colleagues out on the street. And if you tell them, that's probably the best way to get the word, that they should come to the council meeting, and that we will always provide the help for those who want to be helped.
Okay. How often do you have council
Every
meetings?
other, the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday of every month.
Okay. I'll let the people I know hear about it. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Al Gallego, citizen of Las Vegas. I stayed around all afternoon because I wanted to tell that, what's his name, Governor Gwynn or whatever his name is, goodbye. But then I heard of a situation a little while ago from this man and woman that they got a notice from the city of Las Vegas from code enforcement. And they called that number and called that number and called that number, and nobody could give them an answer. No, there's nobody that can speak Spanish in code enforcement. 6615. How are you people? These people were here since 7 o'clock this morning. They were in line when I was in line. And they just left a few minutes ago because their item 64 had been abandoned. They've been here all afternoon, all day long. And the city of Las Vegas could not give them any information. There's nobody in the city que puede hablar español. Si no pueden hablar español, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Huh? There is nobody in the city. I can call you any department. And first, I wanted to work for the city of Las Vegas. Gracias. Not a penny. They wouldn't hire me because I'm too vocal. But boy, can they call me to go and give people information and so forth. In the middle of the night, somebody calls me, Alfredo, come over to my house, I need some help. There's nobody, the police department can't speak, they don't have nobody to speak Spanish. The city doesn't have, they have few, but not enough. Not enough. Do they have any Spanish speaking in the inspection department when you're building a house? No. Not one. What are you supposed to do? So they call me. I do it for free. And this people, I felt sorry for him. I really, really felt sorry for him. 6615. They got a letter from the city. And they've been calling and calling and calling. And nobody could talk to him. That's another thing. Now I want to talk to about this guy over here. I'm really, really going to miss him because he's my councilman. And I'm, Lawrence, I'm going to call you Lawrence because you're not my councilman anymore. As of 5 o'clock or so.
No, he still is.
As of 5 o'clock?
As of March the 5th.
Oh, March the 5th? Oh,
right.
gee, do I have to? Oh, God, it's going to be bad. But I'm happy that you're going up and you're taking the person that I want you to take with you, Kelly. and it's very sad. And thank you very much.
He's taking the only Spanish-speaking person we have
Yes.
anymore with him.
And Councilman Wolfson, before you, when we leave here, I want to talk to you because I want to tell you what we're going to have for dinner.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, do I have a minute? I fell asleep. I didn't mean to fall asleep, but I've been sick.
Okay, you have to identify yourself for the record.
Dorothy Burns, Las Vegas resident, which I might be leaving next month. I was hoping to get this grant money, but since they're going to play with me, I'm a sick woman. I can't be sitting around here waiting. I have some issues, but I won't hold you long. I have a number of issues to address, my concerns, but my main issue is they still letting people out there on this military base, as I explained in the past. They don't have my permission to use my distress signal. I want them to reissue me a new distress code. Because I don't want, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. I definitely want all this to stay in Vegas. When I'm gone, I want all this trouble. And then I want Shreveport to collect their trouble and take it back down there because I didn't do nothing. I want Vegas, the ones that went out on Nellis Air Force Base and made this mess, I definitely want that to stay in Vegas. But I remember all the happy times and all the people that made Vegas nice for me and were nice to me. So I appreciate everybody that's sitting and listening to these meetings. And it says, I know a lot of people are suffering, homeless and everything, but I have offered some assistance that I could offer. And that's, I'm on my own ticket. I would sponsor people on a promissory note because I have to gain some control over these people that I would invest money into. Because I have people lying and stifling and stealing from me. They robbing me without a gun or a knife. It's just ridiculous what I go through day after day. And every town I go in, I get robbed like that through the system. And they are panhandling me, like asking me. I'd rather them ask me than to go out there and knock me in the head secretly, sticking my name in there and using my Social Security number to embezzle money to sponsor illegal drug activity with Mexico and any other foreign country. Now, all I can say for the people that's suffering here, if they don't give me a signature, and that's no matter what job they're in. I even ask you if you give me a signature on a promissory note. It's to protect people and it's to ensure job security as well as block these liars from over. And that's all I can do. I offer that assistance. I can't get my name on the program and turn it over, but I am at my own expense. And I'm seeking a class action punitive damage lawsuit so they can stop playing with me. Whoever they think they making me a fool, they making themselves a fool. I'm like Mr. T. I want to be somebody, not somebody's fool. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, the meeting's adjourned.
Me?
Wait, just give me about 5 minutes because I have to get